suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Quick to light desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Quick to light desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
I like it when it's quiet.
You like it when it's quiet?
I find it too noisy this
Hello there, everybody. Welcome to Kraken Smite League Season 12. Today, we have the Deep Sea Division with the Food Fighters versus Kappa Corporation in this, a Week 1 fixture. My name's JudasPriestley today, joined by Zombie, Tantalus, and Tant. We've got a shakeup going on. It's been the big undo 9.5 patch. Everything is topsy-turvy, completely upside down. How have you found this new evolving meta to be?
I found it to be a lot more explosive, Judas. This is the patch, or has been the patch, of whatever you knew about positioning in the last 2 years. Forget it, because it's going to get you killed. Um, you have to play so much more carefully with these health pools. You know, your flat pin items at a jungle now. It's just king. You can now one shot these backliners. You can get these early kills. You can get all of this stuff where people might have escaped, and it's led to a lot more explosive matches.
Well, speaking of explosive and positioning, let's position ourselves very explosively to the picks and bans as we head on over to see exactly what will be coming through. So, like you said, it's a big change because things like these backliners will get heavily punished for positioning at the moment, and like you said, flat pen out of the jungle being so high priority. What I've actually found personally is that there are so many good junglers that it's like not even worth banning junglers. If you ban 10 junglers, there's another 5 who will do everything just as well.
Right.
Is that maybe your experience right now? And if so, where would you focus your attention on your bans?
I mean, I think to an extent, there's stuff like the Thor, the Kamazots, the Thanatos, Rat, these gods that have either executes or semi-global mobility that you can look to stop. But you're absolutely right. You can't ban all of them. Something nasty is getting through. Not Mulan though, and that was one of the other gods I was
Yes.
gonna touch on because she was already good
Yeah.
before the revert, and now I mean, there's the
Look
Cerberus.
into
I think
my
we were talking about
eyes.
that, and before we went live,
Hmm.
Cerberus has been great. Medusa's been really good. Been seeing a lot more of it out of the mid lane than carry though.
Yes. I think with Medusa, and I've seen similar play from like Chiron as well coming out. These ability-based hunters that can specifically get aggressive early on. I think that's where they are really shining at the moment. Now, like you said, it's probably better off in the mid lane. Medusa and Chiron both. If they can dash onto a squishy mage like a Janus or a Scylla, something like that, you can see them die immediately. It does work in the dual lane as well, but maybe not so well. You're not going to blow up a support that easily. You might blow up a carry, but as the game goes on, you will start to suffer there. So I would expect to see this Medusa into the mid lane, but Kappa Corporation holding off on their backline picks. Have gone for the Achilles and Terra, probably the solo and support. Is this how you would choose to draft at the moment?
I mean, if Terra's up, you're absolutely right. I will take Terra 9 situations out of 10. You've already banned out the Cerberus, so one of the few gods that has the burst and any heal capability to give Terra a really hard time. You've still got picks like Ares or Ganesh that can play well into Terra, but Terra is just so good right now. The pressure, the lockdown, she can engage, she can peel. She's got a great team fight ult, and there's the Ares being
That
hovered.
is Ares
Oh, I
hovered
should
and
have
yeah,
created a
locked
world
in
that
as
you
well.
did
And
not
Ares, like you
exist
said, has that aggressive presence right now that can really deal with Terra. Now, Terra, like you said, has been very strong on not just the previous patch, but also that's flowed over to this current patch. But an Ares with, of course, the cripple just shuts down Terra's ability to just activate her abilities properly. As much as getting that stun off of the 2 is pretty good, it's nowhere near as good as being able to get a root first. When you actually destroy the obelisk with your dash, or even be safe as Terra. Terra costs no leap, but with the use of being able to dash twice, that can normally get you out of most sticky situations. So Ares combined with a Tiamat here, so it probably will be a Medusa in the mid lane, but no massive mage ultimate to follow up the Ares. It will instead just be the Medusa. But I don't see it being that effective with the draft that Kappa Corporation have gone for. Why do you think the Food Fighters might have gone for this Tiamat as opposed to something like a Scylla or a Toth?
Well, I don't have to guess. I can
Yeah.
tell you because I know who's on the Food Fighters roster, and I can tell you with 100% certainty that Tiamat is going to Zarzeth, and there is absolutely nothing in this world that she'd rather play.
Well, that's what happens when one caster does their preparation, guys. Take notes, me, because Zombie has been taking plenty of notes before me. But yeah, having that almost specialist god, and Tiamat, not that big burst ultimate like I mentioned, but still plenty of damage in the kit and will be totally fine on the current patch. And noticing on the Food Fighter side of the bans here, Zeus and Nuwa being banned away, those big bursty mages. Still plenty on the table for Kappa Corporation to take, though. Who would you be looking at for your mid lane pick here?
If I'm Kappa Corp here with Toth still on the board, I'm absolutely locking it. I mean, Ares can give it a little bit of trouble, and you don't have the Food Fighters jungle pick yet, so there's still the potential that you get like Daji or Susanode, but Toth is, if not the best mid, easily one of the best 3 as of right now. He's got the range. He's got the secure. Vulcan's still up. Um, Agni, for that matter, is still available. There are just so many really good picks here. Kukulkan. You've got your choice.
The moon will purify
Yeah, there's lots
this
that could be
land.
chosen. It will instead be a Tsukuyomi first of all. Now, I have to mention this, Tan, because I don't know if things are the same in NA, but I know over in EU, not only on this current patch, but also in like the 9.4 patch way back when, there was a lot of Tsukuyomi mid coming through specifically to punish certain mid laners. Now, Tiamat, I actually don't believe was one of those mid laners that was being punished for it. So it might not still be a Tsukuyomi mid, but that is still something I would like to float on the table. And a fantastic choice here of the Odin from Food Fighters. Nobody on the side of Kappa Corporation able to get away, and a Daji as well. This is a fantastic draft from Food Fighters. You might have some CC immune ultimates, but you only get one set of beads, and it's going to be very tough for everyone on Kappa Corporation.
I feel like that Daji lock-in is just Food Fighters daring Kappa Corporation to play Agni or Toth. Marticarus?
I mean, mid lane ability based hunter? Question mark?
I mean, CC immune ult. You've got some pressure. Although I haven't seen a lot of Marticarus since the patch, and I have to imagine that the reason is because, you know, even prior to the patch, he gets engaged on and he's got that grace period to get up into that ult. You no longer have that grace period. You are either pre-ulting it or just kind of dying. I like the Neath pick a lot better.
Yes, Neath able to avoid those situations maybe a bit better than Marticarus. Marticarus probably would be the preferred choice for Capcom in the mid lane, right? One-on-one, would you rather have Neath or Marticarus? Neath has kind of fallen away. Still decent, but not quite as strong as she previously was. So I think maybe Marticarus would be the choice, but given the context of what is a phenomenal draft from Food Fighters, I would like to point out. I feel like this draft just has absolutely everything, you know? While you do lose the big bursty ultimate from the Tiamat in the mid lane, you then regain that with the Medusa in the dual lane. I think the potential for this draft is, well, kind of sky's the limit. It can kind of do everything, but that almost doesn't matter when it comes to these sorts of games, because anything can happen, especially with the meta being so burst heavy.
Yeah, I mean, the only magical damage on Kappa Corporation being the Terra does not concern me that much. Terra still capable of putting out a pretty significant amount of damage for support. And you do have this Hachi who presumably is going to be building Exi. You've got the Neath and the Tsukuyomi going behind it. You're going to have that Shred. And then you do have the Achilles for the Confirm. I don't hate it, but I don't like it anywhere near as much as this Food Fighters draft. I don't see how you fight in to Ares, Odin, Daji. Terra is going to have to pick up beads or Magai's cloak, or she is going to be a free meal. You know, there's just so much that this Food Fighters draft is capable of forcing, and I don't know if the Kappa Corp draft's going to be able to handle it mid to late.
Yeah, looking at like you said, that mid to late stage, if Kappa Corp are fighting any more than one person at a time, I think it's going to be very difficult. Now there is obviously the potential, again, with this burst heavy meta, that if you can blow people up quickly enough, the team fight strategy of Food Fighters almost won't matter, right? Like if you can kill a Tiamat before Daiji is able to activate her Paolo, because that Paolo takes a while to get 3 shots off, you know. It's certainly a lot longer than it would take to kill a Tiamat. So it all depends on if Food Fighters can pull off what they want to do before Kappa Corporation can get into a sort of aggressive position, right? Like if Kappa Corp are the ones on the front foot, then they are going to be the ones probably starting the fight off well. But we've done enough speculating. Let's see exactly what happens as we head on over to game number 1 between Food Fighters and Kappa Corporation of the Deep Sea Division. Everywhere where we would expect them to be, but I feel like this is going to be a very chaotic matchup.
It absolutely could be. Now, looking into the item builds off the rip, We see Tiamat going into the conduit gym. I'm almost expecting a kind of tablet breastplate build out of this Tiamat here. You mentioned them trying to blow up the Tiamat, and that type of build with her in-kit protections mitigations is about the only way I see that happening, and her being able to survive the initial dive. Now, carry, the Medusa is going into the carry lane. This could be, oh my.
Oh, look at the damage coming out already. It's how we'd expect. Oh, but the incredible return
Beads.
damage from Tortuga instead. That is already a purification beads down for the Medusa. Oh, fantastic footwork there. We talked about positioning. How about just reacting to your situation? So aggressive start in the dual lane, but no kills just yet.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive start, and Medusa, with those beads down already, is just now forced to play back.
Yep.
You cannot risk Kane Tempest coming over there and getting a stun off because you're toast. Looking for the contestation on these mid camps now, and I think they're actually going to fight over it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for it. Whether Food Fighters want it or not, Kappa Corporation are interested in taking the battle, but not interested in taking the actual mid-camp themselves. Interesting there that Kappa Corp decided to deny the mid-camp instead of just trading mid-camps there. It definitely shows that they want to be the ones on the front foot. We're on the front foot in the dual lane right now. Our Food Fighters again. It seems to be that Mexican Tangent is the target, but it's just not working out. Terra's still just a bit too tanky. Now contention over the shield buff as well. I do wonder if there's a wall coming in for Donlan, who does seem safe enough. Never mind. There's King Tempest. There is the first blood. It will be Mexican Tangents and Kappa Corp with an early lead.
Yep, that's as good as you can ask for, and leaving this Tiamat to get farm on her own in this mid, I like that call too. Tia is just more useful late. Oh boy.
This is a proper brawl now that Tova Mesa has chosen for themselves. Again, juking out the wall, fighting back with the spit, but it will not be enough. A kill for King Tempest this time. Both dual lane members of Food Fighters go down, and really not the case where you want to be snowballing a specific lane right now.
Yeah, that's 2 kills, one which went into the pocket of the Terra. Not the worst thing you could have happen for the Food Fighters. Your team composition here, you are very much playing for late. There is no world here where you're looking for, Tiamat to be the early game champion. Daji's not that great in it. Medusa has a very good early game, but Medusa's on the back foot now. So you're definitely looking to just kind of stall this out a little bit, stop the bleeding. Just assume you're going to be behind. Just don't let it get too far. You just want to see that 25-minute mark if you're the Food Fighters here.
That 25-minute mark, though, has become all the more elusive with this big update change. So hopefully, for the Food Fighters' sake, they can aggress onto that point. But Starry has just jumped in to a Neath ult, to all the damage. There's an execute that's not even needed. Puppy the one to pick up the kill from the mid lane. The Neath going to be quite happy. Zareth not going to be so happy that their mid laner is being fed without their input. And unfortunately for Food Fighters, Kappa Corporation can just keep doing that if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, that Neath ult, it's free. It can't miss. Outside of somebody intercepting it with their own body, even in which case it hits. Daji looking at Neath here. Hang on.
Well, free beads just like that. You do have to use the ult, but that is now a target for Griff to go for. Puppy on this Neath, relatively safe, but no CC immune ultimate means that both Donlan and Griff should be looking to make a beeline for that Neath. Even if one of them goes first and then the other one goes in afterwards, you can definitely get 2 uses out of the parallel and the no escape there to punish that Neath. But will that be the right thing to do, Tan? Like, is it the mid lane that the Food Fighters should be focusing on?
Well, I think when you have a Daji and an Ares, inherently your target needs to be the ones that don't have CC immunity in order to be the most effective. That's why you play Daji. Um, playing it alongside this Ares means that if one of you can burn beads, somebody that doesn't have a CC immune ult, it gets fried.
Yep.
And there is very little that can be done about it outside of like a Magai's Shelter or Absolution, which is also an option. Coincidentally, a pretty good pickup on Terra because of how
Yes.
quick her ult casts. Um, so I'm honestly looking at Terra to probably build that in this game because otherwise, Neith and herself, for that matter, that's something that's now even more of a possibility than it was, is just blowing up the support.
Yeah, one of those strategies that is so tried and tested in Smite competitive. Just take the support and just kill them. Put yourself in a 5-on-4 situation, even if you had to use some resources to get there. Sometimes it opens doors that you might not have had before with your composition, right? A Terra can really slow down some aggression, like you mentioned that Neith in mid might have some difficulty if they're getting aggressed on too hard, but if there's a Terra nearby to protect them, that can sometimes be the difference maker. But if you can take the Terra off the table, doorway is wide open for the Neith to, if not be killed off, be forced to play so far back that you're not really impacting the map in the way that you'd like. So that is definitely the doorway forward, I'd say, for the food fighters.
Absolutely. I mean, that Terra ult, I don't even hate that idea. Just take the Terra out. That Terra ult is one of the hardest ults in the game to actually fight into.
Yep.
Uh, Outside of like Circle of Protection is about the only thing I can think of that's just a blatantly worse idea to fight in the middle of. Terra ult's up there. It does so much. Mitigations, healing. If you can just remove that from the board before you have to fight the rest of their team, you can be looking very solid.
Yeah, it's again one of those go buttons, right? What you're often looking for in these sorts of competitive matches where it's at a higher level, right? We discussed how while Deep Sea Division is Diamond Plus division, it is a lot of Masters level players in here at the moment. So when you've got very smart players who are very experienced in the game, it's almost like you have to force a situation where they physically can't do anything about it. That's you almost need a guaranteed win, and that is what things like the Ares and Daji composition give you, right? Because if you've got rid of the beads, you've got rid of the CC immune ultimate, if there was one. What you've got then is a guaranteed situation. You can blink ult as Ares,
Right.
and you know that something is going to happen in your favor next. And the composition will work for it. Unfortunately for food fighters, if they take too long to get those combos working, it is just really going to harm them in the long run. Because we've already seen that they've been off to a bad start, and a bad start is not the end of the game. But when you need so much more time, then you will find that this bad start turns into a bad mid game, and all of a sudden the game's over before you can really prepare. So I hope that the food fighters can put that together sooner rather than later.
Right. Uh-oh. Odin may have to use the cage here. Yeah.
Ooh, there's a piercing moonlight coming in. Oh, just the right amount of health, but the squad was nearby if needed. So that is the first kill of this particular fight in the right-hand side of the map. But there is the escapism of the Terra. You get one bit of CC up, and then off you can go. But we're actually seeing the Bull Demon being contested. Not quite sure who picked that up yet, but it is going to be a brawl, and Dawnland is facing the brunt of it. Pops that no escape and gets popped themselves. The Bull Demon did go the way of food fighters, but the rest of the fight might still be going the way of Kappa Corporation. Zareth taking a ton of damage, trying to secure their own red buff, just hoping to burn the damage, and will have enough to eat it up. And now going in is Griff onto Puppy. Puppy stepped up high and gets caught with the Trickster's Spirit. Meanwhile, Kane Tempest back on the scene. That's enough damage. Killing spree for Kane Tempest, but at least food fighters on the board. Might have another kill for Kappa Corp, unless Dawnland wants to go in too. Explosiveness in the right lane, but Kappa Corp still come out on top.
Oh, Kane's on a speed here now. Can we just talk for a second about a Neith 1 with nothing more than Bluestone and Jotun's Wrath hitting Zarzith for over half her HP bar? What on earth? Yikes. So we see there the 9.5 Reaver.
Yes.
Like you were just no longer playing with as big of a health pool as you had before. And Zardzit's fine, didn't die for it, still got a little bit of an XP lead. But I mean, going into the mid game, the late game, that's terrifying.
And it can be done so often, right? Like we were touching on before. That is a Neath ability that's on like what, a 10-second cooldown, if that at the moment with the Jotun's Wrath. It's just going to be any time Zareth gets caught by that, you're in trouble. You have to leap away, and if you're leaping away as Tara, that severely limits your impact in a team fight. You know, you would like to be leaping in later on in the fight and then taking a proper engagement, but Griff taking an engagement onto Puppy, goes in with 1,000 cuts, just catches the Paolo, but there are the beads again for Puppy, not in time on that. I wonder how long ago those beads came up, because it feels like they didn't have a whole lot of time for that one, but now, again, the beads are down for Puppy. That's got to be the target for Food Fighters.
Absolutely. And we talked about it a minute ago. That's what Food Fighters are going to need to do here. They've got to get these beads off of somebody that doesn't have a backup option. And Neath fits that bill perfectly. At this point, if Ares or Daji gets too close to that Neath, Neath just dies. Looks like Kappa Corporation are headed in the vicinity of this right side, and they're looking to scrap.
And they want this blue buff, but it has already gone down, so hoping for the next best thing, which will be a kill onto the Odin. But Odin, smarter than that, not going to be punished in that way. And I'm noting a big ward coverage on the right-hand side of the map for Food Fighters at the moment, which does mean that they have to definitely get the next Bull Demon if they're hoping to continue this, because that's a lot of gold on the ground, you know, gold on the map that can just be taken away, and it's something that's very important with this new Bull Demon camp that we haven't gotten too much time to play with, but I'm almost surprised it doesn't get played around more. You know, it's a very important objective in the early game just because it opens up so much for you on the map.
It does, and in a lot of you see it increasingly, the higher level you go, more priority being put on that. Just because of the advantage it gives you with ward vision, especially at your highest levels of play. People don't typically make too many stupid positioning mistakes, or huge mistakes in general for that matter. You have to force them to make mistakes. And taking out all their wards is a great way to do that. Here comes Terra.
Terra in trouble, well, sorry, getting aggressive onto Toya, who's in trouble, but instead Donlan will block the Neath ult, and that's caused a bit of a 1v1 between the ADCs, trying to ignore everything else on the map, but it cannot be done, as Tortuga will take the first kill, and Donlan now in trouble with King Tempest on the scene. 2 quick kills for Kappa Corporation. There's the damage again from Puppy, maybe hoping to get that backflip then, but no Neath ult available means that will be that, but another battle going the way of Kappa Corp.
Food Fighters are treading very thin ice here at this point. You know, you've got the gold difference isn't that bad. It's negligible. And honestly, now that I'm looking at the chart, the XP's not that wild either. This is a decent situation for Food Fighters, but if they continue to lose people and engagements, it can turn bad. But
yes,
it's like I said a while ago, they're playing for the late game here, and Zarzeth's level 12, right on par with the opposing Tsukiyomi, who's 4-0. Zarzeth's getting farm.
It has to be said for Food Fighters, like you said, the difference is very small at the moment. It's a very, very close game. But imagine how much better it would be for Food Fighters if they hadn't dropped 8 kills. That's all I gotta say. If they managed to keep a bit more control of the map, they might have found themselves, you know, with a very comfy lead at the moment. Instead, it's still quite a close game, and oh, that's not a close battle between Griff and King Tempest. The parallel has been forced, has been used on the King Tempest as the piercing moonlight does not connect with Griff. Donlan gets the no escape, and that will be enough to take down this very healthy Tsukuyomi. Had 4 kills and 0 deaths, now finds themselves with a death in the column, and Zara's now confident enough to aggress onto Puppy instead. That will be that, but big kill for the Food Fighters to get.
Yeah, it really is, and you get. I'm not sure who got the Bull Demon King, but this gold difference. I mean, 800, but now it's back in favor of the Foo Fighters, who are down 6 kills.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast or how in control the Food Fighters have still remained, especially because it doesn't feel like it. Look at the damage that Kappa Corp are putting out. Can we take a look at the player damage charts for a second? I feel like it's going to be heavily in favor of Food Fighters. We do see a big numbers there from Medusa. That's just kind of what Medusa does right now. But yeah, you see the rest of it, a lot of damage coming out from Puppy, but Stygian Beacon has spawned, so there will be a bit of a Beacon Boogie over here. There's a jungle battle as well. King Tempest stunned out and slammed down by Starry, and then the Paolo comes through again, gets the beads from Puppy. Not being able to live with that, but hold on. Mexican Tangents stick around too long. Coming in on the mounted archery is Tortuga, gets caged for it, and will not get any more. All the way over is Cute Femboy, but will not be able to do more than that. However, low health bars for the Food Fighters might mean this is a beacon for Kappa Corp.
I struggle to see a scenario where they don't get this beacon at this point. I mean, Zarzith can't go in there alone, so they're gonna just kind of get it, but a great fight for the Food Fighters. Neath's beads still down for another minute and a half with this cooldown that Daji has built. I mean, that ult, it's gonna be back up shortly. Just another 30 seconds or so. You've still got options to take out Neath again. Taking out somebody else.
Another brawl between the junglers. Kane Tempest, though, has been on the losing end of this fight. No escape on 2 over the wall from their teammates, but Kane Tempest takes so much damage. The Astral Barrage, not enough to finish them off, but that will be Griff taking the kill, taking another kill. In the meantime, Petrify comes out, doesn't connect with Tortuga, but the Gold Fury wide open for Food Fighters to take.
Yep, we're starting to approach this mid-game point, and I think the cracks in the Kappa Corporation draft are starting to show. I mean, Gato and
we got that! Oh! Maximum range Paolo gets with another kill, and that one onto Puppy, who had been avoiding all of those Paolos, could not avoid that one. Backflip doesn't save you from the chains, and a huge fight for Food Fighters.
They're grouping up and they're doing what their comp wants to do. They want to team fight. This comp is built to team fight. And you have every advantage in that area. So we saw in the earlier parts of the game, they were getting picked alone or in twos, kind of losing out to Kappa Corporation. But now they're grouping up, and it looks good.
I would say it looks more than good. It looks great at the moment, but I don't really see what Kappa Corp can do about it. We touched on, like you just said, the holes in their draft really coming through right now. It doesn't feel like a cohesive composition, whereas Food Fighters, they've got a plan. They want to get members of Kappa Corporation together and everyone drop their ult. It's as simple as that sometimes, but while there were some early game shakes, it felt like Kappa Corporation were getting the kills and then nothing else. And I just wonder if Kappa Corp should be, no matter how this game goes from here, they should assess how their early game went and think, man, we should be so much further ahead. We could have gotten so much more, but instead, what you've got is a 4-level deficit. Oh, sorry, I thought that was the Neath in the mid lane there. I was almost going to be completely flabbergasted. It's just a level deficit in the mid lane, but everywhere across the map, we're seeing single level deficit. But yeah, a couple of level deficits across the map now in favor of Food Fighters, and it really shouldn't be the case based on how Kappa Corporation started this game.
Well, it's that age-old statement of, like, you got to get the stuff after the stuff.
Precisely.
The kills don't necessarily matter if you're getting nothing in return for them. They're getting invaded now. Gato's over here, semi alone, but Ares is on the way. I think they're just gonna retreat from this. I don't think Kappa Corporation want this fight. I think they thought they wanted the fight for a minute, but at this point, you've got a farm. Pyro's up now. Beacon's not going to be up for another little while. I'd like Food Fighters to look at the Pyro right now and just cement getting this lead a little further, because, I mean, they're at about the 5K mark now. You're starting to get to the territory where you have whole items that the opposing team doesn't. And for a team
Here we
fight
go
comp,
again.
huge.
Yeah, Teamfight Comp will be making its impact now. The Paolo will go on to King Tempest. There's a no escape as well, but that will be the beads coming out from the Tsukiyomi. There's a lot of resources burned now from Food Fighters, and Kappa Corporation have the health to deal with this, so the Pyromancer will not be going down for free just yet, but this is going to be our first full-on engagement. Oh, look at the backside. Medusa flanking around, but actually not connecting with the damage. Gets the dash caught and has nowhere to go, but Puppy, not a lot of mana to work with. Cute Femboy gets the blink in. Nice double stun as well. Coming out from the shield bash. Says the Petrify does not petrify anyone, and that's a fantastic ring of spears. Now the gauntlet has been set. Can Kappa Corporation get out alive? They're so low, but they are trading equally at the moment. Mexican Tangents lives for far longer than they should, but now it is the rest of the Food Fighters barreling forward. King Tempest with a stun on 2. Puppy used the last of their mana, but does not have enough damage to follow it up. Has to burn the beads, trying to retreat. Uses the Aegis as well. The tower dive comes through, and Dawnland picks up the kill. It looked bad for Food Fighters, but they won out overall.
Okay, so you say it looked bad for Food Fighters. It was bad.
Damn right it was.
That was very poor staging of your ults. You used the no escape and the powwow at the exact same time. You didn't stage them. You just straight up out team fought them afterwards. That Terra ult was down. It was no longer available. And at that point, without that to fight around, the Kappa Corporation team kind of just went down.
That's where the gold deficits start to come through, right? You know, that like you said, it's not full item territory at that point, but that little bit of difference, you know, if Neith could have just had a little bit more mana, has now built the Transcendence, and that's got like 200 or 300 mana on it, right? If Neith could have cast 2 more spells that game, then it would have been, you know, enough, probably. You saw the low health bars that Food Fighters were getting away with. If you just have that little bit further amount of items in your build, you can then win out over those team fights. And King Tempest, after having what was a fantastic start, 4-0, is now having a worse time. However, Griff finding out that they can still have good times. King Tempest gets back on the board and wants to continue chasing. However, Starry more than happy to stick around because they've got backup with the Medusa here, firing off shots onto the Tsukiyomi, who will probably die off. Just about gets alive with a 9.5 slither of health left over. That's a little bit of a hangover from previous batch, I think, but still, that was a good fight now for Kappa Corp. It's just the 1 kill, but if they can take these small skirmishes, these small engagements, that's where Kappa Corp will find success.
Yeah, they're absolutely not finding success, especially down as much as they are in a 5v5 fight. They're going to need to find fights where they can make Food Fighters outnumbered. It's just how they're going to have to play it, and I think they're doing it right now. Here comes Kane.
It's a 3-on-2 in the mid lane with more on the way as well. Damage onto Zareth. The Tsukiyomi firing out the health bars right now, and Dawnland now under pressure under the tower, but hold on! Here's Medusa here to sweep on up, gets 2, looking for the 3rd, gets the Aegis, and now looks at Puppy instead. A 3rd goes down, 4th on the way down. Puppy, alive for a moment, just about avoids the meteor there, and will get killed off. 4 kills for Food Fighters, battling right back.
Beautiful, beautiful team fight from Food Fighters. I say team fight, I mean, that was 2 people. But a team nearly got wiped out of it, so we're calling that a team fight. Beautiful rotation from Medusa there. Bit of an overextension from Kappa Corporation. They got Zarzith, they got the Ares, but you lost 4 members for it. You just had to dive a little too far to achieve that. Now, nothing super bad comes of that fight for Kappa Corp. Food Fighters can't get the fire. They might have been able to if Medusa had just immediately backed and went right back to it. You might have been able to get it. maybe it would have been a toss-up. The big thing for this match, at least around these big objectives, is like neither team really has great secure. I guess Tiamat's you could consider better than most, but it's not going to do significantly more than a Neath one. Oh, speaking of Neath.
Well, there's the Neath damage coming out, but the Tsukiyomi damage is immune, and fantastic use of the ground stance from Zareth, but it will not keep them alive. Now, King Tempest, can you find your way out? You've been locked in the ring of spears, and that will be that. But trading your jungler for mid laner is not in favor of food fighters. You want to keep that Tiamat farming still. Has gone for this very slow double stacking build, and as much as it's well on the way, well, it's not quite finished. That Tiamat is still not as strong as it could be.
Yeah, that's definitely a build that is very much completely and totally late game. And it's going to be at its most effective when it is completed. Kappa Corporation are making good decisions now. They're not taking these 5v5 fights. They're doing exactly what I mentioned. They're making sure they outnumber them and they're getting picks. And that's the best thing they can be doing right now. Food Fighter's pulling the Pyro.
Yeah, they're going to pull it, and that will draw Kappa Corporation in. It's 4-on-4 at the moment, but the two final members on their way in, but too late for Kappa Corp. Foo Fighters already take the Pyro, and now want to take a bit more. It has already forced out the back foot from Puppy. Griff catching up, though, so fast is the Daji, and that's all that was needed so far. The Powwow comes out as well, gets the beads from Elite Tortuga, but there is the no escape as well, and pulled right back in is the Achilles, who tried to ult away, but did not get the timing right. 2 kills and a Pyro for Food Fighters, and they want to convert that into a Fire Giant.
Beautiful fight there from Food Fighters. In contrast to that last one we saw, they staged their ults very well. Daji got some beads out. Daji got a kill. Ares went in with a no escape after and caught another. Just beautiful ult staging, good fight, and they should get the fire.
They will go for it. Oh, but it gets stolen away. King Tempest there, throwing out a Shuriken and running away with the Fire Giant. That will be only on 3 members, but that was exactly what Kappa Corp needed to keep this game alive for them. Now, Food Fighters, they have all this advantage, but they can't convert it into much more. It's so hard to push into a team with fire, and it might get worse if you start dropping kills at the same time. Griff down already. King Tempest still going in. Starry falling low, will begin to retreat, but now the backline of Food Fighters exposed. It will be that from Kappa Corp, but this game has just flipped on its head.
It has, and I feel like I owe Food Fighters a handwritten apology, because if that wasn't Caster's Curse, I don't know what is. Yikes. So Kappa Corp have the fire. They've got it on Hachi, which is of course your important one to have it on, but the charts, that fire doesn't matter that much. Food Fighters can 100% still fight as a 5-man here. They've got a massive gold lead, they've got a good XP lead. They can still do this.
They can do it, and they're going to attempt to do it, but there will be a Gold Fury going the way of Kappa Corp, who've done a great job at reducing that gold deficit. Now, do Kappa Corp take a fight now, because it's just about to be a 5-on-5 again. And I like this from Kappa Corp. You know that Food Fighters want a full 5-on-5, so you have to do whatever you can to avoid that situation, even if that means not doing a whole lot with your Fire Giant, taking this Gold Fury, possibly taking this mid-tier one as well, as they do step in and get that. And now they don't fight. They don't look to engage, because that is where Food Fighters have their advantage. Fantastic heads-up, smart play from Kappa Corporation.
It's a great call. I mean, you got the fire. You weren't even supposed to have the fire. You're getting a little bit of gold in your team's pockets with it. And that's where you're really down right now, is the gold. That's what's making the fights more difficult. Oh, Femboy may be in a bad spot here. Nope, wait, we're going on Poppy.
It's Puppy instead. Puppy in danger, does not have the backflip and no longer has their life either. It looked like it could have been on Femboy, but it instead ended up being into the mid laner. And now, mid lane tier 2 going to be in trouble. This is what Food Fighters have realized. Like, hey, hang on, we still have a significant gold lead. We can still do this, especially in a 4-on-5 situation. So, looking to pick apart the map as if they are the ones with the Fire Giant. Instead, are Food Fighters, because these towers are still only half HP. I wonder if Kappa are going to look to defend, but they're just too late to the party. So a couple of tier 2s off the map, and Food Fighters, more gold in their pocket, going to still be heading into this next fire with the advantage.
Yeah, and a pretty significant one at that. I mean, 8K is a lot. Now, you're starting to see some of the starter items filled out on Kappa Corp here. Neath's still level 19. It's been a rough game for Neath.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Yo.
Yeah, it has been rough for Puppy, but let's get past that one as there's a big fight in the mid lane instead. Dawnland pulling Cute Femboy right back into the ring, but instead Kane Tempest gets the first kill of this fight onto Zareth. Now the Fire Giant is still not spawning, still in the pocket of Kappa Corp, and that does mean that the Pyromancer is now going to be attempted. Starry, I do wonder if you're going to throw your life away for this objective. Does not leap into it and will be that for the time being, but Kappa Corp are still down in gold, but have they done enough, Tent, to be able to contest this next Fire Giant effectively?
I mean, I think you're at a point now. The only starter upgrade that you're missing is on this Neath. Everybody else has got it filled out. Now, you are seeing some full builds over here on the side of Food Fighters. I don't think you have the option to pull this fire, but you can absolutely look to contest it. You just can't throw your lives away doing so.
It's going to be one of those awkward fights, right, where Food Fighters clearly will be the ones wanting to take this objective and wanting to be getting it low, but with no guaranteed secure on the map, it's hard. You discussed earlier that the fact that Tiamat is probably the best of anybody, and I'm not even sure. It might be the Medusa ult, but without it being an ability-based build,
Maybe,
kind of hybrid
yeah.
style, it might be, and it also might not be. Like, Neath one hits pretty hard too. You know, there's lots on the map that could contest this, so Food Fighters have to be very, very careful, but it looks like this next Fire Giant will be enhanced if Food Fighters don't go for it right away. So this fight pretty much decides the game.
It very well could, and I mean, any of these abilities that have the ability to be used for secure here, I mean, obviously there are no 9 wins or I'm a monster or final judgment. Either team's got as good a chance as any at this point. They're fighting again over it.
The scrapping, but Starry takes 0 damage as this very tanky Odin. Meanwhile, Mexican Tangents is quite low. Now, the sustain is in favor of Kappa Corporation. If they want to take these poke battles, you can heal it back up with the Terror. But if you're going to be having a poke battle, you need to make sure you're also poking the enemy team. And that is a bubble gone from Griff already. Great start to this fight, but Griff goes right in. Elite Tortuga in so much danger, has dropped the Aegis, dropped the beads, but still in a ring. King Tempest finds himself alone on the back line, and there is nobody helping them out. Still alive for a moment, but not long enough. Puppy goes low. Puppy tries to retreat, but will not get very far. Gets kept up by that Trickster's Spirit, and that will be Mexican Tangents down as well. 3 kills to nothing in favor of Food Fighters. They want to turn this into more than a Fire Giant. They're looking for the end.
And they very well may get it too. They just burned that Phoenix, and they're walking right in.
Walking in, minions on the way. What can Kappa Corporation do about it? There's already half HP down on the Titan. Low health bars for Food Fighters, but the Titan even lower, and that will be that. Food Fighters will be your winners of game number 1.
Beautiful play there. Just another really good team fight from the Food Fighters. They staged the no escape and the powwow very well, one behind the other to make sure to clean it up, and they just hard won the fight. I think moving into this game too, Kappa Corporation, that draft, yeah, I don't know. I think you got to look to change some stuff up. I think the Tsukiyomi had a great performance, especially early.
Yep.
Suki had a fantastic performance. I don't think I would like to see them go back to this Neath and mid. As the Daji and the Ares made abundantly clear, it's very easy to pick off. You only have beads up so often. I think I would have liked to have seen one of the burst mages, maybe the Toth, the Agni, the Cuckoo, whoever you want. Uh, Maybe something a little more punishing in the mid lane.
It needs to be a bit simpler, I think, for Kappa Corporation, because you saw at the end that the only thing that food fighters need to be concerned about is stacking their ultimates, right? But they staged the parallel, like you'd mentioned. They also combined that with the Ring of Spears coming out from Starry. And then there was also a no escape later on that just made the fight so complicated. And it's complicated for Kappa Corporation to deal with, but for food fighters, the fights were simple. Like I said, you just have to use your ult at different times, and it will come out on top. Whereas for Kappa
Right.
Corporation, there, it felt like their team fight at the end was so difficult to handle. You know, we saw Tsukiyomi ending up completely isolated, like 1-on-4, whereas you saw the rest of the team not really able to back up because there was an Odin in the way, you know, an Odin that they couldn't kill. It just made it so much more complicated for them to find what they were looking for. And I think sometimes just keeping things simple in a team comp will help you out big time. You know, if there's a mage that can just blow up the enemy team, all you need to do is keep that mage alive sometimes. Anything other than wholly complex combinations and like interchanging abilities way too hard. It's way too hard to pull off in a chaotic fight like that. But Ted, the good news is that that was only game number 1. So we get at least one more game of this action. Please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 2. And we are back, everybody, with Food Fighters versus Kappa Corporation. Food Fighters finding themselves 1-0 up after that first matchup. Tent, what do Kappa Corporation have to change in order to make their fortunes a little bit better in game number 2?
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, you need. I mentioned this a minute ago off air. You know, you can play into an Ares and you can play into a Daji, but playing into both of them with multiple non-CC immune ults is just a literal nightmare. As Kappa Corporation found out, I think if you're going to try and play a team comp like that, you need to get rid of one or the other. Um, and honestly, I think moving into this game too, you maybe look for a mage out of the mid lane.
Mm-hmm. And pretty much any mage will do. Now, you might suffer, again, if we do see Food Fighters go for this Ares Daji lane again, you might suffer a little bit if you have, like we said, like a Toth or even a Vulcan who have these big ultimates but are still not CC immune when they use them, so you could suffer. But it almost doesn't matter that much because with the way that the game is right now, with how fast burst is and how important just getting damage off is, if you get heavy dove as a Vulcan and you die, but you manage to get off your ult and like at least 2 of your abilities, you've almost done what you needed to do with your abilities, right? Like if you get your damage off on a rotation of abilities, hopefully the rest of your team can clean up from there, but hopefully that would be at least a bit better than the Neath came through. Let's see how that affects this next game as we head on over to picks and bans for game number 2. Kappa Corporation this time taking the top pick. What do you think the top pick, or even some of the bands, will be looking like for Kappa Corp?
I would expect probably similar to the game 1. Yeah, there's the audio. I'm expecting Mulan ban, some of your general meta stuff, because regardless how that first game went, there are still things that are much nastier that are able to be played right now. So I wouldn't expect too much of a shakeup going into the ban phase. I wouldn't hate seeing a Daji or an Ares ban if you've got any kind of plans on a comp like you just played. But Cthulhu?
Cthulhu off the table,
Okay.
to the surprise of apparently everyone. But you know, Cthulhu has their merits, can be a bit of a lane bully at the moment. If given the opportunity, can be a frontline presence that you just can't kill, especially if you are planning on going for, you know, one of these ability-based hunters. In particular, Cthulhu does very well into that. Now, I'm surprised to see Kappa Corp ban it right now, when, like you mentioned, there are plenty of scary things still on the table. Notably right now, Cerberus still available. I'm not sure if that is something that Kappa Corp would be interested in top picking, but plenty for Food Fighters to pick up in their first 2 spots. It almost feels like one of those metas, Tent, where having the second pick option of 2 strong picks is better than just getting 1 top pick.
You know, that's something you see in comp a lot, at least from a player and a team level. There's a lot of arguments for, you know, second pick being just better.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a top pick Ares.
Well,
Ted, take it away.
I said get one of them off the board, and you know what? Like, you did it in a roundabout way, but you got one of them off the board for Food Fighters. Well done.
I mean, yeah, it's you know, mission accomplished. Now let's look at winning a game, and if that's possible. Now, you know, we're joking around about it a little bit, but it is very rare to see an Ares picked up so early. I would expect Food Fighters to draft 5 gods with a CC immune ultimate. You don't really have to avoid things like jumps or dashes because, you know, as you know, if you selected an Anhur into an Ares, yes, you might suffer from the cripple sometimes, but it's not the biggest deal. Similarly to the Odin that we see coming through here, even the X-Ball, you know, there is what seems to be on paper a bit of a counter pick for Ares into X-Ball. You know, if you get it hit one of those shackles onto an X-Ball and then use the no escape, well, then they can't use the Rising Jaguar to dash away. But Actually, it kind of doesn't work that way. I think Rising Jaguar can be CC immune, like you can activate the CC immunity quickly enough that if you shackle, then no escape, you can still dash before the no escape goes off. So it actually doesn't even work. So it's a very smart choice for food fighters if they opt to lock that in. And I'm happy to see the Odin probably coming back. But again, it's a relatively early Odin pick as well. Are you surprised at these being the choices? And never mind the Cerberus that we were hoping to see. Now let's spin the question then, Tent. Cerberus now popular, hasn't been for a while. Why is Cerberus so good right now?
Well, the biggest part of that is going to be your 9.5 revert. Cerberus now on top of being a tanky supporter solo option, that damage, especially in the early game, with the prot shred, it will kill. And you're kind of starting to see a necessity for a little more damage out of your supports because everyone gets blown up faster. So Cerberus absolutely fits that bill, and he's also very good into healers. He's just become a very solid pickup because people aren't working with the health pools they used to be.
And the big change that I'm hoping to see an example of today, it's not always the easiest to pull off, but when it comes off, it's great. Cerberus can now leap while using Stygian Torment. So you can pick up like 5 enemy gods and just fling them across an entire lane. Now, notably, very notably when it comes to that jump, Cerberus ult does not pull people through walls. So you can't, like, Stygian Torment, leap over into a blue buff or something and then drag everyone into the camp. It doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, why did we do that, Hi-Res? Come on, that would be really cool. But instead, you have to be a little bit more mindful of what obstacles could potentially be in the way. But the fact that you can drag someone so far out of position compared to previous, I think that's made Cerberus a lot more reliable when it comes to that ultimate. Because one of the problems with that god is, yes, you can sometimes hit multiple targets, but then you've probably had to blink for that. And you don't get quite as much movement or an obvious location to just kill people as an Ares ult does. So I'm really happy to see this change for Cerberus. But Kappa Corporation already have pretty good ways of dealing with it. You know, Ares has knock-up immunity, Fenrir knock-up immune doing the brutalize as well, and Anhur could just jump the hell away. Is it still worth picking up this god Tent so early when there are so many potential counters to it?
I mean, I think what that comes down to is, again, the damage. Yes, his ult can be countered by pretty much every member of Kappa Corporation, but Cerb isn't one of those Olerin gods that you're playing exclusively for his ult, right? Like, he's got stun,
Yeah.
he's got anti-heal in the kit, he has prot shred, he has very high damage for a Guardian. It's still a solid pick. Now we see the Chalk pickup.
Well, time for the food fighters to get to the Chaka and try to dominate at least one of these side lanes, right? That's clearly what the game plan is, because we saw food fighters go for the Tiamat in mid yet again, which means they do want that to buy some time. And the best way to buy time for your mid lane intent is to just overpower the enemy team in the rest of the map. But that is an AMC. Kappa Corporation sticking to these physical mid laners.
As a resident AMC main, very happy to see AMC here in a comp set. Now, how it's going to play into Chalk and Cerberus might be a bit of a different story. AMC is now so more than ever has to be positioned very, very carefully because you do not have safety, you do not have dive, or you don't have a leap, you don't have a way out. He's going to have to play this even more carefully than he did on Neath. With this Daji being hovered, though, he does at least have some CC immunity on the Stinger.
And I can feel, and I mean, I can feel the dreaded caster pain of having your favorite god picked up. But you know it's such a bad time for this god to be picked up, and you're trying your hardest to not talk smack about your boy.
I tried.
I respect it, but I cannot agree with it because this AMC is going to have such a hard time, exasperated by the fact that a Ratatasker has now been picked up for Food Fighters. AMC one-on-one with Tiamat will probably be alright, but I can see no circumstances where this AMC is going to be left alone by anyone. It's going to be so difficult. Like you said, has to be played even safer than the Neath. And honestly, for not much payoff, I'd prefer the Neath.
I don't know. I think AMC brings a better mid laner than Neath does. You've definitely, especially in the late part of the game, you've got way better poke than you've got on Neath. The bees, along with a Heartseeker, a Bluestone, you throw that honey, you can get significant chunks of damage at decent range. He has the ability to play that mid laner role a lot better than most of the other ability hunters. The safety, of course, is going to be the problem, especially when you're talking about Ratatasker, about Chalk, about Cerberus, who at this point will eat half of your health pool with a 2. It's a risky pick. Kappa Corporation are playing a very risky game here, putting this AMC in the mid lane. Now, outside of that AMC in the mid lane, though, I like this Kappa Corp draft a lot better. You do have the Cucullin. You have the Fenrir, who, with early pressure being the name of the game right now, I'm pretty sure Fenrir has just the hardest hitting abilities pre-level 5 in the game.
Yep.
You've got that early pressure. You've got the On Her. You have this Ares. They've got a chance here if they play it right, but they're going to need to get ahead early. They're going to need to get ahead early, and they're going to need to stay that way. You cannot have this turnaround like it did on you in the last game. You've got to get the lead, and you've got to get the objectives behind it. You have this On Her, you have the AMC, there's no excuse. You've got to get the objectives after you get this lead and pressure.
Interesting that the Kappa Corporation are sticking with their choice to go with just one magical damage. Now, it is an Ares, and like we touched on, supports are dishing out good damage at the moment. Ares, of course, one of the strongest guards from support for dealing damage, even previously before this patch. And with the follow-up damage of an Anhur, of a Fenrir, an AMC, once they've got a couple of items online, there is the potential for members of Food Fighters to just get blown up. And I wonder if we are going to see that as we get on in to game number 2, with Kappa Corporation trailing by 1 game to Food Fighters. And it's all going to come down to these first few levels, and especially what King Tempest is able to do on this Fenrir.
Yeah, the Fenrir is, as I said before, it's a very good early game pick. And we saw in the game 1, Kane Tempest did spectacularly in the early game.
Yep.
So going on this god that has such better pressure than Suki at that phase is great. We're just going to have to see if he can get that pressure again, get these kills, make these rotations, and more importantly, get his team to get these objectives on the back end of it.
Ooh, big damage already. The Impale comes out onto Donlan and dishes out some damage onto Toya there too. So already, Food Fighters dual lane going to be on the back foot slightly, especially with Donlan not opting for the jump, has gone for the spit and breath combination. I expect to see the definitely Kappa Corporation on the front foot for at least the first couple of minutes over there.
They should be. This On Her's pressure is kind of insane. Especially now with the 9.5 revert, that his passive is going to hit so hard in this early game. They probably will be on the back foot for a bit there. I'm interested to see what's going on with this AMC here. They've got the Tia relatively poked. Looks like they're going to split the camps.
Yep, splitting the camps, sharing it out this time rather than in game 1 where they were trying to contest Kappa Corporation. Instead, just happy to let the camps go the way, especially because King Tempest now able to make an aggressive move onto the left side. But level 3 has just been ticked over for Food Fighters. They want to get aggressive. Shackle off the mark, stun onto Donland. The leaps come through. That will be the brutalized, but it's just not enough damage over here. And unfortunately, for King Tempest, Kappa Corp dual lane just losing pressure right as the Fenrir was making their way over. Still wants to get aggressive, of course, but you need to be careful. You don't want to fall down early if you're Fenrir, because then all of that pressure is taken away from you.
Yeah, that's one of the worst feeling things in the world, to be on a god whose entire time to shine is in the first 8 minutes, and you get picked. It's just not what you want to see. Kane does look like he's moving towards this Tiamat, though that could be bad.
Oh, there's the blink coming out. There will be the leap, but doesn't connect with the leap, and just not enough damage for the rest of Kappa Corp. Again, 2 failed attempts for King Tempest, but exuding the pressure from Fenrir, but it has left him at a level deficit to Griff. Puppy steps up, hits level 5, is safe enough from the rat for the moment, but a few attempts already that King Tempest wants to be active early.
Yeah, he's trying his best to get there. Rat was in position to gank the AMC. He might even have gotten away with it too, considering AMC's mana, but Tangents may be in trouble.
Tangents might be in trouble. Good impale forces the Rising Jaguar to come out early. There's a couple of shackles coming out from Mexic and Tangents, but one basic from the X-Ball. That was enough to frighten it away, but there is the Disperse from Elite Tortugo. Will maybe die, and does die, because those archers just packed too much of a punch, but trading ADCs on the left-hand side, probably good for Kappa Corporation.
Overall, very solid. I think Kappa Corp got the better end of it because the kill did actually go onto their carry. Rat making the invade here. I'm not sure if I would step up to this, Ares.
He steps up to it, and he might fall down, but Griff might get collapsed on instead. But of course, that Ratatasker more than capable of just taking off into the trees and getting out. So with that invade, now maybe the advantage going the way of Food Fighters instead. And King Tempest on the Fenrir, just picking up your own farm. It's not really what you want to be doing with this god. You always want to be invading, especially on the first spawn. But, there's the Ragnarok. Forces Gator Griff up to the sky, but will not. Keeps them in the ground and puts them in the ground. Big kill for King Tempest.
That right there is the early Fenrir damage we were talking about. 100 to 0. Very, very fast. And it does fall off in the late game. But for right now, it is swinging, and he's backing. He's getting this Jotun's Wrath online now. I think I'd like to see either of the teams really start putting some pressure to this solo side and looking to get this BDK.
Yeah, Bull Demon's still alive for, a few minutes now, and it's, like we'd mentioned, probably the most important early objective with just how much map presence it gives you, but also it forces the enemy team back. If you can't keep wards down, you can't get aggressive because you don't know when you might be being rotated on. But nobody yet making a concerted effort towards it. I would expect Kappa Corp to be the ones on the front foot, especially with this AMC nearby, but instead King Tempest focuses on to Starry. That they have the Ragnarok, does not use it, because in the sky is the Ratatasker dunking down. There's the Brutalize out onto Starry, but the teleport away with the Torrent is enough to keep the Chuck alive. Now Griff finds himself 1v2, gets the dash caught, and has no escape from the no escape. Will get clawed down by the Fenrir, but King Tempest not done. On the hunt for the Chuck, will not find the Chuck. Big kills to be had in the solo lane, but again, a trade of blows.
Yeah, that's 2 in the pocket for Fenrir now, and still no BDK. He might have Chalk, though. Chalk
Gets the blue. Gets the blue, gets the Chalk. Chalk down, like you said, and nothing that Dawnland can do about it. Bull Demon's still alive and quite happy with themselves for that, but still, it's been such a fast start for this Fenrir. Exactly what you wanted this pick to do.
It is, but we touched on this so much in the last game. They're not getting anything after it, really. I mean, you look at the gold.
Yep.
Just 100 or so. It's absolutely negligible because we're not getting anything after these kills. The blue buff was good, but now the Food Fighters are on the BDK.
Yeah, it almost shouldn't happen, right? You get a couple of kills in solo lane, and then you give up the bull demon and a purple buff. It's you can't give up both. I can understand maybe the purple buff going down because the focus is all on the solo lane, but you have so many options to deal with that bull demon right there. There was a lot of space for Kappa Corp, and they find themselves. I just looked at the goal; it was dead even for a second there. It does not feel like a dead even game, but Kappa Corp are not doing enough to prevent it from being that, like you said.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, we have this situation where food fighters are. Well, hang on, Anher's leaping.
Anher's leaping, and Unchained to come through. There's the Ragnarok. Not enough damage, and Tempest will go down. The damage from Toya too high, and Griff on the way for Tortuga. Tortuga not aware of it. Does get stunned out. The dart comes through. It's a trade of blows, but there's the disperse. Doesn't connect. They have the shots. Griff will have enough damage. It will be traded out by Mexican Tangents, but overall a win for Food Fighters, and they find themselves just off of that small little skirmish, almost taking a gold lead right now. Now it's supportal combat in the left-hand side. Cerberus versus Ares trying to chain down this unruly doggo, but it will not be any more than that. It's crazy how Kappa Corp are still in this.
Yeah, I mean, we're in this situation now, just like the first game. Tangents. Tangents is gone. That is the Cerbolt down. You got the Cerbolt out. But Ares going down here, just not what you want to see. Food Fighters have, again, a late game focused composition. And Kappa Corp are not hard winning the early.
The 3-on-3 over the blue buff on the Chaos side. Ragnarok has come down, but the blue buff has already been taken. Do Food Fighters get to re-engage her? It does not appear to be the case, but that's what you want young Fenrir to be doing. That's a bit of stuff before the stuff. No fighting coming through, but there still needs to be more stuff if you're Kappa Corp. As much as you have still a little bit of a gold lead, you need to be pushing this lead so much further to make this god work. We're still seeing massive presence in the left-hand side, but now Toya might find themselves in some danger. Does get the Rising Jaguar away. Puppy gives chase. That will be the darkest of nights, and that little bit of a speed boost is enough to keep this X-Ball safe for just a little moment. Where's the first shackle? First shackle doesn't connect. The impale into the wall with the stinger as well. That's enough damage. Toivo finally killed off for pushing so high up, but Kane Tempest falls down at the same time. I don't know if you'd be happy with that if you're Kappa Corp.
No, not really. There's Through the Cosmos. Puppy might go down under tower.
Wow!
No.
Just enough damage coming out from Grip, and that is that. Mexican Tangents can see all of this potential targets, but nobody that they can take down. Again, like you said, Tent, shades of game number one. Food Fighters were feeling a bit down, like it feels like they're losing these fights, but they just do what you need to do after the fact, and they're just growing right into the game and having a good time of it now. I'm worried that Kappa Corporation have been on a ticking clock and it's run out of time already.
Well, that's what this Tiamat is. It is a ticking time bomb. You do not want it to hit that 25-minute mark, and she's not being pressured out. Well, maybe now. No? Okay. But, she's not being pressured out. She's just getting to farm, and here we go again.
Up there is the Stygian Torment, just to get that scepter, and now Mexican Tangent stunned out and killed off. That is how fast you can be killed if you are support at the moment and you're not aware of your positioning. Just a very cheap pick there for Food Fighters to get, and Kappa Corp really don't want to be giving up more of those.
Maybe giving up X-Ball.
King Tempest missing. Oh, a double jump right there. That was pretty cool. Almost looked like a wrestling tag team move there from Tortuga and King Tempest. They both collapsed onto this X-Ball, who maybe could have got away from that, to be honest, but decided to take the fight. This is NA, of course. You would expect nothing less. But Kappa Corp found their picks. King Tempest again, 4 kills in the early. Done their job somewhat. Has fallen down a couple of times this time, but still doing what you want your jungler to do. But why is it that Kappa Corp are not pulling away the way they should be?
Because they're not doing objectives. They are now, and I mean, this Gold Fury is going down fast.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. Kappa Corporation got an objective. Now, what's going on here for the Food Fighters, Tova has been caught out of position pretty severely a couple of times now, and now Kappa Corporation have capitalized on that and taken a Gold Fury. Food Fighters are back over here on this BDK, and I mean, Food Fighters have a bit of an XP lead. Gold leads slightly to Kappa Corporation. It's a step in the right direction. I love to see the Gold Fury pull.
And it went down so fast, right? You almost wonder why they didn't do it earlier. Now, I'm not sure if there was a specific power spike that you were thinking of, but, you know, Anher with that Mannequin Scepter, you know, will do quite decent damage, especially with the Anher passive coming through. Now, a Stygian Beacon given up pretty freely there by Kappa Corp. Again, that's not what you want to be doing, but Dawnland almost in danger, does actually use the Purification Beads to get out there. Ratatoska dunks down and doesn't connect, but already Food Fighters have got the objective they were looking for. My eyes are just drawn to Tova Messor over in the left-hand side. There's X-Ball putting out so much pressure onto Anher when you'd probably expect it to be the other way around.
Well, X-Ball has excellent one-on-one boxing capability. I mean, the power that you get from that passive is a lot, considering the situation. He's absolutely trading blows with this on her. The thing that worries me for him at this point is just the position he's put himself in doing so. Because you have gotten picked for it a couple of times now.
Yeah. And you can't really afford that. Does have an RC in the build as well, which I maybe should have paid attention to. It's that lifesteal item you go to when you want to be active early, right? When you want to be the one brawling. And X-Bar, like you said, with that passive stacking up the power as you dish out damage, it makes total sense that you'd want to go for that, right? Whenever you tick under 60% HP, you start the brawl. But a brawl has begun in the right lane instead. Over this blue buff has already gone down, but instead, looks like the Tiamat coming under pressure. King Tempest needs one more shot, will get it, does pick up the Cerberus with them. Griff, no mana to work with, can't find the kill. King Tempest, with the smallest amount of HP, still gets out alive. Mexican Tangents leading the line for their team and doing what needs to be done. The right lane has gone so well for Kappa Corp. Everything in this right side jungle, apart from the Bull Demon, has been theirs. If they could just capitalize on that a bit better, like they're doing now with this Pyromancer, they're going to be looking good for the next few minutes.
But yeah, the Pyro's a good call here. They also got the enemy red buff. You're getting stuff after the stuff, and it might get served.
Get served as well, and can they get any more? Griff drops the stun. King Tempest doesn't decide to go any further, and this time, Kappa Corp will pull that Bull Demon. Griff sees their objective under threat and wants to take it down. It will be very low, but it does look like it went the way of Kappa Corp there. And exactly what Kappa Corp needed, right? They've taken a couple of good fights now over there. They've taken some objectives, and now we are still not seeing a big lead in the gold, but for the first time we're seeing an actual lead in the gold charts.
Yeah, and on her over here, trading blows 2 levels down, and winning nonetheless. I'm still concerned for Kappa Corp here, because we talked about this pressure they've got. We talked about this draft. And 1,200 gold up 15 minutes in is not where you needed to be with it. You know, this is one of Food Fighter's weakest points in the game. Tiamat doesn't have items online, doesn't have these things stacked. The team fight isn't as good right now. And they don't have the kind of lead that they need to have by this point. Oh, X-Ball in trouble.
Tova in trouble yet again. Here comes the no escape, but there's reinforcements coming through from the sky. Tortuga there, great use of the beads and Aegis. Dart off the mark means that this X-Ball gets picked off for free, but here is Starry here teleporting in, and Griff will find their target. But now this Chuck might be under some duress. Does have the Storm Core, but there's the Ragnarok as well. A nice use of the Purification Beads and a great Stygian Torment there. Does manage to pull people away, but it's not enough. Dawnland loses the beads too, and Tiamat out on the backside. Griff almost falling down. It's a slippery rat, but King Tempest blink over the wall. That's the brutalize as well. Another triple set of kills for the Kappa Corporation. They will now turn their eyes to the Gold Fury yet again and have now come online with their composition.
This is what they need to be doing. We're finally starting to see this lead grow. Now it's at about 3K. They've got a decent lead. I mean, it's not huge. 3K is not unfightable for the Food Fighters by any means, but we're seeing this comp do what it needs to. They're getting the picks and they're burning the objectives after. That's why you play 2 hunters. You want to burn the objectives, and in that game 1, they weren't really doing it. But now, we've seen 2 Gold Furies go down. Pyromancer's probably next on the chopping block when it comes up. They're gathering around this beacon, they're getting objectives, and they're getting picks before it. They're doing what they need to.
Doing exactly what they need. And one guard in particular that has been doing what they need to very quietly in this game is Puppy on this AMC. We have not really talked about it, which is fantastic news for Puppy and Kappa Corporation. You know, we discussed how this AMC could be punished by the Ratatasker, by the Cerberus, by the Chuck, and it has not yet happened at all for Food Fighters. And it's all well and good if you plan on making that move later on, but this AMC has got items online, fully stacked Transcendence, fully stacked Soul Eater, has a Fail Not in the build as well. At the moment, this B has everything they need to really have an impact for the rest of the game, and I certainly worry about how Food Fighters deal with them later.
It can be a problem. I mean, an AMC that is allowed to free cast is going to do a lot of damage. You've got to get on him. They're getting on Tova again.
Yet again, this X-Ball under threat. There's the no escape. Just gets the Rising Jaguar, but it does not matter. Elite Tortuga exacting their revenge now onto this X-Ball. Has caught up in levels. Pyromancer being started by Food Fighters, but this is not going to be an easy take. King Tempest and Puppy nearby. Leaping in is Zareth on this Tiamat, and Kappa Corporation get the objective. What do they get afterwards? Griff trying to take off and will be taken down instead. Everything going the way of Kappa Corporation at the moment, including this fight, which continues on the right hand side. And with the Pyromancer down, maybe Kappa Corp make eyes at the Fire Giant too.
You absolutely could look to pull it here. Onher's getting the T2 and left, or very close to getting the T2 and left. Cerberus is making the rotation over. You know, the gold lead is spiraling at this point. Kappa Corporation are really starting to come into their own here. You're at 6,500. This T1 goes down. That probably looks a little closer to 7. Yeah. So you're right. We need to see them go after this fire. I mean, that's the next big objective. And with an Onher, Mannequins, AMC, Double Hunter, you've got that opportunity to burn it.
If we can see Elite Tortuga here pick up that Mannequin's mace, that will be it. This objective will just burn so fast, and anyone in front of this Anther will burn so fast. You know, we see Starry possibly able to really frontline and throw their weight onto this AMC, but if there's an Anther just firing spears into you, it'll only take 5 or 6 shots before you find yourself down. So we do see Elite Tortuga tick over to level 20. Do they have the gold to upgrade to this Mannequin's mace? Absolutely, you bet they do. I would expect Kappa Corporation to be heading to this fire right after they pick up this Oni Fury.
Yeah, the Oni spawning in just a couple of seconds, and if Kappa Corporation can get this with the upgraded Mannequin mace, that fire will go down so fast. Especially, we're only 20 minutes into this game. Oh, here we go again. Chalk beads.
Beads Force from Chuck still has the ult to use, doesn't use it yet. Down comes the rat. Look at the damage coming out from Kappa Corporation's side. Tiamat is around the backside though and will be firing off this tornado. And there's Cute Femboy trying to create some space, but space is not what you want. You want a bit more lockdown. Still all 5 members on both sides alive, but almost every ultimate in the game has been shot already. Just that Desert Fury still left standing. Oni Fury at half HP, blinking in is Griff and retreating immediately. eventually is Griff, but there is the Cucullin taking some early damage. Everyone trading back and forth. Oni Fury still alive. Nobody wanting to pick it up just yet. Kappa Corporation could not find the targets like they wanted. King Tempest wants to go back in, but can't. Food Fighters want this Oni Fury, and they might look to pick it up.
They may look to pick it up, but that's still dangerous. I mean, you're still facing into an AMC, an On Her, a Fenrir. You know, that's not a guaranteed thing. Cucullin is in 3 people over on mid.
And not caring about a single one of them. You know, Cucullin at this stage of the game can do what you want. There is the Ragnarok coming out, and Great Griff cannot get away. Now King Tempest retreating to their team. Tova falls down. Huge ultimate from Chuck, but it doesn't accomplish anything. The front line for Food Fighters has to retreat. Opens the door for the Oni Fury and Kappa Corp. Look to take these objectives.
Yeah, with Kappa Corp getting this Oni Fury here, Fire Giant is pretty much a foregone conclusion. I mean, you've still got 30 seconds on Tova, 20 on Gato. You're going to have Oni waves pushing down. They absolutely should just run over and take this FG.
And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Cucullin will tank it. Starry is nearby, but does not have the storm.
Look at the burn!
And it is just going down so fast. There's a very early runic bomb in there. Maybe not expecting the chuck, but does not matter. Kappa Corporation take the Fire Giant. They get it on all 5. We are 23 minutes into this one. Tant and Kappa Corporation have an absolutely dominating lead.
They do. And this is what we talked about. This is what they needed to do. You cannot let this Food Fighters late game team composition come online. They're not letting it happen. They are full, just pedal to the floor, gas right now. All of the objectives are gone. You have fire on 5 people. This is your time to push. And it's your time to push as 5. I mean, 23 minutes in, and you don't want to see Food Fighters at 35. You know, that's the point where Tiamat starts just waxing you for free. So now's their time to push. They need to get everything they can here off this Fire Giant. I'd like to see all of these towers wiped off the board. I'd like to see a bird down. And they've got 2 bombs, so there's a good chance of it.
Yeah, Cute Femboy carrying the weight of the world via 2 runic bombs. I imagine those things are quite heavy, but I don't think Cucullin minds too much. This first tier 2 tower coming under threat from Kappa Corporation. The double ADCs will not make quick work of it, but it will be easy enough and too much for Food Fighters to defend. Now, it looks like we're seeing a split push come out from Elite Tortuga on the left-hand side. Sorry, from King Tempest over there on the Fenrir will be looking to push up this lane just to double threaten the mid and left lane. And I like this from Kappa Corp. They've got plenty of time on this Fire Giant. They can take a fight now while they're strong and take away that time from Food Fighters like you'd mentioned. And if it doesn't go well, you can just retreat to the tier 2 on right side and take that down instead. Now, it's still not an easy take for Kappa Corp. They still have 2 runic bombs in pocket in this mid lane on the Cucullin, and King Tempest won't have the easiest time pushing this lane in, but how do Food Fighters react? If they leave one of the doors too far open, then one Phoenix will surely be going down. But Kappa Corp not making any progress as of yet.
No, even from behind, sieging into a Tiamat, into a Chalk, this Cerberus, it's still a difficult proposition, especially this early in the game. I say early in the game. We've seen games end at this point after the patch, but still, we're not at that super late game. Everybody's at full build. Everybody's got starters. It's still kind of early in the build. Right now, it's their best time, but I like the fact that they're not forcing it, because Food Fighters XP-wise, they're not behind that much. Pretty big deficit out of the supports, but otherwise the levels are more or less on par. Which means that if Kappa Corporation try and force something and lose for it, Food Fighters are perfectly capable of running it right back down.
And that's what you want to avoid, right, as Kappa Corp. You've built this lead. You are in the ascendancy, and you will have, basically a full item in some cases over your direct opponent, and that matters until you bring it up to these phoenixes, right? That phoenix, as much as it's easier to kill nowadays, still is the ultimate equalizer, right? It's still very tough to break these bases in a full 5-on-5 situation. So the longer Kappa Corp can make it so food fighters have to at least consider stepping up for a fire giant, for a pyro, right? If you can just hold food fighters at arm's length right here, hopefully you can turn it around and make it so these defenses are not possible for food fighters anymore. But the second you let things get out of hand for food fighters, Kappa Corporation are going to kick that door down. It will not be that big of a problem for food fighters right now, but this next fire giant is just already guaranteed to be going the way of Kappa Corp.
As close to a guarantee as you can get without any secure on the map. I mean, they absolutely should be able to just burn this. It's coming up very soon, and that's now 3 runic bombs in the pocket for Kappa Corp.
Yeah, they can always go for the good old NA fashion, just carpet bomb the Phoenix down, and blinking in his cute femboy. This is like a re-engage now from food fighters. They do want to defend this objective. The bombs have not gone down yet, and a lot of damage is onto this Phoenix. It was a 4-on-4, so I like the idea. I'm not sure if the runic bombs even came out on the Phoenix, but they have been used, so big resource now off the table for Kappa Corp. Food fighters seem to take some encouragement from this. They want to go for a 4-on-4. Cute Femboy is disappearing, but so are the health bars for food fighters as well. Kane Tempest give chase, but does not succeed in the chase. Shut down by Gato Griff right now, and all of a sudden, the door has been opened for food fighters to take the fire giant. Kappa Corp are giving up. What have they done? This is such a huge throw.
They've waited too long. They just waited too long. Tiamat doesn't even have the starter upgraded yet. But the damage she's putting out in these fights, this is what happens when you let it get to late game. They're trying to push in here, but I don't know if they can.
It's going to be too late. Food fighters do get that fire giant. Mexican Tanya's trying to catch anyone out. Zareth does seem to be the one who will fall. And yes, the Tiamat does go down. But similarly to game 1, we've seen the fire giant go the way of the team that it maybe shouldn't have on the balance of play. But instead, Kappa Corp, with a 12,000 gold lead, lose a fight in mid lane and then lose the big objective. This game will stall out for a few more minutes. And that's exactly what food fighters want.
Absolutely. That is exactly what they want. And I feel like that fire giant, even at best, down that much gold, you don't necessarily wipe the map with it, but it's more the fact that Kappa Corporation can't have it. You've got 10, 12 seconds before Tiamat's about to be back up. You've still got fire on 4 members. And now you have the opportunity to walk around the map, clean up some of these towers, get some of that gold back in your pocket. And now we're at that 30-minute mark. These builds are almost all full. That little bit of gold is going to complete out the builds, and you're looking at an even game again.
An even game is exactly what Kappa Corp did not need. It's shocking that they went for that in the mid lane. I understand the context of the 4-on-5 situation, but again, we touch on how difficult these Phoenixes are to deal with. It's because of the damage output that they have, and you gave food fighters an opportunity, didn't find the single picks you were looking for, and unfortunately for Kappa Corp, it just seemed like they got nervous. There was a bit of panic in there of, oh, hold on, we've got 3 runic bombs, surely that just takes down a Phoenix, and it definitely does not. Without enhanced fire giant or without a minion wave, you can't just take these Phoenixes down. And I'm shocked that Kappa Corp decided to go for that. Like, someone made the call, and the fact that 4 other members were like, yeah, let's do that. I cannot believe it. It has made it so food fighters are absolutely in this game. They will be full build at this next enhanced fire giant battle. And at the moment, I've got to say, food fighters look to be the team that are going to be winning this.
They very well could be, but they're gonna have to fight as 5. They cannot get separated and get picked. That's the big contingency for food fighters here. Their strength is once again in these team fights around this Tiamat. You cannot get picked off.
And I do wonder who will be the ones to step forward first, because Kappa Corp are fighting in to Fire Giant, but still with an 11,000 gold lead. These final items still not finished off for Food Fighters, so if Kappa Corp want to take an uneven fight, this is probably the best time they're going to have to do it. Now, Griff, again, being hunted by this Fenrir, but not falling down. Still, Starry, though, takes a lot of damage. There comes the no escape. Will not pull anyone in. And dunking down is Griff. Fanboy already off the map, but leaping away is Tortuga. And now this has to be a retreat. Kane Tempest finds their hunting target, but Mexican Tangents now falls down. Tortuga dishing out huge damage, as does Puppy. But what can Kane Tempest do? Nothing. They cannot finish off Tova, and that will be a fight that Food Fighters come out on top of. Now, what this does do is buy some time for Kappa Corp, as I don't believe Food Fighters will be pushing forward anymore, but they need to respawn in time for this enhanced fire.
They do, and Zarzeth needs to get this starter upgraded. I mean, that whole fight was without an upgraded starter. The damage coming out of the Tiamat is huge at this point, and 3 down for Kappa Corp. Unfortunately for the Food Fighters, they're gonna be up before EFG spawns. You've still got like 40-50 seconds on this EFG spawn. But at this point, I mean, you look across the board. These builds are full. The game is now anybody's game. This next EFG could very well decide the game.
And it probably will. Like you'd said, it seems like this enhanced fire giant, for a tale of many years old in Smite, is just the all-important objective. And I just can't get over the fact that we shouldn't be here. We should not be in this game anymore. Kappa Corp should have taken the regular fire giant, opened the door to the base, and probably just won the game. That is where we should be. But the fact of the matter is that we are not there. And I hope Kappa Corporation can focus up for this next important fight. Everyone loves to see a game 3, and I'm in that camp. But if Kappa Corporation don't earn the win, then they don't deserve the win. So they're going to need to find something off of the Food Fighters here. Now, they do get the beads away from the Tiamat nice and early, but there is an alternate timeline on that Tiamat. Oh my goodness, Tova taken out before they could blink. One knock-up, and that was that. Now, this is what Kappa Corporation need. They need to run off of this momentum. You can't let anyone get away, and Zareth is the target. Will leap away for a moment. Up into the trees goes the Ratataska. Doesn't connect, though. King Tempest still throwing the weight around on this Fenrir. Tortuga leaping in, selects a target. There will be the timeline from Zareth. They will be going down in just a moment. Oh, good stun, but not enough. 4 kills down. Kappa Corporation running through the base.
They're pushing it down. There was a second there where I thought Zarzeth was about to get one on the back end of that, but now we're 5 strong from Kappa Corp, and they're heading into the Titan.
It is just Starry, no ult to work with, half HP on the Titan already, trying to throw out the damage, but leaping away is Tortuga. Kappa Corporation bring it back together, compose themselves, and they are taking us to a game number 3.
I was just about to say, we have a game. That was not as clean as it could be for Kappa Corp there. We talked through the early and the mid game. We talked about what their draft was supposed to do. It didn't quite get there. Food Fighters almost caught back up, but they got it done. They got a couple of picks. Fight went very badly for Food Fighters, very fast. They tried to re-engage. They lost everybody. You got the game ended. Now, moving into game 3. I don't think you have to change up that draft. I have a hard time imagining the Food Fighters allowing you to have that entire draft again.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think you need to change anything about that. The biggest things for me for Kappa Corp at this point is just that macro, getting these objectives and, actually using and pushing your lead around. They started doing it around the mid game of that, and it looked great. They got a massive lead. For food fighters, not so sure about the Ratatasker at this point. I felt like he just kind of got blown up in a lot of
Yes.
cases. Um, maybe if you're really wanting this dive out of the jungle, maybe look to put him on something like a Ravana.
I think a big part of what Food Fighters do in this next game is deal with King Tempest a bit better. Because we've seen 2 games
Right.
now where King Tempest from the jungle has had a good game. Despite the loss in game 1, there was still plenty coming out from that jungle. And I think a big thing is just the ward coverage as well. We just saw at the end there was, a lot of people on single digit ward coverage on the side of Food Fighters. And that just means that there is so much space for Kappa Corp and in particular Kane Tempest to work with that, if a Fenrir can run freely through your jungle, you're always going to be at risk for it. And through that entire game, we were seeing Kane Tempest hunting down specifically the Ratatasker. And all you need as Rat is a little bit of warning that there's a Fenrir coming. And I think a few more wards will definitely put you in that direction. Because at the moment, Kane Tempest, it doesn't seem to matter the pick, seems to just have the number of food fighters right now in the jungle. So we'll have to see how that all shapes up for game number 3. But first, we are going to be heading for a quick break. Do not go anywhere, folks. You need to see how this week 1 fixture ends, but we will be right back. The Food Fighters took an early lead in this set, but Kappa Corporation did the business and managed to bring it back to being 1-1 in this best of 3. We are now heading into the final matchup. Ted, what are you expecting to see from both these teams?
Well, I'm expecting to see an explosive game 3. And I'm expecting a big part of that to come out of Kane Tempest. I mean, we've seen him these last 2 games, had a great early in both, and had a great entire game in the second. Uh, I'm looking to see Food Fighters try and find a way to contain Kane.
Well, let's see if they can manage to do that as we head on over to picks and bans for the final time for this set. Now, it has been back and forth, like we mentioned. Food Fighters, they had a very strong first game, despite having that more late game draft, whereas Kappa Corporation have been all early game, all set long. In the second game, they were able to make that pay off, despite a little bit of hiccups in the middle. They've managed to make it through. Do you still expect both teams to go for this sort of ethos that they've built, with Food Fighters focusing on late and Kappa Corp focusing on early?
Well, that's hard to say, because at this point they've both done the same thing in 2 different games, more or less, and they've each won one. So, maybe you do go double for nothing and draft the exact same type of comp. Food Fighters are getting Ares out of there, though.
I was going to say, the only thing I've learned so far this set is that Ares OP. Ares won both games so far. I believe the only god to win both games, if I've got that right.
Mulan.
So, oh, wow. Mulan slips through. Right, done and dusted, everyone. Go home. It's all right. Food Fighters are winning game number 3 because Mulan is just that god at the moment. I'll let you talk about it for a moment, Tan. Mulan banned out so far, but what is it right now that makes Mulan just so strong?
Well, the worst part of it is she was already strong, right? She got those changes a while back so that her ability stages level up faster, and she's always had this really crazy damage scaling and burst potential. And now with the TTK changes being reverted, you took a god that was already performing exceedingly well and just made it better. And speaking of gods that were already performing exceedingly well and got better, there's Terra.
Sarah coming out and Daji coming through. We've already seen Daji win a game so far. Now, Daji not like a ridiculous counter pick right now to what Kappa Corporation have. AMC, of course, with that potentially very low cooldown CC immune ultimate. Odin, of course, without a CC immune ultimate, but Odin doesn't really care a whole lot about Daji. But we will see Fenrir back for Kane Tempest now on Kappa Corp. But we've mentioned just at the end of the previous game 10 that Kappa Corp have been playing all the way through Kane Tempest, and Food Fighters need to deal with them. Does Mulan Terra Daji do a pretty good job of dealing with a Fenrir?
I mean, I don't know that anything does a great job of dealing with a Fenrir, but the Mulan, the Terra, and the Daji are an excellent step towards finding something that does. Outside of the Ragnarok, you've got great potential to shut down that Brutalize. You can pull them all over the place with Mulan. The Terra ult makes fighting into and diving you just substantially more difficult. And you've got Daji, who Fenrir cannot just pick off. She can get up in that powwow, she can give herself a few seconds, and she's got good burst damage on top of that. So far, yeah, I like the Food Fighters pick up here.
Well, Kappa Corporation responding to what we've seen so far, and they have banned away the Tiamat. And I can understand that. The Tiamat is that sort of, not a guaranteed win, right? Because we just saw it lose for Food Fighters in the previous game. But if there's a Tiamat on the table, there is that ticking time bomb for Kappa Corporation, like we discussed. And Kappa Corporation, like any good corporation, not a fan of bombs in their building. So we'll take that away from the mid lane of Food Fighters. So I wonder now what Food Fighters pick for this mid lane, because there's been so much discussion over what mages are good and what could be picked up, that now, Food Fighters have to react, and well, we're just gonna have to see what they end up going for.
No.
That's bait. That's bait. That's bait. Raptor, get that off my screen. I know that's not real.
No.
Thank
Oh.
you. I'm not falling for it, Tent. I'm not falling for it. I know that's Raptor's favorite god, but that's not the one. That is not the god that is needed for Food Fight this year. Tent, do you have any suggestions on what Food Fighters should go for?
I mean, there's so many options, right? I
Don't
mean,
you dare
look at
say
the
Anubis.
What? No. I could
Good,
get through a
thank you.
top 15 and not come anywhere near mentioning Anubis. You've got the Toth, you've got the Kukulkan, you've got the Agni. Scylla is in a pretty good spot right now. There's so many options for what you want to play, and Kappa Corporation banning this Tiamat. They're not the first team to do it to Zarzith. Not by a long shot, and it looks like we're gonna go with the Discordia. Discordia, another god that's in a pretty decent spot. All of the mages, got a kind of inherent buff with the 9.5 rebirth. They all do damage again, except Anubis. We don't talk about Anubis.
And what I really like from this Discordia, and this is almost an old school use of Discordia, but it's actually coming into fact again here. So Discordia passive, of course, that extra damage buff to whoever's already dishing out the damage on your team. That was a classic combo with King Arthur, because in that solo lane, King Arthur just did so much, collateral damage to the enemy team that you were just constantly stacking up more and more damage, and it was making King Arthur hit hard. Now what you've got is likely the same situation where Discordia is giving that passive to the solo laner, but that solo laner in question is Mulan, who, for a lot of people's money at the moment, is probably the best god in the game. So Mulan just doing more damage than Mulan was already doing, that is absolutely terrifying for Kappa Corporation, and they definitely need to do something about it. But a god they have drafted in order to do something about that is this Fafnir. Fafnir we've been seeing a lot more of lately with the recent buffs, and does just put out big damage for your team. But is Fafnir what Kappa Corp need to drag this game over the line?
I mean, I think it's a risky pick, of course. Anytime you pick something without that inherent CC immunity into a Daji, it's a potential risk. But you're running this double hunter comp again. In fact, the same two hunters that just, won the previous game. Now you have a Fafnir added on top of it. The objective burn potential is absolutely crazy. The team fight potential is crazy. But Food Fighters have a very good counter dive. Discordia can be hard to get to. Ishtar's not the easiest thing in the world to run and grab. You've got a Terra protecting him, and you've got a Mulan diving. I've got to lean towards this Food Fighters composition here.
Food Fighters do seem to be the kings of the draft at the moment. They've been constantly providing just such a well-rounded composition, similar to what they've done all along. Like, you just look at the 5 gods from Food Fighters. It's pretty standard, pretty, reliable picks. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing too simple. It's not like just plain meta, right? But it just seems to be such a strong composition again. Whereas Kappa Corporation, they're consistently going for this quadruple physical style. And it's hard to say it's not been working, to be honest. They've had decent showing, especially through the early game, all the way throughout. So it seems like Kappa Corp just don't believe in mages at the moment. They don't think that they are the way forward. But despite AMC being arguably more of a mage than Discordia with the play style that you go for, I think there will be... this is almost the key test, right? If Kappa Corp can come out of this with what feels and seems like a bit less of an efficient draft, then maybe they've actually just got a handle on the meta a bit more than Food Fighters do. So I'm really curious to see what they can do about it.
I think both are viable. Especially with the TTK changes being reverted, I think a lot more compositions do become viable. It becomes more an argument of positioning and how you play the composition. and knowing what your micro and macro should be with the composition that you've got. Kappa Corp are going to have to find a way to dive an Ishtar and a Discordia amidst a Terra and a Mulan. We're going to have to see it.
We are going to have to see it, and the good news is, Tent, is that we're going to go see it right now. Let's head on in to game number 3 between Food Fighters and Kappa Corporation. Again, nobody mixing things up. Everyone doing exactly what you'd expect from these gods. Everything's been very consistent and very standard across the board. And when you have two teams playing standard Smite like this, the only team that wins is the better one. So I'm really excited to see who comes out on top overall.
Yeah, pretty decent matchups. In lane right now. Now the Mulan and the Odin matchup. I can't say that I have a very good handle on who wins that matchup because I feel like Mulan's the better god, but Inbound fried me in a ranked this morning when I had Mulan and he was using Odin. So I'm not a solo laner. I'm gonna chalk that up to a I'm gonna chalk that up to a skill diff on my part and not knowing anything about solo.
No. Has to be a god diff. That's just not your fault, Like, how are you supposed to know?
I picked Mulan, right? I thought, yes, surely Mulan wins everything. I was incorrect. So these matchups we've got right now, I expect to see the Anhur probably lose lane pressure. You would hope to an Ishtar. They should have the better clear. Mid lane, on the other hand, I mean, AMC wins one-on-one matchups, but mid, and for quite a while, hasn't really been a one-on-one lane.
No.
There's always somebody rotating in and out of it. You're never really getting that pure 1v1 matchup. Especially now with Bull Demon being added over to this right side, it's almost disadvantageous for a jungle to just spend a lot of time in duo.
Yeah, it seems like right now the right-hand side of the map is just so much more to be done there, right? Like you said, if the jungle makes the way all the way over to duo, you need to be getting like a kill and a buff invade. Otherwise, it's just not really worth it for you. That there's so much that you could be missing out on the other side of the map. So I would again expect these junglers to be squaring up, and it's almost been a good time for good junglers, right? Like we've seen a few times now where the junglers will clash heads directly. And the better jungler tends to come back out on top, assuming a relatively even matchup, right? Whereas Daji Fenrir is a very complicated matchup to deal with, but you will have to deal with it at least sometimes. So Mexican Tangents there, going off on their own little tangent, as they forgot to pick up the green buff. We'll actually see a little bit of lane pressure there, and that's quite a bad start to a game 3.
Well, see, I don't think they ever had the chance for pressure. You're talking an Ishtar and a Terra.
That is a good point.
There are very few god combinations in the game that would give you pressure into that. Probably best for Kappa Corp to kind of play this on the backside here. Just, let them do their lane clear. Don't let them freeze wave. And just try and get through this early while you're getting out cleared.
And that's how you'd expect to play a lot of lanes with a Fafnir, right? It's Fafnir is almost where you're giving up. Oh, hold on a second. There might be a bit of an advantage. There's the disarm onto the Ishtar, and that will be a first blood. Let's forget I was saying anything. You dominate lane as Fafnir. That's what always happens when you pick this god. He just does that things. And, I mean, first blood. Going the way of Kappa Corp, and quite easy too. And Starry now in big danger. The brutalize and the jump combination. 2 kills for Kappa Corp early on, and Food Fighters completely unable to answer.
Yeah, Odin now with the kill over to the Mulan. Well, the kill went to Fenrir. But you've got a kill onto this Mulan, and I mean, if ever there was a god that you want to put behind, that's one of them. Looking at AMC here, but I think he's fine. as long as he doesn't come out of that tower. Oh, here we go again.
Oh, leap in from Kane Tempest. Can't activate the Brutalize because of the Fog Cloud coming out. Nice root coming out from Zareth. There's the Trickster's Spirit. One slash on a basic is enough. So Food Fighters take down this pesky Fenrir. Not the start that Kane Tempest had in mind. Get that early kill, but you give it back immediately.
Yeah, and, you know, Terra Ishtar getting out pressured here in the duo. Not.
Oh my goodness! I told you, Tan. I told you it's just a matchup diff, you know. I believe you're better than Inbound.
All right, maybe Bobby was cooking something here.
Yeah.
Odin apparently fries.
Oh my goodness.
You know,
This. I just sorry. It's just Fafnir's start right now. Wow.
Like Fafnir on her are out pressuring Ishtar Terra. This is just not a sentence I ever expected
Fafnir
to have
gets
to say
this.
out loud.
Fafnir totally gets this purple, by the way. There is nothing
Oh no.
that Food Fighters duo can do about this. They've already used walls from Terra, and that'll be a kill. Traded out, however, as Tova does get the kill. Another kill goes down as Gato in the mid lane picks off Puppy. Absolute insanity across the board. Everyone has just thrown positioning and good play out the window right now. They just want to fight, and they are going to continue fighting.
Wow.
My goodness.
A game is going to break out around this arena match at some point. We've got so many kills on the board. I mean, there's almost 8 on the board, and we're not at 4 minutes just yet. Still would like to see some pressure put on this solo side around this BDK. Terra and Ishtar, they're semi caught up here. They've at least got ults. They shouldn't be getting out pressured anymore.
Oh.
Okay, there's the Desert's Fury. They're gonna get the stick. You know,
Look, Desert Fury down.
my mind's
hand.
blown here. I'm having a stroke.
Well, I'll let you get some medical attention, and I'm going to look at the fact that Cute Femboy needs some medical attention of their own. There's the Palau coming out, misses the first, gets the second. Will it pull them in? Gets the Ragnarok out, but the damage is not enough on the Odin. They will go down, but as will Gato. King Tempest picking up the return kill. It is action across the map yet again. Leaping over the walls there is Tortuga. I'm feeling like, though, Tortuga right now, as much as they've been heads up, right, using the Desert Fury to immune the stun, leaping over the stun like that. It's almost a little bit too reactive, though, right? Ten, you can afford to take at least a little bit of damage as an on her.
You absolutely can. I think what might have been going on in his mind there wasn't necessarily the damage from the Terra 2 so much as what could potentially follow it in the second and a half he was stunned. Maybe. Or, maybe he just didn't want to get stunned.
Hammer absolutely smacking at the moment. It is just what these supports can do. Any support out there who's like prided themselves on like Geb and Kepri is just not happening for you at the moment, That is a 180 damage swing coming out at least, and then just some extra damage on top. Now Starry feeling the brunt of damage on this solo lane side. The blue buff goes down. Tan, I'm pretty sure Mulan just sucks at the moment, and Odin's OP. I think that's what's really going on. You Gato stunned out, Gato crushed like a pancake right now. There is Zareth trying to throw out some damage over the wall, but it's just not enough in the horrific, and the Dragon Breath coming out. Fafnir burns down the Terra. Now Zareth in some danger, gets the cripple off, but it does not matter. Kappa Corporation storming ahead.
Yikes! Yeah, no, this Odin Mulan matchup, I'm having flashbacks over here. This is going really well for Odin. They're getting on her's leaping. Ishtar was behind the T1 tower. All right. This is the game.
This right when people on Discord type Smite in all caps, this is what they're talking about. This exact game is what they are referring to there, because this is Smite in its current form. It is total chaos, but it's organized chaos from Kappa Corp, right? They are clearly the ones pushing their advantage right now. They're the ones always on the front foot. We even see Fenrir trying to invade a green buff down there. Does get caught out by Gato. Will leap away for safety this time. But it's a 2-level deficit for Food Fighters in the jungle. King Tempest, again, 4 kills before 10 minutes. I don't know what this guy's cooking up, but it has something to do with 4 kills. And they're making it work all the time.
They're making it work very well, and I mean, honestly, I was a little surprised that Gato decided to jump on the Fenrir that was 2 levels over him. I think that might have been the last person on the map I would have wanted to dash to is Daji. But they're playing this early game very, very well. 4 kills in the pocket of Kane. They've got the VDK. Daji's on the run. And there's the powwow.
On the run and on the leap to the sky, trying to duke it out as King Tempest instead elects to just use that Ragnarok and get out. So both junglers retreat, but now Starry in a little bit of danger, does manage to get away. But, oh, nice hammer to follow up that retreat. But it's frontline versus frontline over here. Not a whole lot of damage to speak of either. But now this blue buff being invaded yet again by Kappa Corporation. It is just Mexican Tangents, misses with that hammer, but does transform into the dragon, and this is a frightening dragon to deal with. The blue buff will be secured, but that's a fantastic Odin Cage. Catches 4 members of the enemy team. The Mexican Tangents low, but flies away and takes off into the night. Now the rest of Kappa Corporation free to barrel forward. Donland cannot survive it. Zareth doing what they can, but cannot take down the front line of Kappa Corp, doing everything they need and more. Stuff after the stuff. The Bull Demon will be going down in their favor. Zareth, though, might have gotten a snatch there. I think they did. This Discordia doing whatever they can, but it's just not enough so far.
No, I mean, you've got about a 2,000 gold lead for Kappa Corp, which we've talked about leads like this before. It's not huge, but the game does not feel even. Even with the negligible gold difference, Kappa Corporation are getting the better rotations. They're getting the objectives. And as of right now, Food Fighters are just kind of having to fight off the back foot. Your Mulan is down in items, if not in XP. You know, Milan's been dropped 3 times now. Terra's went down twice. Daji's went down 3 times. I mean, we're still almost on the 2 kills a minute pace.
Almost on the 2 kills a minute. We are still flying ahead, and there's probably going to be another kill on the way as well. Nice stun coming out from Dawnlight. Should actually keep them alive, and does manage to retreat for a moment. Griff, oh, fantastic use of the parallel there. Gets some value as well. Gets avoiding the ult. Does get the pull as well onto King Tempest, but it will not be more than that. Zareth just too low and has to retreat. But take a breath, Tad. We've got a moment now. And while Kappa Corporation are still in the lead, are they far enough in the lead that Food Fighters should be concerned right now?
No, not as of right now. Now, if they get this Gold Fury for free, that argument could start to change. I mean, you're at 2K now. Tova's here.
Tova is here. The Gold Fury has been dropped for a moment, and so Tova's done what they needed to so far. Nice dash, keeping themselves safe, and oh, fantastic play by the Ishtar here. Now, the Gold Fury might be picked up again, and no, it's not. So, like you'd said, that Gold Fury needed to go the way of Kappa Corp before it was a concern, and fantastic heads-up play by Tova that prevents that happening.
You know what? Sometimes you just have to find a solution to a problem and dangle your own life on the line. He did a fantastic job there. It cost him his beads, it cost him his ult, but it didn't cost him a Gold Fury.
And that's enough, right? It's enough to just, you know, you always have to be trading. It's the nature of Smite, right? You need to be doing something and giving something up in order to get something. And yeah, having to give up your beads and your ult is totally fine to prevent that gold. Now, Elite Tortuga in some danger, but what I'm not sure that Food Fighters are aware of is that there is a Fenrir nearby. Has now passed over a ward, but Griff Has an angle onto Tempest, who does now spot it out. The reaction from the Fenrir. Oh my goodness, the damage from the Fenrir. Too much for Gato to deal with. King Tempest on a rampage, and the Tempest will continue raging until someone can shut down this Fenrir.
Yeah, at this point, food fighters need to go watch a movie called Old Yeller and, you know, look at the back end. Zarzith going down to AMC.
Ooh. That's that one-on-one that we were talking about. The one-on-one finally became relevant around that Stygian beacon, and that was enough for the AMC to come out on top. This dual lane continues to brawl. Despite the health bars being way in favor of food fighters, it seems like Kappa Corp are happy to stick around. They will now retreat. This will now give us a little bit more breathing room, but the beacon will be going the way of Kappa Corp. These small wins have been piling up for Kappa Corp around these objectives. They get the beacon. They'll be getting the Bull Demon in a moment as well. Kappa Corp have learned their lessons from game one, absolutely.
Very much so. And I mean, when you lose a game because of something like that, those are your options, right? You either learn from it or presumably lose the same way again. Daji moving on Fenrir?
Was moving on Fenrir, has turned the attention instead to the Odin, buying as much time as possible with this parallel. They will lock the Odin in for a moment. Very low health on the Odin, gets pulled out. Oh, what happened there? The Trickster Spirit didn't go off, but there might be enough damage still. Can Starry get out alive? It's going to be close. One more shot, and yes, Starry shall live. That was close, but that's a pick on the Odin that Food Fighters desperately needed.
Yeah,
that was really strange, though, on the Trickster Spirit.
Yeah, that was a little wild, but you gotta pick onto the Odin, finally. Odin has been, you know, contained for the moment. He's in a 3-2 slash line, though. Item situation's pretty similar to that of Mulan. Now, the big difference in their builds is going to be the starter items. For Mulan, we've got this Warrior's Axe. Doesn't do nearly as much in the early game as this Bluestone for Odin. But in the late game team fights, it does mean that she's going to be tankier. So, they got to get to the late here. Oh, boy.
Oh, Tova in trouble, does just enough to stay alive, and Gato in to sweep up those claws, just cutting down Kappa Corporation there. This game has really flipped in its tone right now, Tant. It felt like Kappa Corp could do no wrong, but now, despite Kappa Corp playing correctly for the most part, Food Fighters are really taking fights back.
Yeah, that was a beautifully turned fight from the carry and jungle there. Gato and Tova did a fantastic job. Oh, Puppy's in trouble.
Oh, major trouble. Does get Gato into some danger. There is the Odin cage as well. Gato cannot get out until right now. Manages to Trickster Spirit away, and that should be enough because the damage from the front line of Kappa Corp is just not there. Not quite the same style of solo laner is Odin compared to like a Kukulin or a Mulan, and unfortunately Kappa Corp are paying for it now.
They are. On Her is building into crit. We've got a Rage second item on the On Her. Now, crit's in a decent spot right now, but that does mean he's going to have to get some kills or assists to stack it. And I mean, if you're going to get him, a game with, 22 kills in it by 15 minutes is a solid one to try and get it in.
It's a good start, but we did see in the previous game, Elite Tortuga also played the On Her and actually was very low on the player damage charts until that last couple of fights. So, literally did about 15k damage in about 5 minutes. That is, the way that Elite Tortuga opted to play that game. Now, like you said, this game is much different, and Puppy going to be feeling the force of that, in fact, because they will get pulled. There will be a double stun. That apple will be just enough time to kill them off. And now, Mexican Tangent's caught under the tower. What can King Tempest do to try to find something back in this game? They drag Grip under the tower. That tower still hurts, but not enough to take down the slippery Daji. Everything falling out of Kappa Corporation's favor.
That was just a really nice dash from Daji. Food Fighters now going on this Gold Fury. Kappa Corp look like they want to trade out the pyro, and they should get it, surely.
Yeah, it looks fine. It looks pretty safe, and it's the right thing to do in this situation because when fights have been going so far, like look at this. The graph there was so in favor of Kappa Corp, not massive, but it's a good lead. It's a steady flow of gold in your pocket. All of a sudden, it's completely flipped, and Kappa Corp, who've been on the front foot basically this entire set, now find themselves having to play more of a macro style around the map.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to slow down a little bit. I mean,
Uh-oh.
Kane with a double stun. Uh-oh.
Double stun in danger, does lose the beads. Griff loses a lot of health for it, but will manage to find the safe angle out. And with a Mulan nearby, you certainly don't want to be dealing with that guard, because despite the very, very rough start for Starry, has now found themselves with a level lead over the opposing Odin, has found themselves with plenty of items online, and now Mulan is in that phase that we were talking about. It is going to explain why we saw this god banned out so much.
Yeah, I mean, she's still only got 2 full items online, but even with that, once she's got these abilities upgraded, I mean, her damage is still just insane. The displacement she can offer in these fights is second to almost none. I'm looking for this Mulan to be doing a lot going into this late game. We're at 18 minutes right now.
Yeah, still some time to work with, right? Like it's we're not at that super late game stage yet. No team has a huge goal lead over the other. Who I do want to shout out is Gato right now has basically been jungle diffed in these first 2 games, but really stamping their authority on this game. Now, King Tempest is doing completely fine themselves, but having this almost comeback game for the Daji, I think is very important for just the morale of Food Fighters. They know that they can win this game, and they're going to push for it.
Oh, Gato thought about it. He thought about it real hard and made the correct decision to not jump into that blue buff. Well done.
So tempting.
He is jumping at Puppy, though.
Ooh, very important hammer there. Very important hammer, because if Puppy goes down there, again, just so much more space for Food Fighters. And Fire Giant's now on the table for both teams. It's not going to be an easy take for anyone, but one fight will cost you the fire. And we've seen both games so far. The team that gets the first fire is just the team on the front foot for the rest of the game. Now, I thought Food Fighters might go for it just there, but instead look to make a play onto Cute Femboy, who seems to know that something's up. The Sixth Sense or no, just deflects any aggression from Food Fighters. It will just be the Bastions with this 5-man rotation over here. Now they're probably going to stick it out and look for this tower as well. The Ishtar just goes back to farm, but 3-on-4 over here. Zareth in big danger, does manage to leap away for the moment, and now the numbers advantage will start to pay for Food Fighters. Puppy on the way with a late rotation, but health bars more than in favor of Food Fighters. Now they can't shut down King Tempest. Powwow off the mark. Cute Femboy drops the beads. Now Mexican Tangent's in danger. This Fafnir, though, so tanky, will have a big leap if they can get it, and does take off. But here comes Tova, has shown up. Dunland low health. Nobody falling so far somehow. But Kappa Corp have taken the encouragement of this fight. They are bringing King Tempest back over. They have made the rotation from Elite Tortuga. Now that for full disengage for Food Fighters, but Kappa Corp do not want to let that happen. Drop the cage onto Starry. Drop the bomb onto Zareth. Take down Griff in the meantime as well. King Tempest running at Tova. Tova fights back. Gets stunned out. It's a 2-on-1 at this blue buff, but Tova wants to take the fight. Brawling back is the Ishtar. Solo are both members of Kappa Corp, but they cannot be killed by Tova as the rest of their team falls. Tova jumped on again by both members of Kappa Corp, and the gate is wide open for this Fire Giant.
Oh my god, they're going after the Fire Giant, and honestly, I think Terra can contest. I mean, those are some low health bars.
Tangents low, Tangents out, Tangents dead, Fire Giant low, Kane Tempest low as well. Kappa Corp do get the objective, but they lose two in the process. Donlan will have to take that solace with them that they at least put enough pressure on. But my goodness, this game is on a knife edge still.
This is wild. I mean, that Fire Giant pull. Great Fire Giant pull, and I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you've still got the fire on your two carries. So losing Kane and Fafnir there is irrelevant. I mean, what you need Fafnir to do is provide the attack speed increases. You don't really need Kane to do anything other than damage on a Phoenix Siege, and you've still got two Hunters with a Fire Giant buff. I think you absolutely, if you're Kappa Corporation, look to knock down these towers and just increase a gold lead, because the gold lead right now is non-existent. I mean, we're 22, almost 23 minutes in, and the gold lead is like 300.
Yeah, it is so close, and it should not be close if you're Kappa Corporation. Puppy feeling the fact that it is close and loses their Fire Giant buff. Griff knows that they are down, but they know that they've already done what they needed to, while the rest of the team does their job and takes this Gold Fury off the map. Kappa Corp not having the benefit of this Fire Giant right now. They're really losing out overall. Cannot close the distance on Zareth. Kane Tempest will do enough and pick off the Discordia. Now Donlan stepped up, Donlan caged in. Is the damage there? There's the shell coming out instead. Mexican Tangents on a 1v2 scenario. Kane Tempest once in, and now clearly once out right after, but still charging forward our Kappa Corporation. They need more than this to make use of that Fire Giant. They cannot kill off Starry. They cannot kill off Tova. Tova dashing in on 4 as a carry. There will not be more to fight, but my goodness, Food Fighters are not taking this lying down.
Tova is not taking this lying down. Tova is just consistently fighting multiple people, and I mean, winning nonetheless. Yeah. This Ishtar damage is crazy, and we've seen both carries now have got rage. On her has a Deathbringer on top of the rage in the Xe. So you would feel like On her would have the advantage, kind of, but the numbers this Ishtar is putting out are nuts, or at least they look that way from up here.
It's just so close, right? There are multiple occasions right now where we've seen Tova just fighting back, and I think the big one just now, around that, in that blue buff, Tova back against the wall, firing off. If Tova takes those 2 kills, this game looks completely different. Now, the thing is, for Food Fighters, they don't seem to care that much that they didn't get that Fire Giant or these 2 kills. They've done everything as if it was still an even game. And because they have played that way, it now is still an even game. I think Kappa Corp have taken 2 tier 1 towers in this time, but Food Fighters taking that Gold Fury just negates all of that deficit. Now Starry might be in some big danger, has used the beads, has to wait out the timer from this cage, but it's just taking too long. Dashes into the pillar, in fact, and will not be able to retreat. So now, advantage Kappa Corp. Oh, Tova has just teleported into the middle of everyone and has paid the ultimate price for it. Suddenly, Food Fighters' door is wide open and Kappa Corporation charging ahead.
The only person over on this right side to even dream of contesting this is Terra, who can't. That right tower is going to go down. I almost expect to see them siege this bird here.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you? You've got the Fafnir, you've got big damage, you've got 2 ADCs. The Phoenix barely even exists for a moment before it gets killed off. And in fact, Kane Tempest wants a little bit more, but decides better of it. But the base has now been broken for Food Fighters. Ted, what happened? What happened to Food Fighters just then?
Right there, what we've seen is positioning issues, and I feel like I've talked about positioning so much since the 9.5 revert, and right there, the positioning of Tortuga, or not Tortuga, excuse me, Tova. There's 2 T's in carry right now, and it's killing me. But you know, the positioning of Tova right there, teleporting over. You have to wonder. It's like, what were you thinking? You just saw Mulan go down. Mulan got caught out of position, and you teleported over right over there with her. You knew there were at least 3, right? So we need to see some better positioning from Food Fighters. They definitely still have a chance here. Right bird is down, still gives you the capability to contest this FG, but you're going to have to be smart about it.
Will have to be smart. It is an FG, but it is not an enhanced FG. Gato goes first. Gato gets the parallel and gets the beads from Puppy, but that cage might trap them in just about. Finds the angle to escape. Now Starry needs to be careful, as does Cute Femboy, getting locked down for a moment, but not long enough to fall. Mexican Tangents once in, walks all the way up. Dawnland also once in, but doesn't get the route they were looking for. Gato again re-engaging, but no Powwow to keep them safe. The unheard crit's too strong, and the Odin damage just too much. Takes off the first kill in this fight. Now what can Food Fighters do at this deficit? Looks like Starry is just brawling at this deficit. Does get one, but trays themselves out for it. It's 3-on-4. Kappa Corp with the advantage. Still pressing forward. Puppy low in the backside, as is Food Fighters, but all important, they have their damage characters still alive and still safe enough, but Dawnland not going to be safe. There's no Phoenix there to keep the backline safe either, but there is Zareth firing out the damage. Tova will fall down, but here comes the Apple of Discord from Discordia. Double kill for Zareth. What else do you have in the tank, Zareth? It's just enough to keep you there for a moment, and a moment is all that Zareth needs. It's a triple kill on the defense for the Discordia. Kappa Corporation wiped off the map.
Oh my god, Zareth doesn't get that set of kills there, and I mean, I think the game's just over. That was a beautiful defense. And to their credit, a lot of that damage came from Tova in the beginning of that triple kill. The Ishtar put out a lot, and Discordia got it cleaned up. Beautiful defense. And the best thing about this defense for the Food Fighters at this point is by the time everybody is all back up and ready to go, your right bird is pretty close to spawning again. So now you have not only the option, but a safe option for contesting this Fire Giant.
And not just the Fire Giant, Tan. This next Fire Giant is now likely to be an enhanced Fire Giant. So this is where the game is built around. It all comes down to this. No matter what we've just had for the past 2 hours of gameplay, it all comes down to this little battle. It is, of course, 1-1 in this best of 3. Whoever wins this game comes out the overall victor. Both teams deserve it, but only one team can have it. And Kappa Corporation have a 10-kill lead, but it's not been materializing in these later fights. They just seem to have to work so hard to get these even trades, and now we see that the right Phoenix has respawned for Food Fighters. There are still some minion waves that have to be dealt with. Kappa Corp have some space. What can they do with it, though?
Well, you mentioned that it seems like they're having to try so hard to get anything on Food Fighters. That's what you get fighting into a late game Terra and a Mulan combo. It is hard to fight into, and they're going to have to find a pick.
Ooh, the junglers take a brawl. Can Griff get out of this? The escapes have been caught. What can they do? They leap away. They get a magic shell and do get out, but they are just out, not in this fight. Now, Food Fighters have to retreat because Kappa Corporation are charging forward, getting a lot of value out of all of their abilities. Puppy goes down first, though. This Discord is still pumping out damage, but Tova has gone unchecked. Tova is firing off onto the front line with Mexican Tangents, getting melted down by this ADC, and 4 members of Kappa Corp already off the table. It is just Cute Fanboy alive, but what do the Food Fighters do? Do they try to end this game? Do they take the enhanced Fire Giant? They are pushing to this mid lane tent. I think they want to go for the end.
I think you almost have to. I mean, you've still got 30 seconds before anybody is even alive outside of Femboy here. You've got 4 members. You've got your Ishtar. If Odin gets picked here, it's definitely over. They're gonna get the bird at least. I don't know if they try to end, though.
Oh, they stalls for a moment, does Cute Femboy, but now has the whole team looking at them. They don't have the backup of the Titan just yet. Ishtar dashes in first. Tova wants to dish out the damage. There are minions on the way. The Titan is going low quickly, but as are the health bars of the food fighters. Kappa Corporation start to spawn. Puppy comes in first. Now from the rest of the team, can they find enough? No, they cannot! Food fighters make their way through the base. They get through the Titan. They don't need an enhanced fire giant. They get the win 2-1 to food fighters.
Oh my god, what an end call. What an end. Whoever made that end call, well played. Very well played. You still had 2 towers up. That Titan was tankier than it could have been. Just a matter of seconds before the Kappa Corporation team started spawning back in. AMC killed 1, but you got it. You got it, and you got the set.
It was so close. It almost couldn't be closer than that because, like we mentioned, AMC able to put out so much damage so quickly. They very quickly would have started falling like flies with the food fighters, but they had just enough to become your victors today, and it was not easy. That was a hard-fought match, and food fighters need to be happy with what they've got, and Kappa Corporation also should be happy with how well they played through that set. It was just one moment where they prioritized the Discordia over the Ishtar. Tova gets off 4 or 5 basic attacks, and that was that. They just blew up the enemy team, and it was so close. It could have gone either way at the very end, but
Absolutely.
you know, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters at the end of this Kraken season is the team that came out on top.
And that's the case in point for, all of this comp. I used to have players all the time to be like, yeah, my KDA sucked, or I did this wrong, or I did this wrong. And it's like, if there's a win on the screen afterwards, that's what you're looking for.
Yep.
Was it pretty? Maybe not. But you got the win.
And that is all it comes down to. There is plenty for both teams to take away from this game. If they do want to watch it back, there are tons of things you can learn from and adjust next time. And let's not forget, guys, this is week 1 of a draft league. Many of these players might not have played together before. So for both teams to play so well, it's just an absolute treat for us. So it's
that could almost been a
fantastic
playoff
to
set.
get to see all that. Yeah, it's fantastic to see such a high quality of game. But while we were treated to a high-quality game today, Tent, the great news is, the excellent news, the fantastic news is that there is another Kraken Smite League set following right after this. So if you enjoyed that match and you're watching and you want some more, well, we're going to bring you some more. It will not be myself and Tent, but it will be another set of fantastic casters. Be sure to stick around for that. But from myself, JudasPriestley, and from Zombie Tantalus today. Oh, sorry, Zombie Tantalus. I think I said that wrong. I don't even know. Zambi? Yeah, I'm going to call you Zambi for that. It's just a Z, dude. I can say whatever I want. I can say whatever from there. But Zombie Tantalus here. And, of course, we've had Raptor providing all of the visuals you need as well. It's been fantastic. Make sure you stick around for some more, but we will see you guys next time.
We're back from the dead.
Hell yeah.
We're back from the dead. Back from the dead. Back from the dead.
Want you to take me back, I'm going insane. Just come and take my hand, come dance in the rain, wash away the pain. And now I realize just what I had found. Cause you will always occupy my mind.
beside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the next set. This is going to be the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers trying to dig for gold as the crew attempt to stop them in the Puddles division. Mechanus Cadicius here with the Terry as we get set to go into this one. The only name I know on either of these two teams is the Brit Orc, and I don't even know what role he's in as we get going in this season. But Terry, what do you want to see out of these two teams, especially considering the 9.5 revert that happened recently?
Oh man, that's not even something I was thinking of, and I just wanted to say really quickly, I just noticed that our names light up now when we talk. It makes me happy because now no one will confuse me for you, and no one will confuse you for me. It's so cool. Wait, it's not new? Did production just tell me that's not new? Okay, okay, it's new. Okay, so I thought I was going insane, but that's super cool. Just to point that out. But as for Puddle's Division Slam Fest, and it is going to be a Slam Fest, I expect at some point, probably like the 5 minute mark, for teams to just go, okay, I want to kill them, and then attempt to kill them 48 times until about the 40 minute mark, and then we'll end the game. If that's not how it happens, I mean that's usually how these Puddles Divisions games go sometimes. But hopefully these teams show a little bit of discipline. A lot of times those macro decisions, that ability to choose your fights well, is what separates good Puddles teams. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm really excited to be here tonight.
Without a doubt. I know one of the things that I'm definitely going to be looking for is to see how these teams play around. I know we've had this for a while, but how these teams in lower divisions want to play around the Bull Demon King from, of course, that 5 to 15-minute mark there, looking at that ward vision and trying to disrupt that as much as possible, really enable your jungler that way. That's, in my opinion, that is one of the biggest things in season 11 that really separates good teams in each division from each other.
Yeah, that jungle presence can be so important, especially talking about the Bull Demon King and wards. I do worry a little bit because I know some Puddles teams have a little bit of struggle warding sometimes. It'll be either be one person doing a lot of wording and then everyone else kind of just suffers, or jungle's not being aggressive enough when they do have the vision. Like they see someone rotate and they're like, oh well, I'm over on the side of the map, I'm not even gonna like make my way over there, whatever the case may be. So Bull Demon King, while being important just as an XP source as well, and being a good early game jungle boss to contend for, especially when you're not ready for Gold Fury, it's going to be interesting to see how teams play around that, especially with how 9.5 reworks like we were talking about. I don't know how the Bull Demon King in particular has been changed because I believe even the minions got a little bit of tankiness taken down.
The minions did take a little bit of a nerf to their health and their damage output. However, I know that everybody wants to see what gods are about to be selected, and we have just been told by our production Raptor today that picks and bans are ready to go. So as we get to this first game, I believe the Gold Diggers here are the order side team, so
Yeah.
they should be first pick, first ban here. And one of the things I definitely want to see as Odin is taking off the board first, I believe that's probably going to be a very specific, a target ban, if you will, as we move on. Very quickly taking off the board after that. Anna right behind that, and we are going straight into the rap cast again today. We're not? We're not. Okay, we can talk a little bit. So,
Yeah,
Thana,
they
Odin,
were
move
been able
on.
to split this for a second there. So we hate warriors and Thanatos. I mean, that makes sense. Sun Wukong still very powerful. Uh, Mulan,
Usano, taking
Mulan's
off the
really good in
board.
the lane. Susano, all right. So we're just banning physical characters until we're happy with our jungle and solo lanes. That's fine by me. Lancelot also getting taken down. Now Lancelot did receive some minor tweaks last I remember, and 9.5 come around. They were not out during 9.5, so it's gonna be it's not gonna be interesting to see it this game, but I would really like to see how that god stacks up in this, squishier meta. Thor being chosen really quickly, and we talk about those universal ults in these lower divisions being so powerful. That's why you see Than already gone. Thor similarly goes up in the air, can initiate on the back line. If there is not immediate peel, that Thor is going to do a lot of damage in PK did a really good. Sorry, PGD did a really good job of picking that up. Got up first.
Without a doubt, Thor, also known for his sheer damage output, his true one-tap combo of dunk, wall, hammer time is just incredibly hard to contend with. Not to mention, of course,
The
you brought up Thanatos for the semi-global ultimate. Actually, I feel like even more impactful is on that semi-global ultimate. You have an execute of which the threshold is about 40%, and right now, even a support can do 60% of your health in damage if you're playing the right aggressive supports. So Thana can go in off of what a support's done even, and that's some terrifying news for anybody out there.
Yeah, now Than is banned this time around, but it's worth mentioning that, like you were saying, even supports can do a decent bit of damage. Just build one damage item, and if you're playing someone like Chiron the Boatman, you could see a lot of damage. Cthulhu not really a support, but I mean, yeah, no, there's a lot of good. Bacchus being one of them. Charybdis and Bacchus being paired up. This is a combo that I saw not too long ago, and I was a little bit worried about it. Bacchus is going to have great engage, and Charybdis is going to need to follow up. But both these characters are really good right now. I'm really hoping that there's at least some pressure from PGD to try and counter that out. That being said, the Charybdis is really safe, so they're going to have to really pick their fights wisely there.
Without a doubt. And on the other side, PGD going to pick up the Chi Ball and the Thoth. Two very good and
Very
equally safe options. Not necessarily as safe as Charybdis, but Thoth with an incredibly long dash can engage or disengage almost at will. And Chi Ball, of course, having the Rising Jaguar, getting delayed CC immunity sometimes comes through in the clutch. So we'll see how that goes for him in this game. However, going back to the bans a little bit, it is interesting to see Lancelot, Susano, and Thanatos in particular being the three assassins.
Get to the chaka!
Yeah, and I was about to mention no one's picked up a warrior yet, despite the 3 warrior bans, but we do see Shot picked up by the crew. Got some good sustain, got a big ol' axe. Very excited to see. I mean, actually, it was very cool to see recently talk about Smite 2, how the developers were even talking about Shot. You know, how do you balance the healing when you have, you know, if you just give them more physical damage, if you make it scale on physical power, it's crazy. If you make it scale off of defenses, it's crazy. Shot can still be crazy because it does, you know, it does do shock things. Very hard to take down. So you're really looking towards that X ball to try and shred that warrior. And with Shock being able to get on top of you sometimes, ult for that silence, and that shuts down X Ball's ability to, you know, Rising Jaguar. X Ball's gonna have to time that Rising Jaguar in order to miss that silence, or they're just gonna be shut out entirely. Now, going into this next phase of bans, we see 2 assassins banned out for PGD. Makes a lot of sense because crew haven't picked up their assassin yet. That makes the pool very dry. But another warrior ban and a guardian ban. The first one will see Ganesha. I really like that Ganesha ban.
I absolutely love the Ganesh ban for the crew. Bacchus shut down by Ganesh. Shock shut down by Ganesh. Charybdis can be shut down by Ganesh. It's really hard to get into your whirlpool if Ganesh just keeps silencing you out of it. And I mean, Tiamat, the pick that they went to next, can be shut down by Ganesh. That is a lot of different ways to get shut down. And then you've got Horus Sobek. So that is actually going to be a Thor jungle for sure. Though it leaves me to question who's going to be the support. Both Horus and Sobek are able to perform in the solo lane and in the support role. It's very interesting to see which one goes where as we get a traditional one of each role composition at a PGD.
Yeah, and I'd assume that those roles are going to match their intended targets. Sobek is going to enable this X Ball pretty good. Horus, oh boy, we'll get to that in a moment. Horus can be a good support, and I do really like Horus as a support. I think that the only thing that makes Sobek a little bit better is that Horus is a little bit more aggressive. The X Ball being safe, the Sobek can engage, flick someone back, and if the fight for some reason turns, X Ball's safe enough to back away. Whereas Horus is going to dump their cleave and to updraft combo, and then be able to get back themselves. But after that point, after enabling that kill, they don't really have a way of peeling for X-Ball. So it'll be something to see. This Loki. Okay, let's take it from the top. I haven't seen Loki in a minute. There's a reason for that. This is going to be a jungle Loki, so no silly shenanigans outside of that. We already know where they're going to be. They have a very easy ult to hit, so we got that going for us, right? We got the easy ult to hit. Does do a stun, so you're really looking to follow up off of that Loki. Now, once Loki has done that, they have a few options. They can vanish and try to get away, but that doesn't always work out for you, especially with X-Ball and both zoning. You're probably going to get hit by something, reveal your position. Thor also has some pretty wide-hitting abilities, so your vanish might not save you. The speed boosts will be nice, and bleed damage off your auto will be nice, but you're really looking to hit that level 5 and start taking, big fights in the duo lane, maybe even the mid lane, and really enable other people for a kill. If you don't get that, you're going to be in trouble.
You say we haven't seen Loki in a while.
I have. I'm blind though, so.
I have seen Loki within the past year. And I'm pretty sure you know exactly what I'm referring to when I say in the past year, and that would be Johnny's Loki back in the SCC. I want to say for the Scarabs is what it was. For Mambo, thank you for the correction there from production. Thank you for the correction there, Raptor. But yes, it is Mambo that Johnny was playing a lot of Loki for, and keeping in mind that it was Hex Mambo and the Solar Scarabs that made it to Worlds this past season, and the fact that Johnny, above all else, is known for his Loki. I think it really is just one of those things that while the abilities are easy to hit, it really is the macro play that separates Loki players from each other, and the ability to get around the map in a manner that is both aggressive and not easily found. So, in that regard, I'm interested to see how this Loki for the crew is going to play, as we are able to go ahead and jump right into game 1 and see how these two teams want to play it. I imagine the crew duo lane going really hard in the paint, but as we see here, it is going to be a Horus and Jablanque duo lane. So that is going to be a Sobek in solo, Majin running that in the solo lane. We have Majin Busha, Kroger, Pineapple, Apple Toast, and Big Black Banana for PGD. And on the other side, we have Brit Orc, Glock 17 Binary, Cafe Cat Art Fuego, and Lyman Nelson. So, some really good names in this match, for sure.
Oh, well, here we go. Man, I never saw this coming. Oh, man. So, with this Horus Bacchus combo, I'm going to tell you what this lane's going to look like for a minute, alright? So, Horus is going to dash into Mr. Lineman over there. Go for the updraft, do their silly combo. Bacchus is going to, in turn, jump on someone, don't know who yet, and then burp. And then that's going to be that lane for a little bit, is that both supports are just going to dump their abilities every once in a while in response to each other. Alternatively, and possibly smarter, is if this Horus plays a little bit more passive and uses their cleave out like that to counter out the Bacchus of burp, we might be in business, but as we just saw, Apple Toast is not having any of that. Wants to get aggressive, wants to get kills. That's exactly how a Horus support's going to play 9 times out of 10.
Apple Toast definitely wants to go in there, but I was actually going to say, if Apple Toast is playing this properly, he's going to wait to see the belch come out, and then he will stun out the Bacchus. And at that point, Bacchus can be a bit of a sitting duck. You have to be a little bit careful on that character, because you don't want to get too caught out if you leap in, since that is your best form of engage. That's going to be a stun onto the Bacchus. It's going to be a slow as well off of the updraft. Not going to be enough to get a kill here, but Lineman Nelson and Fuego, little bit unhealthy in that lane. Pineapple trying to sit around in mid, see what he can find. Kroger trying to move around as well. Looks like he's calling a shot onto the Tiamat. Some good damage down. Tiamat going to leap away. Stun not going to find its mark. Thus allowing that, of course. Apple Toast getting stunned out. Fuego, unhealthy position that he's in. That is a lot of health loss. Good cleave, good updraft, and a good kill. Big Black Banana going to find the first kill of the game, and first blood will go the way of the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers.
He's crazy as bananas. All right, well, both and alone in this lane, and that was the Bacchus getting a little bit over aggressive there, and I think this is just a bad matchup for the Bacchus. We talked about how the cleave's going to counter out that Bacchus. You know, just as long as the Horus is on it, as long as Apple Toast is ready for it, it's not going to be allowed to fly. He is knock-up immune, so the updraft isn't going to do anything. So, in a way, it's kind of the reverse of what I was saying. Instead of waiting for the Horus to go in, it's going to be the Bacchus waiting for the Horus to... Or, sorry. Instead of the Bacchus trying to re-engage onto just anyone, yeah, they're going to have to wait for that cleave. And that's just going to require patience from that lane. I will say, elsewhere, this mid lane is getting a little bit ahead. Tiamat now has a level advantage, is picked up by Pineapple eventually, but this half-level lead is peculiar because I haven't seen the junglers getting too aggressive.
Knock up onto Fuego, connected. Apple Toast looking for a stun here, should be, doesn't have it back up yet. Banana able to get out, but yeah. Patience definitely going to be required. Oh my goodness, look at Fuego's health bar just about. Pineapple going to find a kill on the Glock Binary as Lineman Nelson going to miss the old re-engage by Fuego. Burp is out and the stun connects. Big Black Banana. We'll see how big that banana really is right now. We'll see if he decides to stay up. And Apple Toast going to look around, going to make sure that nothing is happening to that carry, but the stun, the connection from the ultimate, not going to be good enough to get Fuego. A little bit too tanky off of the drinking from his flask. That is a Loki nearby. Loki looking to enter the lane. Glock 17 Binary looking for a kill over here. That is a protection camp going down, but we'll see if there is anything to connect on. Glock 17 Binary going to take the Naga camp. And we'll see if he can get in here.
It looks like that's going to be a call for the Loki to rotate. Thor also doing the same. Thank goodness, because that was a lot of, you know, posturing and looking at each other. Just a whole lot of nothing for the most part there. The Thor trying to steal the Naga camp for the wall, and that's one's a head scratcher there. But either way, it doesn't mean that while it didn't result in any immediate kills, that does alleviate some of the pressure for the crew. Especially now that they're able to walk out of tower, farm up a little bit. They got their jungle support. Oh man, just a solo care there onto Majin Busha. Bridork managed to secure that one fairly easily, and the Thor, rather, not the Thoth, is in no position to follow up, but the Tiamat's rotating. This is actually a call to go for the Bull Demon very early. I really like this. Get this jungle boss while you can. That being said, this Thor might throw a wrench in plans.
That's a good stun. Are they going to get it? Indeed. It looks like the crew got it. I'm not entirely sure who got that one there. Apple Toast going to be able to rotate it as well. Cafe Cat R is down. And PGD looking to possibly chase through. In fact, the hammer time goes in. A lot of damage coming out of Pineapple. Fuego not going to be able to get away. A great pluck out of Majin. And that will be another kill for Pineapple, as Horse is going to ult back to lane and make sure the minions are in their spot.
Well, that's a nice little solid kill confirmed there. All right, so PGD now in the driver's seat. I am going to go ahead and say they got yeah, sorry, I'm trying to remember the name of the Bull Demon King. There we go. But yeah, I was just looking at how words are placed around the map and the fact that there are no words for the crew. PGD most likely just cut a few down just now. There was a solo kill in mid lane earlier that gave me, or not a solo kill rather, but a Loki jump in mid lane that, you know, killed them both.
Getting absolutely gone onto right now. Banan able to immune that out, able to dodge the barely. And Banan's going to stay alive in this fight. Returning to dual lane here is Apple Toast. Banan probably going to be looking for that protection buff as he goes in with the ultimate.
Here comes
And
Kroger.
under the waves is Lyman Nelson, and the disengage call from the dual lane. Binary able to get the stun, the shell out, the landing from 4, the turnaround from PGD is there, and they will pick up the kill. Fuego trying to get away, and it looks like he should be able to here, but Kroger diving. Do they have the damage? The answer is yes, they do, especially when Fuego takes one too many steps outside the tower line.
Didn't try to get all the way back, got cut off by that Horus, just cut down where they stood, and the crew gonna be kicking themselves for that fight. They thought they had it with the Loki jumping on in, but the Thor re-engaging was there on the rotation. Well done by PGD to secure that. Crew trying to make something happen when nothing's gonna happen. The X-Ball's not gonna be easy to take down. The Sobek is too tanky for you to just deal with. I mean, especially, oh man, I did not realize they built Tainted Steel first, of all things, into this Charybdis to counter out that Death Pull into Psy combo. Oh, wait, there's a
Pineapple
thing going.
with a snipe, going to find a kill in mid. Fuego trying to run away yet again, but Kroger and Apple are on the chase. It's going to be an ult from Horus to the skies. Will it connect? Yes, it will. The knockup is good. Appletoe's going to find the kill with Updraft. And that is 2 more kills going the way of PGD. An 8-2 team slash line right now. PGD squarely in the driver's seat of this game. Britork trying to keep his blue buff for himself. Will manage to secure that.
Ulting for camp and
my.
oh, they did get it. Okay, I was about to say ulting for camp and not getting it would be disastrous here. Does manage to secure it though. That being said, you do not have a way of countering out this pull from Bull Demon King here, and it's going to fall very quickly. 3 people on it. There it goes. All right. Now you were saying PGD is in the driver's seat. That being said, these are early kills that ultimately may not. Well, they do matter, and they do matter a lot. I'm looking at the XP difference here, and oh man, that Bacchus is severely underleveled. Oh wait, yeah, there we go. Back to level 7. That being said, the level difference is pretty wide, everywhere except the jungle and mid of all places. Thoth does have a slight lead, and this Thor was actually somewhat behind of all things. Now, Thor must be focusing on getting those assists, enabling those fights while the Loki is trying to farm up. This Loki is just having better control of the jungle, I suppose, but either way, I am worried if they can't deal with that Tiamat. That Tiamat might be
Banan, a lot of damage coming through. Banan looking for the solo kill, but Apple Toast coming in denies the opportunity for it to be a solo kill, and Banan will send Lineman Nelson to the gray screen. That's just so much damage coming out of that Shablanque.
Yeah, and that's what a 2-level level lead will do. And it's only going to grow if you don't play a little bit more passive there. Now, was trying to point out this Tiamat, who is now under level. I do believe they're, if not on par, very close. So, really, you want to try to focus on keeping this Tiamat as fed as you can. Whether that be being in their lane or letting them farm up their lane, trying to enable some kills for them. Right now, no one's in a really good position to enable the Tiamat, simply because everyone on PGD is so leveled that, I mean, look at this support on support violence here. I mean, Fuego is just taking half their health bar for a ward. It's just
Lineman Nelson pumping damage back into Big Black Banan, who's going to be able to get away from the Loki at least for a moment. Good stun out from the Loki. Is it going to be enough? Banan turns it around. Lineman Nelson pops him into the air, but it's not enough, and Glock will finish the kill. But in exchange, Big Black Banan, knowing he was dead, able to find Lineman Nelson for a kill for a 1-to-1 trade.
Yeah. So, wow, that gold difference is not a lot. What is the crew doing? Is this some money laundering scheme that they got going on? They're only 800 gold behind. They did just secure a bounty. They
are the crew. It wouldn't surprise me if they had something sketchy going on, but
I was gonna compare them to the Figureheads, but I mean, you know.
It
Oh, well,
really
bye.
does.
Bye,
Oh.
Glock. See you later.
I did talk about that true combo from Kroger Man, but it looks like he didn't need it that time. Dear Lord.
Yeah, I mean,
PGD gonna capture the beacon here, and with their 1,800 gold lead, are going to look not even.
Horus
What
Stone
is-
Binding is so nasty.
It is. It's an absolutely nasty combination. Personally, I don't like going Stone of Binding second, but that's because I like going Prophetic first. But the Gold Diggers, they're gonna get that Gold Fury. They're gonna get Fuego after, and they should. Way too much is expended on that kill, in my opinion. However, gets the job done. Gold Fury, support down. What more can you really ask for outside of building a lead?
Well, they are building a lead. I mean, I could ask for the Titan be a little bit earlier. Not even a tower has fallen yet. So, PGD not focusing on those objectives, more so focusing on the fights. Hey, remember before the game when I was like, "Hey, what's gonna happen is around the 5-minute mark, we're just gonna walk at each other, play team deathmatch." I mean, 12-3, PGD is winning the team deathmatch.
PGD is playing Team Deathmatch. I feel like the crew are playing Smite, and PGD is playing Paladins. TDM. Specifically TDM, but playing Paladins. That's what's going on here. The crew are actually going around the map. They're looking at objectives. They're taking all their camps. You can look. I mean, there's still a jungle camp up over on the PGD back end. The green buff is down, not picked up at all. Horus is just wandering around the map away from it. And on the other side, every single jungle camp except Chester is down, and Chester is currently respawning for PGD. The knockup is good, though. Fuego trying to turn that around to a double stun there, so definitely some good damage there from Fuego. Not going to be able to get away on his own. Thor going to chase. Great damage out from Thor. Is he going to be able to find Fuego for the kill? Axe comes through. Fuego going to get stunned. Going to get chained. Going to the skies is Horus. Thor already there to meet him, to land the dunk. Kroger
No
able
way.
to get out of that. Double stun out the axe. Immune out by Kroger, but not able to last long enough. Kroger went in balk at the Cafe Cat Art and Britwork trying to chase down Apple Toast, and ult being charged by the Thoth. Final Judgment is offline, misses both targets, and now Pineapple in trouble. Aegis burned by Pineapple as well. Majin trying to run, and somehow, some way, Pittsburgh only lose one in all of that. And now the tanks are still posturing for the Bull Demon King. Apple getting knocked up, pulled back away from. Oh boy,
man.
Britwork going to find that kill anyway. Majin in the middle of 4 won't last much
He's
longer
not going
himself.
anywhere.
Fuego finds the kill, and a fire giant will spawn instead. So it looks like the crew are going to have to settle for the Pyromancer, as Banan going to find a solo kill on lineman Nelson in left. Kroger has other
Kroger,
plans
yeah.
for the Pyro. Good damage coming through. Glock finding the ult on the Kroger man, but into the air. Anvil of Dawn onto Britwork, clean up Glock, and Kroger man is gonna walk away from that fight. Doesn't want any more of that. A little bit behind the rest of the crew is the jungler PGD.
Okay, well, the crew are starting to bounce back. One of those reasons is the Shock having a 2-level lead. Shock, very scary in these team fights. I would argue more scary than Sobek, to be honest. Sobek, very good at picking out a single target, making them not have fun. Sobek should theoretically be good in the Shock matchup, especially building Painted Steel. I mean, that Shock, basically, the rain does not fall at this point. It's minus like 70% healing. Something insane like that at this point. But Shock is still making work, and when that Sobek's not around, it's going to be a lot more work than that. Feel like the Sobek's just getting outboxed, and now that the Shock is being able to be active in these team fights, it's giving the crew the advantage, especially on this right side of the map. If I'm PGD right now, I try to press my advantage, focus on this left side of the map where I already have the advantage, maybe go for some gold Fury pulls. Now's about the time to start working on that, but they seem content with just playing Team Deathmatch symbol.
But Nan going to go ahead and find half of Lineman Nelson's health bar outright over there in the jungle as PGD just pours it on in that duo lane. Pineapple trying to push down this Bastion right quick. And while he does that, we can go ahead and get a look around the map. And one of the things I'm noticing is the crew slowed down a little bit on actually picking up their farm. You can really see that in that gold difference jumping up now to a 3380 gold difference for PGD here. The crew need to start farming again. That was really one of the things that was keeping them in this game.
Yeah, at first it was their strong suit. Now they're slacking on that, starting to win more fights. But at the end of the day, the fights are only going to get you so far. You need to catch up in that advantage. And the reason why is because the one lane that's been doing really good on farm, solo lane, and to an extent the jungler, they've been very active in the right lane. They won that fight over there. You're not winning anything in the fight. And like I said, PGD pressed the advantage on the left. It's kind of hard to press the advantage on the right because you're not going to be able to fire Giant Pull. Pyro's already down. So PGD probably just content with taking more fights. At this point, they've already taken the 2 towers that they can easily secure. So what their game plan is now is beyond me. If I were them, I would be starting to look at Gold Fury, trying to ward for it, maybe look for a pick for that. And it looks like they might get one here on the Fuego, but the Bach is tanky enough to just be able to jump out of it.
Without a doubt, and one of the things you got to keep in mind whenever you're engaging on the Bacchus is he is always smashed. If you're playing Bacchus right, you are never, ever sober. Don't drink at home, kids. Anyway.
Yeah.
I said kids for a reason. Children should not be drinking.
Brit Orc's allowed to. You're allowed to drink at like 12 at Brit for some reason. So he's also an Orc. You're Brit and an Orc. That basically makes the drinking age like 6.
You know what? I gotta give you that one. Shoot. There might actually be children that can. Oh,
they're
boy.
the shock, so...
Pittsburgh going to go ahead and take the Gold Fury here. And that certainly is going to help Majin out a little bit. And that is one of the places that we've been talking about this whole time, where PGD has just been behind from the jump, is this Sobek 1, 2, and 2, though, being able to hold his own, Stone of Binding, Breastplate of Valor, Mystical Mail, and throwing Brit Orc off of him currently.
Look at all that nothing that Majin's doing to Brit Orc. All that
look at
nothing.
all the-
Jumping entire cycle abilities. None.
Look at all the nothing
Look at another
that's happening to Majin. It's just a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Brit Orc's nothing a little bit more. I mean, the issue, right, is that both these characters have really good sustain, and Sobek is focusing on trying to counter out that sustain for some ungodly reason. So, sorry. Yeah, so Majin's just trying to do what they can. And why are we at the end of this meeting? Okay, never mind, we're pulling back. Pulling back. That Sobek was on an adventure there. Majin, to chill out.
Majin a little bit behind and wanted in apparently as Pyromancer going to fall. That might be why he went in a little bit, creating a little bit of a distraction. But distraction and dying, they don't go hand in hand.
Sobek has the most health in this team, so I was gonna say Majin can't die, he's Sobek, but obviously not true.
Obviously not true, but Fuego certainly can die in the middle of 3, and that is a massive crit from Banan at 379 damage. However, Kroger sees another target, Brit Orc, gonna path away from the cluster of 4. Pineapple going to secure that speed buff, and Majin going to throw Lineman Nelson back into the wave. Which one comes up first? That will be Lineman Nelson taking over half his health from the ability. Majin trying to chase him down. Lineman Nelson going to keep moving forward. That's going to be Aegis and Beads out of Nelson. Majin going right in and will find the kill, putting him at level 19, but takes half his health for that. As Lineman Nelson figured out he's not getting away. Turns around, puts in good damage, but Apple Toast wants even further, wants even more.
Great
Tiamat put out of position. Beautiful block by Majin Bushra as Banan will find that kill. Glock running back behind the tower, and PGD going to disengage, looking toward the oracles now. Could be looking toward fire here in a moment. Apple, however, not allowed to back here. And Fuego wants in.
Fuego's
You don't-
wanted in for so long now, and it's been
Fuego,
questionable for the past like 15 minutes.
Fuego, you don't want the
Uh,
smoke, buddy. You don't want the smoke.
I
Fuego,
do
you
not
don't
want
want the smoke.
This is 1, 6, and 2. Has double the deaths of his kill participation. That's rough. So maybe
I
don't
think-
get the smoke Fuego.
Binary. Apparently, his health bar is binary. Either full or not. Pineapple with some massive damage throughput nearly deletes this Loki.
Oh man. So pushed up 2 mil T2, waiting for the team to regroup. This is exactly where you want to be. Britwork's gonna throw the axe in, try to space things out, show presence. But while these 2 members of PGD have them pushed up to T2, forcing the crew to protect, everyone else from PGD is kind of spread out, going their separate ways, doing their farm, and now it's going to be a Gold Fury pool with ward protection, and they're going to be able to take this without any contest. No one from the crew is nearby. They're all in either right jungle or in their fountain.
Certainly, and even if they were nearby, I don't think you step up to that one right now. Just a little bit too far behind at the moment. You have to sit there. You have to get your farm. And that's exactly what Tiamat's trying to do by sending minions up wave, but...
Yeah, they're going to get countered up with Zony Fury minions. This is really good from PGD. That was a really good Fury to get right now of all times, because there's going to be a fight coming up here. You can already smell it. I mean, there's 5 people. It's a 5v3 right here, I want to say, and this is not going to go the way of PGD. They need to get the heck out of Dodge.
Fuego making sure that camp drops forward. Never mind, not able to secure that camp. But Lyman Nelson in exchange will be able to secure the kill on Apple Toast. Krogerman dives in, but might not have been the right call as he's in the middle of 4. Krogerman, his health is not there. His health bar deleted. Glock will find the kill there. And somehow Final Judgment's going to miss. Fuego nearly killed by Pineapple. However, it's everybody piling onto Pineapple. Fuego by Ego. Just barely making it back out. Big Black Man trying to find some damage. Able to find that. Lyman Nelson cannot stay. Majin coming in behind the crew. Able to find some good damage. Is he able to find a pluck in? Indeed, he does. Able to find Cat. Cat melting down Lyman Nelson. Dying to the Fire Giant in the meantime. And Majin gonna look for a pluck here on a Brit Orc, I do believe. Never mind. Instead, going to find some clear from these minions. There's no way that 2 tanks kill Majin.
No. And they're just gonna let go back to farm, gonna secure this last mask, which is still up at 25 minutes now. Oh boy. There's some things I could say about that. That shows exactly what's been going on. And I think it's both teams' problems too. I think that's a purple mask coming up for the PGD as well. I mean, have you been getting those? I mean, I thought we were getting masks basically off rip. I guess not. So, that being said, oh wait, no. Okay, that's just the symbol for the masks. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I thought there was still masks on board. I thought that was very silly, but it's not. It's just simple. I thought it was the masks. All right, cool. PGD are still ahead by a lot of gold. They've been starting to lose fights, but now they're farming better. I don't know when this transition happened, but I feel like these 2 teams just like all hopped off their computers and traded. So one team farming very good, and the other team is taking fights and winning them. That being said, PGD have the winning strategy. They're nearly 6,000 gold ahead, closer to 5,000, and they don't look to be stopping or slowing down anytime soon.
I would say that it hasn't even been the crew are like taking fights. They're getting fights thrown at them as PGD tries to farm their jungle. So what PGD is doing, they're trying to use this lead to get a bigger lead by denying the crew their farm. As PGD sees the crew show up in force in this right lane, they're going to go ahead and back away from that. Makes a little bit of sense here. Group up, try and keep an eye on this Fire Giant. Majin and Pineapple backing here. Britwork going to take ward control over in the Fire Giant pit itself. So we'll see how that goes. Forrest going to go ahead and collect the Jimmy, and in the meantime, one of the things we can do is collect a look at these builds. Spectral Armor out from Fuego Maego, and from Britwork here to counter out, of course, the crit brought on by the Jablanque. What are your thoughts on Spectral Armor? Because I know mine are very disparaging toward the item.
I think that in the absence of anything else that's obvious, I mean, you see crit. I would say if you see 2 crit characters, Spectral's A-okay, I'm not going to even say anything. At 1, you really got to question what they're doing. This Charybdis is not. Let's be clear. This Charybdis is kind of just here to play, trying to do their best. And, I mean, they're not an absent, character. They're just not having the impact. So you do not need to worry about Spectral. Doubling down on Spectral from the crew here is a little bit silly. Obviously, the Jiba is a big problem, but at some point, I feel like doubling up on Spectral is just not going to do anything for you. I mean, they don't stack. The auras are, you one and done. If you have it, you have it. Having it on both tanks, I mean, if you really want to focus physical protections, but I feel like a Contagion would go a long way for the shot, especially with, just the amount of healing that Sobek can do as a tank, which can be pretty nasty. I know.
Crew starting up
coming
the
out.
Fire Giant, by the way.
Heal.
Yeah, no, I think I see where you're going here. As Crew start the Fire Giant, we can probably continue this conversation a little bit. Never mind, PGD there in Apple Toast looking for some damage onto Britwork. Britwork has to exit the Fire Giant. Apple Toast now tanking it. Fire Giant getting really low. Who's going to get it? And the Crew will take the Fire Giant buff for themselves. Now they have to get everybody out. Block 17. You've got Lyman Nelson incredibly low. Cat getting really low. But it looks like they're going to be able to disengage.
PGD?
Fine. The Crew got out.
Yeah.
Got away.
PGD are chasing, though. Okay, they do fall back, but the Crew are in a very good position to turn and burn there. PGD don't have the health advantage. In fact, they're going to go for a T2 pull here all of a sudden in the face of the Crew. If they can just hop on a little bit of CC, and this is going to be disastrous.
In fact, it is already spelling disaster. Banan at 10% HP or less. Britwork trying to get back to his team. As now Glock 17 binary makes sure people can't just blink away. Fuego going for the leap, going for a stun. Banan going to fall. Fuego going to find that kill. Apple Toast going to be able to get away just fine with the to the skies. Ultimate Pineapple at 1 HP. Glock 17 unable to find that kill. Forrest going to land it just in time for that. And now Fuego getting a stun on Apple Toast. Pineapple trying to back, able to get out in the face of danger. Britwork unable to find the damage to force him to stay. Apple Toast going to fall back to Phoenix. And the stun going to stop the cleave out of Forrest. So Fracture on cooldown right now for PGD. Majin going to find Glock 17 binary. And now the turn has come. Fuego not going to be able to find a stun. Pineapple will find Cafe Cat. Britwork going to find a lot of damage onto that backline. Lineman Nelson finds Pineapple to kill. Kroger finds Lineman, and now he has to escape. Fuego trying to find Kroger for a stun, but Kroger able to dash on out, and now Fuego Maego might be in a situation that's a little too Fuego for his liking. Has to leap over the wall, but is able to get away.
Just gonna cool off there. No longer Fuego, just mild. Gonna skate on by. Now, I want to say PGD,
he's not
that
Fuego,
one's ahead.
He's just Fuego now.
PGD went for T2 in the face of the Crew. I think they thought the Crew back and healed up, but they didn't deal a lot of damage to the Crew during that Fire Giant engagement. That was a relatively healthy team on both sides, and PGD, I guess, just thought the Crew respected them a lot more. There was no respect there from the Crew. They came back and said, all right, we're just going to fight him, and we're just going to chase him down all the way through their jungle, past the Gold Fury, through their jungle, past Gold Theory, into their jungle, through the towers, taking down 2 towers in the meantime. Cryptus just walked up mid lane and took another tower or 2. I mean, was it worth 1T2 BGD? Well, I mean, no, it really wasn't. You should have backed, should have regrouped, should have played defense and tried to wait out the storm. You did manage to get Fire Giant off of 3 of the members of the crew, but you took so much from that, and it's just, you gotta be a little bit more passive. PGD have been taking every fight they can, and it's now starting to come back to bite them, especially as the crew crater the lead PGD had. Nearly down to just 10k now. And if the crew catch
What
up,
do you
they're going to
mean?
start running away with this game.
What do you mean nearly down to just 10k? This is down to
Sorry, 1k.
less than 2k.
Sorry, I meant 1k, but I can't.
That is 2k. That is 2k right now, not less than. Either way, yeah, it's still a 2k gold lead for PGD.
Okay.
After all that, so crew definitely right back in this game though, and you can see, I mean, the 21-11 team slash line so far really coming in handy for PGD, keeping them ahead in a lot of aspects, even though their Horus is down 2 levels this Bacchus. Only person on the map that needs XP farming is this Horus. Only 2 players on the map without full build, and that would be, I'll make that 3, my bad, I didn't look at Majin. So, that'd be the 2 tanks for PGD and the jungler of the crew.
And I don't know if you see the jungler being the one least built, but some of the jungler is just so expensive.
Absolutely. If you look at the Bacchus's build, it's actually incredibly cheap. That is a dirt cheap build.
Yeah. I mean, the most expensive item is what, Gauntlet at 2,400?
Gauntlet is a 2350.
2350?
Yeah, 2350.
I think Prophetic's also 2350 or 2400. So yeah, I mean it's again dirt cheap. Is that the new katana that Loki's building? I think Loki's building a new katana.
That is the new tier. That is the that is the new tier 2 Heartseeker. Actually, if we can get production to hover over that item from Loki, it is the one that every next ability deals max health or % max health damage on a timer on internal.
Okay.
So
Alright.
As production put it, it is miniature Heartseeker. However, this is not a miniature Fire Giant. In fact, this is the enhanced Fire Giant that these 2 teams are fighting over. Fuego decides he wants in. Pineapple decides he wants out. And what do you know? Majin is there to make sure he gets out, but only for so long. Britort going to find the kill there. Majin trying to find Binary, but Binary will not be found. Kroger will be found by Lineman, however. And this fight goes from bad to worse as the jungler will fall. The ADC next. And now the crew, they find the rest. That is a Deicide waiting to happen. Majin trying to avoid it, but that is 5-on-1 Deicide for the crew. And that
walk it
should
in.
be the game. But
Yeah, they just gotta
Lineman
walk this in. Minions here, they can just
way
walk through this Phoenix. This is so over. Oh man, as soon as Sloth went down, Pineapple was really a big win position there. Being the Fire Giant secure, Fire Giant not even needing to be secured, but at the same time, you lost one of the big red button. You lost the big red button. You can't find it. It's back in Fountain, and all of a sudden, it's just going to be downhill from there. So, great win by the crew there. Great just being able to stay in the game, secure it out in the end. Really well played by them.
Without a doubt, crew played a pretty good game. Obviously, it's puddles. It's sloppy on both sides at certain points. But one of the things the crew did really well throughout the entirety of that game, or at least most of it, was making sure they were keeping even in farm, making sure their levels didn't drop too far behind, making sure they weren't too far behind in gold, and just trying to scale. They said, we scale better than you. And they did. They outscaled and out-team fought PGD, and that's going to secure them the win here in the first game of the set.
Yeah, I mean, Gold Digger's game plan of take fight only worked when they had the advantage. and they did have some really good early game characters. I expected the crew's early game to be a bit better, just seeing what they had. But I mean, at the end of the day, they did scale better. They did take a lot of better fights at the end there, especially that Loki. Glock being in the backline managed to secure that Thoth. I mean, 2 and 7, not the stat line you want to see, but important kill when it mattered, right? So, gotta give them some credit, even though it was a rough game. Brickwork being a constant presence, push those frontliners back, hit the back line, just doing a lot of good work there for the team. And the kill total tells you a very different story, but the crew being able to secure it out, always nice to see. Will say this Charybdis going 4-6-4, they were shredding tanks, but it was very hard to peel for them at times. So you can't even pick a safer ADC. But I do want to see just a little bit more backup for the carry, because there was a lot of times where lineman was either alone or caught out or just clamped down on, and you lost your big tank shredder.
Without a doubt, though, I think a lot of that came down to lineman's positioning, and it made Fuego's job a little bit difficult in regards to actually keeping linemen healthy. However, do you have any final thoughts on how game one went?
Nope, that was one of my final thoughts.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. That was game one of the set between these two teams. When we get back, we're going to be able to find out whether or not the crew are able to take this set in two, or whether PGD can extend it to three.
hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the set between the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers and the crew. Mechanics Cadesius back here with the Terry. And game one was anything but clean. However, it was close and very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, both teams fighting a little bit dirty. Just trying to get free picks off of the Horus and the Bacchus. And to an extent, the Loki game didn't quite play out that way. But PDG, PGD, PDG, I don't know. PGD. They dig for gold, not gold for dig. But yeah, no. PGD had control of that game early on. They did fairly well, but I will say it was just it was downhill after a certain point. They started taking bad fights in the enemy jungle, and there wasn't always backup. There wasn't always a clear escape route, and the picks just didn't come through for them, and it started to fall apart very quickly. This game around, they just need to not be a little bit silly, and they need to fight on even terms or on their own terms instead of taking fights on the enemy's turns. If they can do that, the crew should have a little bit more trouble of coming back. Should PGD get that lead again?
Without a doubt. And one of the things I want to see from the crew is maybe take a team that's not so heavily late game slanted. Maybe one that has a little bit more fight in the early game. And maybe like if they wanted to do the same strategy they had done, as far as the crew, maybe pick I know the support was already very like could do things in the early game. Bacchus, especially now, like ever since they had made the change where he could take a drink and use other abilities at level 1, has always had really good early game potential. As we are able to transition toward picks and bans now, one of the things that I do want to see in that regard is maybe a little bit more aggression than maybe Charybdis can bring. I know that would sacrifice Lineman Nelson's safety a little bit, but that lane fell behind in my opinion because Charybdis, while she can bring pressure, doesn't bring enough. Maybe a little bit more pressure out of mid would help them as well. I just don't know where to put that pressure, but I just want to see more pressure from them.
More pressure. More. Well, we're not seeing it in the jungle, that's for sure. Oh, Thor and Than gone. Susanna. Oh man, are we just 6-man jungle band? Hopefully, maybe.
That's
no. Oh yeah, no, that's
right
what.
there.
Let's do it. Come on, hit me with a little wheelish and then do like I'm a stud or something. Come on, do it. No,
There's an Odin.
Odin's like a 50% juggler. Hold up, we can still hit the 5.5.
I was gonna say that is still a jungle.
We can do the 5.5. Crew, do it too. Come on.
Oh boy.
All right. Anyway, yeah.
Oh,
so
and it's
early aggression.
Carapace.
What?
It's a Carapace man.
Man, the weakest link of my enemy team last time? Let's just get that out of here.
That was,
Sorry, no,
that
the weakest link of
that
our
was the
team.
weakest link on their team. Yeah.
I flipped back over the page. And I'm like, oh, wait.
Hey, lineman, you're not allowed to play this game. Yeah, I am. Ban it. No, you're not. What is this, a ranked game?
Wait,
Wait, what?
lineman. Okay,
So
so
lineman
Your
Nelson
chances
is
to
the
win
one
the fight
banning
have
the
diminished.
crew and just banned himself.
all right. So
I
PGD
feel
picked up the
obligated to throw. I feel
Oh.
obligated to point that out.
Come, we shall
As
fly together.
Kamazat's Mulan and Horus will be the
Hmm.
first three selections of the game. PGD and the crew. So Mulan and Horus, that is going to give a advantage over to the dual lane of the crew, at least so far, as I'm assuming Horus is going to be the support, and I do not like the X-Ball selection into the
Where
Horus.
do you
Horus
go
able
in?
to stop the Rising Jaguar very, very easily, and then confirm the knockup shortly thereafter, thus confirming a kill onto the Shablanque throughout the early game. The Kukulin, however, does have a very good pressure matchup into this Mulan, in my opinion.
He should. Man, that's so. Crew is taking the Horus support. I would assume that has to be it, right?
I mean,
'Cause
both
I don't think
Horus.
Mulan, like theoretically, like Mulan jungle or something. But like, no, don't do that.
If you really want to dip into the theory of it all, and you want to get like a crazy comp out of just these two, you go Horus jungle, Mulan solo. You pick up a third, or Mulan support. You pick up a third warrior for solo, and then you pick up a mage and an ADC behind them, and you just say, "Hey, PGD, who's where, buddy? Who's
I
where?"
will win peace by force.
All right. Well, Hashiman most likely gonna be in duo lane. I'd hope. I mean, at this point, you know, we are in puddles. We are subject to see things that are not fit for human consumption. So Hachiman into X-Ball. Now, I don't like this. I'm gonna be 100%. I'm gonna keep it cash money with you. I don't like this. I think this X-Ball is gonna do fine. I would like to see what PGD's support is, but the Horus is gonna have trouble with the X-Ball. Assuming the X-Ball can just do a little bit of reading, knows when that Horus is gonna engage, Rising Jaguar into it, and that's just bad time. That's not fun to deal with.
So here's the problem with that, though, right? You don't want a Rising Jaguar into the Horus engage. Rising Jaguar is stopped by both of Horus's CC abilities. You want a Rising Jaguar away from it and take it. Yes, it is stopped by the knockup and the stun. So you actually, if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna try and read the Horus as a third warrior is hovered by the crew, by the way.
Do it.
I want to see that. I want to see that. But the idea there would actually be to Rising Jaguar away from the Horus,
this land.
Tsukiyomi going to be selected and locked in by the crew here. You want a Rising Jaguar away from Fracture because your dash has more range than his dash. That is your safety condition from Horus as Shablanque.
No mercy.
I just realized it's spelled Tsuku. I always thought it was a I. I'm terrible at spelling things. We won't talk about how I spelled Cuckoo Khan before this, alright? We'll move on.
I don't want to hear about that one.
That was a fun pass. Aries, okay.
He's selected by the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers, and they will round out with yet another one of each role, as Ishel will be their mid laner here.
I like this.
Going to be very interesting to watch that. Aries, a great pickup into the Horus, stops two of his abilities just by hitting one of his. And Ishel has a lot of sustain for a team, great crowd control out of mid, great damage, just great damage pump as well. That's going to be a very good team comp right there. Kamazat's very safe. X-Ball and Ishel, really good damage throughput. Cuckoo, very, very difficult to peel. And the Aries, of course, who can forget Blink No Escape?
Well, no escape without beads. And I mean, looking at PGD, and they outside of that Ares, there's nothing that really screams at me that needs to be beads. I mean, you have some stuff off of Kukulane, sure. A little bit off of I believe a little bit off of Big Shell. I'm not super familiar with Big Shell's game. Been a while since I've seen it. But so this Ares is going to be a beads magnet. My worry for Ixchel is that Horus, Mulan, or Suki are going to look in their direction, and Ixchel is going to start quivering. And I mean, that's going to be my worry, is that they're going to have to make sure that Ixchel can do the damage that they need to do without one of these three problematic gods getting up on them and dealing enough damage, or at least pressuring them out. Now, the obvious answer is to just pump damage into their face and kill them, but two of them should be building a lot of protection, so I don't think that's going to be the easiest thing in the world. It's going to be a matter of playing it in the game, but knowing that the crew had a little bit of issue protecting important pieces of their game plan or people playing out of position, as long as PG don't repeat those mistakes, they should be fine. Ixchel is going to be a very influential god in this game, though.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see whether or not Ixchel is able to keep herself at least somewhat safe. That's one of the big things about Ixchel, is she actually has incredible self-heal. The same ability that heals her and her allies also has a short little knock-up, which allows her to set up for her other abilities and other CCs. In fact, the same ability that gives her and her allies a movement speed boost is also a root should an enemy be hit by the initial landing spot on that ability. So, it'll be interesting to see if Ixchel is able to take advantage of some of the beads that are being burned by this Ares, and whether or not she's able to keep herself in a position to stay alive in this game. On the other side, one of the things to look at for sure is who is this disco passive going to be on for a good portion of the game. I expect it to be Mulan, and helping this Mulan not be so heavily beat up by this Kukulkan. In fact, the passive may even allow her to fight on even, if not slightly advantaged footing over this Kukulkan, but we're gonna have to see.
Yeah. Well, not ready to get the game quite yet, but so let's see. We talked about a bit about the duo matchup. I haven't talked much about the jungle matchup though. I'm personally a big fan of Kamazots. Just playing Kamazots, right? Kamazots in this game, going up against Tsukiyomi, you should have a little bit more pressure, I want to say, especially early. My worry is that what are you looking to do? The Discordia is going to be difficult for you to gauge upon, and the Hachiman has that Horus as backup, so that can be concerning. You're not going to do much in solo lane. Well, maybe with the changes. Mulan would be a difficult target, but could happen. Kamazots really needs to find where they can put the most pressure in and really try to hit the nail on the head there. Try to out-rotate the Suki when you can. A lot of hope for that. Suki should be better in the late game for just team fight potential, but also just in general, I think they scale just a little bit better because Kamazots has that sustain, but that sustain in the late game doesn't mean quite as much. So I'm really looking for PGD to try to put that early pressure with the Kamazots. It was their weak link last point in getting into that late game, and I'm worried it's going to be the same thing here.
So one of the things I'm looking at in that jungle matchup is the fact that Tsukiyomi kind of has Zots' number. If Suku is able to land one, even two ticks of that ultimate onto Kamazots before he goes into the air, if Kamazots is low by any stretch, he can just outright kill Kamazots. Doesn't matter where he is. In fact, if you've ever seen the animation for a Tsukiyomi slashing Thanatos out there, it is really funny. But one of the things that Tsukiyomi brings to the table that Kamazots doesn't really have is having a good amount of CC in the kit. On the Caltrops, you have a slow. On, I forget what ability it is. I think it's Kusarigama or something like that. But it's the one where he slashes twice, like side to side and then down. You have disarm, and stun.
Oh, yeah.
But we won't be able to see any of these matchups in action without getting into game.
We're in game now. What's going on? Oh, all right. So, Pineapple is lazy. I could have sworn they changed their name, or am I just going? I thought it was Pineapple. It's crazy. Okay.
No, that's always. But he's always been Pineapple is lazy, but Big
Could've sworn
Black
it was
Banana
another
and the
easy-
Aries over here going ahead and getting these buffs. They should be able to clear it quickly. Interested to see if they're able to try for invade off of it.
Oh, there's no way. Actually, the crew's taking passively, maybe possibly reading into that potential to try and invade.
I know that
on this all the way back here.
I know that I would have done exactly that. Aries clear is legendary at level 1. So I wouldn't want to play into that if I can avoid it, even on a god like Horus that has decent clear. Though we have another interesting kind of match, like double counter matchup here, right?
Oh,
You got
cripple.
the Aries, and the Horus, and as I stated, Aries cripples Horus out of 2 different abilities. But you've got Aries Fire. Now, you cannot knock it up, but if the Horus is able to get away, if Fuego can avoid the chains from Apple Toast, then he can stop a vast majority of Apple's damages. There it is! Exactly what I was talking about. The stun out of the Horus to negate the flames of this Aries, though a lot of damage pumped into Nelson before that was available to happen.
Oh, man. PGD has that early pressure. Like we are talking about the Aries clear, that allowed them to get a foothold early. They're pushed all the way back to the tower. Lineman is taking a lot of
And
damage.
then, able to get away
Fuego
with the
trying to get
Rising
something done here.
Jaguar. Able to get away with the Rising Jaguar this time, but trades a quarter of his health for maybe a sixth of the Horus's health bar. And Binary looking at Busha. Great
What
stun
an
down.
arrow.
Pulled back in. Oh, that was mean. That was just mean on different levels. Horus is going to dash into Big Black Banana, who's pumping damage right back into this Horus, and the Aries alongside the buff, by the way, that Aries gives to the auto attackers in his aura. Black Banana was pumping out some numbers there for a moment. Fuego stopping the flames, stopping the Fuego of Apple Toast. Good dash in from Fuego to keep his ADC healthy. The ADC is fighting out. Lineman Nelson will take the kill there. Apple Toast pumping a lot of damage into Fuego. Fuego finds it a little bit too hot, but he's going to dash right back in. Able to get at least the slow onto Apple Toast here. And now Fuego just trying to heal back up. Apple Toast might be able to look for a kill here if Fuego isn't careful. But Fuego looks like he wants to bait. Not going to be able to find a bait there. Pushing forward might have been the right or wrong, idea there, as Glock able to take advantage of the fact that Krogerman is behind to push them away from that side camp.
All right. Gonna just be a secure blue, some mutual respect here, but we already see a difference start to arise, a gap, if you will. And it's a decent 1,000 gold lead for the crew already, alongside a very healthy XP lead there. Just being able to take a few characters up a level where it's needed, especially in that, solo lane, about to say duo lane. And really can't allow that to happen, especially with Mulan. I mean, we just saw Mulan earlier hit that arrow. Don't even need no training. Already a master marksman there. And this is going to be a very healthy situation. That being said, now hitting level 5, getting a lot of damage, and Brittle needs to ult to get away. Majin putting the pressure back onto the crew.
Without a doubt, Kroger in the area. Good blink in from this Kamazot's leap up and down. Kroger man going to be able to find that and able to get out of tower into the air just in time. This Kamazot's will be able to walk away from that engagement.
That out of hell for, getting out of hell. Yeah, so really good jump there. I was a little bit worried about the Kamazots, but managing to get that ult, managing to not die at that last tower hit right there. Perfectly done. It was a great call by them. I was a little surprised to see Kama take the tower damage, but that might have been just because of the minions. I think the minions stepped on the tower, so the Kukulane stepped in saying, hey, I'll take tower shots, and blink in now, and then didn't realize that, oh no, actually, minions are here. He's gonna do the first damage. So possibly a little bit of a miscall there, but it worked out either way. And I think it honestly worked out better that way than vice versa. So whether a mistake or not, works out for them in the end, and that does, even things out a little bit there, even though Mulan still has the lead for getting first blood. It's not enough to really count Lane out. We just saw how well they were boxing, really.
Absolutely, and one of the biggest things that I always love pointing out about when something lucky happens in a game is anything lucky that happens is you being skilled enough to get you there. Is Kroger going to find his way back over there? Majin, however, will be the one to pick up the kill onto Britwork, taking a shot or two from tower. Appletoast over here at the Bullding King, but that is 3-on-2, and however, the crew going in. Sukiyomi putting down some caltrops. Discordia putting some good damage in there. Walking over to the crew is the Bull Demon King, and they will collect it. The crew get the Bull Demon King here early on. Fuego looking at Appletoast, wants to dash in. Fracture not quite far enough to get a stun, and Appletoast will walk away after getting some damage back onto Fuego of his own. Big Black Banana looking to fight back in alignment. Nelson here. And Britwork trying to hunt down the Kroger man after Kroger has made his life a living hell, if you will. And Majin comes back to lane to make sure that Britwork does not want to stay.
Does Majin know that Glock is in the area? I could
I
have
don't
sworn
know.
they
I don't
saw,
think
but
he
there might
does
not have been a call.
He definitely doesn't know.
Here
That
it
is going to be
comes.
ult out of Glock. Major damage being put through.
Is he gonna get the kill anyway?
Majin will get the kill ahead of being killed off by Glock. Shot in the heart, but it was too late.
Oh man! All right, Majin. More like my man. All right, so that's not enough, admittedly, to get ahead. But that was a really well done fight by them. Either the Tsukiyomi jumping a little bit too late, or just Kukulane being a little bit too much. Now Krogerman invading into the jungle, trying to steal some XP. He's gonna be met by Lyman Nelson and Fuego. Not gonna take that fight. Tries to steal, gets out of there, and meanwhile, PGD still at this 1K deficit. They're still trying to make this up. It's been rough going at times, but not being able to secure the Bull Demon King and only being able to trade so far, they're doing a good job of keeping it.
Oh my.
Oh man.
That was half his health and 2 abilities. I want to point out that on the revert notes, they were saying that, hey, we've noticed that y'all been taking oh my god!
Oh, here comes Fuego.
He wants it! He's going in! Fuego is landing hot! The dash! The cleave! Fuego will find a kill! And Pineapple's Lazy is going to find the gray screen, and in the meantime... Oh my!
That was nasty. Alright. And Kroger still trying to steal, still trying to show presence, but might be removed from the map if they keep doing so. Appletoast trying to back up, but just managed to do a little bit of tick damage and backs off. So the crew winning these objective games, but they're not getting too far ahead. PGD keeps just staying within earshot of them, within that rear view mirror. The crew are trying to escape away. PGD doing a great job of staying in this game so far.
They're doing a good job of staying in this game. They're treading water for the moment, but one of the things that needs to happen is they need to pick it up a little bit. They are starting to drop some of that gold. And, I mean, the crew, they do have a 1.5K lead at this point. Binary not going to find a target with that ultimate. Not wanting to go under tower. I think he also purposefully didn't find a target with that ultimate. And so going to walk away. Krogerman also going to walk away. One of the things I want to see here is when do they start going... when do they start going for the Gold Fury? Binary going to go ahead and put up the Caltrops, see if he could have stolen anything there. But I want to see when these two teams decide Gold Fury is the call. As right now they're deciding the ADCs both want in. Lineman putting damage out. Is he going to be able to find that last hit? No, he will not.
Horus.
Will pick up the kill. Horus on his way in the cleave. The knockup, not quite there. Updraft not going to last long enough, but the chase down from Horus is pretty good. Dash not going to be far enough. Fracture not going to make it. Updraft not going to be enough damage, and the tower will pick up the kill, but Fuego will travel as far as he needs to pick it up. In exchange, little bit kill hungry there is the Horus.
Hey, but that is a trade up technically. Man, not a trade that I personally would have took, but with the assist XP, maybe a little bit of a difference there. But oh wait, what's going on over here?
Collapsed on by 3, able to walk away at least a little bit. Back to that fight and duo fight. I don't know if fight's the right word here.
That's
either way.
That engagement.
Majin looking at Bridorg. Bridorg taking some serious pain. And that contagion coming in beautifully. Majin, however, getting collapsed on by the jungler of the crew, who then has to back away on his own as Pineapple is going to force an issue. Pineapple, however, maybe not healthy enough as Britwork will find the kill. And now the damage pumping through into Britwork. And will he fall? No! Apple will fall next. Majin will then find Britwork for a kill. 2 for 1. And that is not what you want to see, though. Mid laner for the solo? No, thank you.
And losing out on this prot camp here. Banan tries to rotate in, steal it. Not time. Going back to that 2 for 1 trade there around the Gold Demon King. Not quite a fire giant yet, but that Camazotz came around and almost pushed back the rest of the crew, almost left Britwork stranded. Britwork didn't care. They were still going in, pumping out tons of damage, and staying sustained from the power of Mulan at display there. Crew really need to leverage that and take these fights because they're going so well for them. Pressure around this Gold Fury, and now, if they get a pick, they're in a good position to pull for a real objective here.
Without a doubt, Stygian Beacon does come up here 12 minutes into the game. So first beacon of the game here. Kroger Man looking at Fuego, but evenly matched as Fuego is level 11 alongside their enemy jungler.
All perfect.
Beautiful updraft going to keep Fuego safe at least for a moment. Good stun onto Apple Toast as well. But here's no escape from Apple Toast as that's going to pull the beads of Binary. And now Apple Toast sitting at about half health here. They're going to have to back off. And that should open up room for the crew to go to the Gold Fury if they want. But instead, Fuego is going to engage Apple Toast at the tower line here. Good chains, keeps him safe for a moment. But Horus going to go for Fracture, not going to land the cleave, and instead going to back to base.
Discordia has been... Sorry.
I was just going to say, I don't like the call to go back to mid. I would have preferred if the crew went ahead and gone and went to the Gold Fury there.
Or even just Bull Demon King, which they're around and choosing not to grab. I was going to say, this Discordia has been silently doing quite a bit of work. Boxing out this Ixchel, setting up kills on them. And earlier managed to secure Bull Demon King using their ultimate as a spacing tool. Managed to hit someone, and then there's a lot of hesitancy to push in, group up, or even just be around the Bull Demon King, because that, ult might just tick over the damage and do enough. But Discordia, not putting any kills on, doing a lot. Cafe Cat Art is now in this fight alongside Fuego, staying back, does not want to be engaged on by this Ares.
Without a doubt, this is one of the points where Ares actually has a lot of strength. Having that aura from Benevolence, having that aura from Mystical Mail. I believe Cannonier's Curious also counts as an aura. That's a lot of power for this Ares.
It's always been strange to me that Ares gets power from their passive, but makes sense. I mean, what are you going to do? Give them more protections? Imagine if it was protection. So you stack up Gauntlet of Thebes, Prophetic Cloak, and then Ares passive gives you like 20 each. And just that'd be nasty. That seems fair. Since production.
I don't like the idea of Ares
No
having
escape?
any more procs. No escape. Not going to be able to pull the Discordia this time. Bead's going to be expended. Ares, however, now the one in trouble.
Let's go,
Fuego once even further in. Fuego looking for it. looking for the fraction, but that chain lasts forever. Well played change by Apple Toast to keep it alive there. As Britork in a lot of trouble here. The healing not going to be good enough. Block Bunny will find one. And Kroger Man will find another, excuse me, there. Pineapple is lazy going to hit the grave, but so will Glock and Britork. Cafe Cat going to find Majin, and Apple Toast is on death's door alongside Kroger Man. Are they going to be able to find Apple Toast under the tower? It does not appear so. Fuego wants to find it. But
Stop the
Apple
recall.
Toast is going to be getting out of that engagement. However, as as you point out, stopping the recall 3 separate times.
I mean, they still got out, but I was starting to worry. I mean, there was minions in tower. That Horus might have traded his life for it, but would have been able to go for it. That being said, they just managed to secure that last
Big
bastion.
Black Banana going in. Aegis expended. Lineman Nelson gonna have to use the ult as well. Able to find some damage on the Big Black Banana in exchange, but not what you want to have to do there.
Yeah, I mean, still, Hachiman gonna get that ult back. Their life, they're not gonna be able to get the golden XP back. They're gonna have to, fight for that one. Ult will come back slowly but surely. In fact, I would say that the Hachiman using the ult there isn't that big of a deal. As I see this Kamazots rotate, though, I might change my mind. Krogerman wants to get in there, but they just managed to pressure out Nelson. They're going to secure this T1, and this is going to be a rotate for a potential fight, but it's going to be very ill-advised should the Tsukuyomi take it.
Tsukuyomi is taking that fight, though, and Apple Toast going to find a stun coming his way. So the flames are stopped, but Glock 17 binary. His health, maybe not as binary as before, but that is a half health Tsukuyomi off the back of just the Ares.
Wow, tries to steal the support camp to get pulled away. That is some comedy. All right, but Pyromancer, that's not comedy. That's a very sizable win there. The crew still only about a K ahead. You need a couple more bands to really press this advantage. Now Britork gonna fight this Majin Rusha, and like we've been saying, this Kukulane is doing a great job of boxing.
Oh my!
Dang. Lots of damage done to the Kukulane there, and Majin's gonna think better of it and try to back off.
Without a doubt. I mean, he wasn't taking the fight already. You could kind of see Majin didn't really like it to begin with, and then gets pulled back in, and even after that, still says, nah, I really don't want this. I'm gonna walk away now. And,
Didn't know who was following up, to be fair. No words.
None at all at the moment for either solo laner over there, as Krogerman is collapsed on by 4 members of the crew. Has to use the bat of hell to put some damage on the Fuego, who's eating tower shots left and right and just does not care.
I mean, gonna have to eat tower shots there in order to space out, and does manage to secure the beacon. That does secure the first T1 for the crew. Does even out the objective count, gives them a little bit more of a gold league. They're just outside that 1K mark. But again, they need to pull further ahead. How are they going to do that? Gold Fury, Black Banana in the jungle looking for a steal. Majin does come up. This is a real fight, but can they steal Gold Fury?
Majin looking for it. Pittsburgh Gold Diggers able to steal it away. Majin with a beautiful objective steal here. And then able to pull Glock 17 in, and Krogerman will find that kill, cleaning up the other jungler. Banan just trying to stay safe, goes Rising Jaguar around that pillar. And now Apple Toast finds multiples, able to take Fuego in with the no escape. Fuego with the updraft, not going to be able to get away. Big Black Banana able to find Fuego by Ego. Britork taking continuous tick damage. Apple Toast able to find that kill as well. And now PGD with a 3-0 trade. Not even a trade, they took the Gold Fury as well. They just took it all.
Taking the lives, taking the bird, and taking a lot of control over the map. Might be able to get a T1 as well if Cafe Cat Art doesn't have anything to say about it. And also, Krogerman managed to steal away that attack camp, stealing the jungle from the crew. Down goes the T1. Everything coming up PGD. And now they go from being a K behind to 2K ahead.
I gotta point out, you said Cafe Cat Work.
Arc Survival Evolved? Is Cafe Cat actually a dinosaur? Confirmed?
Well, They're not a dinosaur currently. Currently, they're Discordia.
Alright, so Pineapple is lazy, just chilling in mid lane, doing Pineapple is lazy things, lazily fun. But this Horus is starting to rotate. Could possibly see a fight in the solo lane here. That being said, I don't know if it's very well advised. Fuego underleveled, Britwork also underleveled. And yeah, this is just going to be some poke to show some presence. Cordia is rotating in, but PGD have sensed this. They're going to go ahead and pull away.
They're going to pull away, except for Fuego may have overstayed his welcome. Takes a lot of damage from the flames of Apple Toast. Kroger Man getting some good damage down as well. But it's worth mentioning, though, that flame does tick, assuming that Apple Toast here has ranked that ability up all the way for 3% of your max health per tick of damage. As Apple Toast is going to find no escape onto Cafe Cat, and Pineapple is going to be able to 2-tap Cafe Cat after that. So really good damage out from PGD, and they will find a Pyromancer for their trouble. And at this rate, PGD is going to find themselves in game 3 as well. Majin going to stop the back of Fuego, who just looks at him like, seriously, bro.
Yeah, just a little bit of disrespect there. And that being said, I will say that. Sorry, what was I gonna say? I had something to talk about. Anyway, Kroger Man, what you doing? What's going on in right jungle heaven? Okay, I think they're trying to go for a steal here. I had something. I promise.
You had
oh yeah,
something.
no.
But
I was gonna talk about Ares. Ares' fire does do percent health, but it is not true damage. It's still magical damage. So say what you will about doing percent damage. That's all well and good, but you still have to get through those procs. Power does help in that. That being said, Fuego Maego might be collapsed in on here in his own jungle as the entirety of PGD pulls up, but the crew has his back. The engagement happens, and the crew are left wondering who should they engage upon.
They don't know who to engage upon, and PGD doesn't know who to run from. So this is a really odd engagement happening here, but Apple Toast already dropped a half health, as Majin may have to fight for his blue buff, and never mind. You don't want to incur the wrath of the entirety of the crew.
This is a rotation for the T1 and right. PGD
Why not?
Not quite positioned to fight this. There's going to be a blink in from Kroger and a bat out of hell, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Questionable ult use aside, it seems like they were ready to go in. The rest of PGD just not quite positioned there.
It looks like they wanted to go in to defend that, but they weren't in the spot to do so. Fuego going to fly over to Britwork. I would like to see the crew try and pull Fire Giant. You know that multiple members were low. Try and at least bait fire, but it looks like they're also going to go ahead and back here and probably buy a few items, it looks like. The one thing I will say is Horus has a very interesting item here, at least in my opinion, being that Absolution. So keep in mind, this only activates once your ult has finished casting. So for Horus, that would activate at the same time Pridwin does, which is when you land from to the skies. Not an item that I like on him for that purpose, as Britwork gets absolutely thrown into the washer. Oh my, that health bar went flying downward. Kroger Man getting a bit of a health shield from where? I'm not entirely certain. PGD on the back foot here, but able to turn it around. Britwork yet again dropped to incredibly low levels of health. Kroger Man gonna have to use the bat out of hell to try and escape from his own personal hell. Able to walk away. Banan also on the back foot, and now PGD is on the run. Crew have captured the beacon. Fuego may have captured Apple. Not quite. Apple able to walk away here. Fuego going to get rooted, but that should spell the end of this fight, as multiple members of PGD are unable to continue. And indeed, the crew, they're going to go grab themselves a gold.
Yeah, I'm trying to put a sizable dent in this gold lead. PGD Starting to group up though, looking for a steal, and they do have Ixchel to do it. That could be just the game plan, but no. Majin's looking for it. Majin did secure the last Fury, but no, there's a disengage from the Fury, and the fight now is a 5v5 team fight in their jungle.
PGD
Never mind, disengage.
PGD seem happy to allow to back off. They just don't want to allow the Gold Fury to go down. And if I'm the crew, I want to go ahead and back here. I want to use, I want to use this to my advantage. Let them have the Gold Fury fly over to the Fire Giant. Maybe not right away. Obviously, you know, they're gonna see you if you do it right now. But just everybody back and go do fire.
Could be a game plan.
Britwork looking to get some poke down as Britwork as Fuego. Oh my! Did you see how much one of those autos did to Fuego?
Yeah, it was like an eighth of his health in one auto. I mean,
yeah.
If I count that right, I mean, that's 8 autos and you're gone. Autos. Simply holding down the left mouse button and just absolutely deleting things. Exactly what the ADC is for. Ares getting in there. This is a possible no escape coming out of them, but no. Gets rooted, decides better of it, and meanwhile, the Tsukiyomi walks down left and captures a free tower. You don't get those very often.
Exactly, and a good pull here out of the Mulan, but no escape going to get used, and both ults going to be expended. Lineman Nelson and Britwork going to ult for their own safety here. 2 ults for the price of 1. That's something you'll always take if you're PGD.
Great pull.
Beautiful Gold Fury pull as well, going to allow them to take it cleanly. One of the things I'm really looking at here is an item that I haven't seen in a very, very long time. And it's on this Ares, and it's going to be the Heroism item. Heroism for... He didn't go for Compassion, he went for Heroism. And for those who were around when this item was absolutely busted, when your ally gets hard CC'd, so that's going to be stuns, knockups, disarms, anything of that nature, they're going to get a shield equal to 15% of the item user's maximum health. So this is going to be 15% of Ares' max HP, which that's a pretty chunky bar right there. That is a 2965 health Ares, and only growing as the game continues. He has 3 more levels to grow. And look at him just tank everything. That bar does not move.
Apple Toast is like, was that the win? What's going on back there?
Apple Toast would make a great Skyrim guard if that's true.
Oh, definitely. But no one's sneaking around instead. Everyone's showing presence around this Fire Giant. Kroger trying to maybe get a cheeky steal on that left Phoenix, but no. Is stopped by the Hachiman. That being said, the fight now kicking off around the Fire Giant pit. Fuego goes in, but can't manage to have his team engage alongside him. No easy pit in Pittsburgh. They now have the tempo. Can they do anything with it?
Look at the health damage that he was losing to Caltrops. Those looked like they hurt. Majin gonna go ahead and start the Fire Giant in the face of 4.
Those were Legos. Those weren't Caltrops.
I don't know, man. Those Caltrops, considering he's a tank, they look like they hurt. Kroger, man.
Oh, no, I'm saying Legos are better than Caltrops. Step on one of those back.
I have stepped on them, and Majin taking a lot of damage, but that Heroism coming in and saving the day there, making it so he didn't lose even more health. Fuego gonna try and fly away into the skies to immune the Ares ult. Where is he gonna land? Where is he coming down? Able to land on Britwork to give him some more health as well. Big Black Banana able to pump some damage out so that Binary doesn't go all the way through. Majin going to fall in this fight. The first man to fall in quite a long time here. Binary was almost the second. Kroger man coming in, trying to make sure it happens into the skies, and will find it. And Kroger man with the bat out of hell to find another kill in this fight. And Britwork, he's now the one in trouble, going to ult away and then make sure to arrow away to a wall as PGD will trade their solo laner for the Crew's jungler, and that should be a good trade, though there might be more. Boris may have overstepped his welcome. Fuego Maego trying to find his way out, able to escape. And now, PGD, they should be able to get this beacon, but the Crew, 4 strong on this. Never mind, they're not on that objective. Instead, they're on the Chester camp. 4 strong. 4 splitting.
No bounds.
I mean, yeah. If you can't get beacon, you gotta go do something. You can't just twiddle your thumbs. But they also let PGD get the Pyromancer.
I was gonna say, you also don't 4 split a camp.
I mean, yeah, you don't. At this point, just here to be here, right? Moral support. Most people have hit level 20 anyway, right? I think the Crew only have 2 people not at level 20. Yeah. So only the Horus and the Tsukiyomi of all people not being able to hit level 20 quite yet. Don't know why that would be. Haven't seen anything from the Tsukiyomi. He does manage to hit level 20 as we go with this Oni Fury pull, but this is a concerning symptom of maybe a deeper problem. Oni Fury gonna be taken here, but what's this in the right jungle? Is this a fire giant pull I see for
This
EFG?
is absolutely.
It's only Brit Orc to try and steal? This might be...
This is an EFG pull, but this is a rotation over by 2 members of the Crew and the PGD. They will get this fire giant. Horus and Hachiman not fast enough to respond to that pull.
Freest EFG of the century.
It really was. I mean,
I don't even know if Brit Orc threw out an ability, just kind of watched it go and was like, oh, hey guys, did y'all work?
yeah, he did not want into that fight, and I don't blame him. There are enough towers still up, there are enough things remaining that PGD should find it difficult to end the game here, but that does mean that the Crew cannot team wipe here. That would end the game.
A team wipe at this stage of the game is, if not a game end, it is, especially with the gold difference. I mean, we're at 7k gold difference. It's starting to matter a little bit less because people are starting to get full built, but if PGD start hitting these big pots before the Crew, that's a big swing, and the Crew are going to have to be mindful of that. I mean, Majin just no respect in their jungle alone. That being said, the team is coming up. This is going to be a right tower push. Hachiman trying to walk it down left lane in the meantime, but it's a 4v4 here. Is the Ixchel coming up? This might be a Phoenix Siege as this minion wave is coming up, but no one to stop this Hachiman stuff.
I will say, this is actually a 5-on-4, so Hachiman does take that tower over and left, and no one backing. It'll be Majin that backs for it. Boris is looking around the corner. Majin backs, and Hachiman may... No, he will not be able to take that tower down, but the Hachiman able to pump a lot of damage into Majin. Oh my. That shield did not last long, as now the fight breaks out over right. The Crew currently winning that fight as well. Hachiman keeping Majin over there. Fuego incredibly low. Kroger Man into the bat out of hell, able to put some damage down, has to fly back on the tower. Fuego getting low. Kroger going to find the kill, but Binary finds Kroger Man in return, trying to dodge out the laser beam from the Ixchel. Able to do that, but now has to run from the rest of that team.
Majin's coming back.
17
Majin's here.
Binary trying to look for it. Majin able to find lineman Nelson on the back end over in that left lane. So Majin now around for this fight. It is a 4-on-3, and Glock 17 able to find Pineapple, who was trying to run him down in the mid lane. However, it's currently a 3-on-2 in that right lane, and they will take the bird here. I don't know if it was worth it, though. You lost your mid laner and your jungler for the support and the carry.
But you got Phoenix. And with EFG, you gotta say something about that. Left Phoenix did go down, peculiarly enough. Majin not managing to stop the Hachiman from doing that. Little bit
that's
concerned.
Probably how Hachi died.
Yeah, Hachiman probably said, I'm getting this one way or another, and yeah. I mean, is that a worthwhile trade? Probably. At this point, that does mean that PGD need to be mindful. They can't just walk down a lane and hope for the best. They do manage to trade out Phoenixes. Pyromancer is going to go the way of the Crew, though. They're starting to really pick it
I
up in this
do-
objective play.
I do have to point out that also means the crew took the most important Phoenix in the game. They took the dual-side Phoenix, which means that assuming... Hold on. If I've got this calculated right, the Phoenix should be down for another 30 seconds after the Fire Giant spawns, which is very, very important. That means there's about 45 more seconds of Fire Minion waves over and left.
While you can't do anything about it because you have to show presence around. That is a very good call. That being said, the minions are really pushed up and left.
That's a lot of damage on Banan. Fuego very obviously wants to go in. It's going to land on Banan. A lot of damage coming through. Is the ECL healing going to matter? It looks like it will. Fuego unable to take the kill there. Pulled into the tower. Programman will find Kappa Cat in the back. And now Fuego has to get out alongside Glock 17 Binary, but unable to do so. 17 going to be able to get enough damage for a kill. But now it's just Lineman and Brittwork versus the world. Lineman will find another, but Majin will find Lineman. And now it is Brittwork versus the entirety of the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers. And Brittwork not going to take it under the tower, going to wait under the Phoenix and see if they try and go there. And never mind, Brittwork just saying, I don't want any part of this. Going to walk all the way to Fountain.
There's no way they end,
I
right?
assume get an item. They're going to try to here. EGD trying to end. Brittwork able to get a stun, but not much more. A lot of damage being pumped through his way. And indeed, Pineapple will find Brittwork for the kill. And the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers extend this set to its third game.
Oh man, and it's almost the flip side of what we saw last game where the crew had an early lead, but it was never enough. PGD always in the rear view mirror there, and well done by them to just stay on that for a little bit. Also just really good fights. I like that game out from them a lot better. The fights felt smarter. The fights felt a little bit more, calculated, a lot more team play, instead of just walk at them, try to get kills. And I think that was really well done by them. At the end of the day, obviously, it's, one thing that you changed, but I think it went a long way, and we saw just how dominant they were in some of those engagements. I think that Majin on the Cuckoo needs to be banned out. Showing so much work there, managed to cure a Gold Fury from out under their noses, and just ran away with their lane at points. Very well done by them, and just everyone in general doing their role. You saw Big Black Banana, very low HP, still pumping out damage. I really liked what I saw this game.
Without a doubt. And I think a great way to put it here is instead of playing Assault in the jungle, they played Arena in the jungle.
We're upgrades, people. we take those.
That being said, one of the more interesting things in this game, Apple Toast out-damaged Kroger Man and his mid lane.
That checks out, honestly. I mean, it's an Ares.
Ares has so much damage, but at the same time, it always feels good when you're playing the support and you out-damage to your teammates. It's like, yeah, look at me! I have damage!
Pineapple, I will say Pineapple felt a little bit lacking at times. It felt like that Ixchel was ulting when they were scared and not really to make something happen. Should have been a little bit more aggressive there, in my opinion, with those abilities. But we saw some nasty snipes by them, so I'm not even worried about it. Everyone played great that game, and I think this time the crew need to ban out some of those key gods that PGD leveraged, like that Kukulane, possibly that Ares, but I think the Ares wasn't their biggest issue there.
I would say the Ares played a pretty big role in that game, but I do agree with you that they definitely need to ban out that Kukulane. That being said, bans, picks, and the rest gonna have to wait. Who's gonna win this best of one? We'll see you on the other side.
Cracky. Cracky.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Game 3 of what has become a tightly contested set. Mechanus Cadicius here with the Terry for the second to last casted game of Week 1 as we re-enter this matchup between the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers and the Crew. Game 1 was a back-and-forth affair in which the Crew were able to pull off a come-from-behind victory on to the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers. Whereas in game 2, the script flipped a little bit. The Crew able to get an early lead, but unable to capitalize on it entirely as PGD come from behind and take the game in the end. Terry, where do you want to see these two teams improve on their losses?
Well, first off, the Crew need a lot better because while we talked about them being ahead last game, the script flipping and all that, they were never far enough ahead to where I was worried. There was never a convincing lead. PGD were constantly in the rearview mirror, and if they weren't in the rearview mirror, they were about to overtake, and then eventually they just did overtake and hit the gas, and there was no stopping. So the Crew need to figure out what's going wrong in the early game because even when they're winning, they're still not winning by much. PGD had a lot more control of that game. They were taking a lot smarter fights, and I really like to see that. They also weren't, deep in the enemy jungle trying to make something happen when nothing needed to happen. So, gotta commend them on a little bit more discipline that game. I say keep up that discipline. The Crew need to figure out either in picks and bans or in your macro strategy how you can take a little bit more control of the early game.
That is certainly a fair point to make. And one of the more interesting points that I saw was so far this Horus has been passed back and forth, but has not seen success. Is there a reason you think for that?
Okay, let's be clear. They were on the losing team, but I don't think it's a success issue. I think the Horus has done fairly well for themselves, both games. Now, you gotta say, like, oh, the Horus was on the losing team. Does that mean anything? Yeah, probably. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what, but I will say that when you have the Horus, you are playing a warrior. You have to be acknowledgent, or not acknowledgent, uh, be knowledgeable of that, where you're trading a little bit of protection for a little bit more aggression. And I just maybe keep the Horus on support, but have a little bit more peel in your solo lane.
That's an interesting way to look at it. And as we go ahead and go into picks and bans, I feel like maybe on both ends, the Horus could have been played a little bit closer to the back line. Because the way I feel you want to use that aggression from a Horus isn't necessarily to engage the enemy backline in team fights. Of course, you're still a support. You still want to stay by your carries and protect your carries. But the ability to turn a fight into your carries into a pick for your carries, I think that's what he brings to the table. That and, hey, we just took the Gold Fury. What if we also rapidly took the Fire Giant?
Yeah, helping in those macro plays is definitely a big part of Horus. I mean, we were joking a little bit there in the about Horus being in that quarterback position on support. You know, support being a vocal role, having to call out, "Hey, I'm CCing this person. Hey, I'm doing this." You're gonna find quite a few IGLs playing that position. So, just I don't know. The Horus is a talking point. Honestly, I wouldn't mind to see it banned, even if it hasn't been on the winning side. It seems both teams kind of want to play it, but aren't putting a lot of success on it. That being said, more of the same here. We see the same for junglers being banned out, and a Kamzos this time stolen away. We saw that Kamzos do a lot of work, especially that safety with Bat out of hell. So the crew don't want none of that. Take it off the board. I say good for them.
And Pittsburgh going to go ahead and take the Jablanque first pick. Not the safest hunter, but if you want to make sure that's the guy you're getting, then I don't blame them. The Jablanque has done good for them in both games so far. Shock going to be the pick for the crew here.
Yep.
To match that Jablanque
Look
safety,
into my
I presume,
eyes.
as Medusa is going to be his lane opponent.
Sorry, I sound like a Minecraft villager there. Anyway, so we got Crazy Snake Lady. I prefer Crazy Cat Ladies, but you know, we'll see on a Wheelish later maybe. Jungler pool is growing up very quickly. PGD maybe trying to eye one of those, trying to get a good assassin in the jungle, or maybe swap it up, go for something silly like a warrior in the jungle. We did see someone hovering. I believe that was the crew though who was hovering.
The crew.
Yeah,
That
hovering
crew
like the
last game
Osiris
hovered.
jungle. Managed to not
I
go that
would've
way,
loved it.
but
I would have loved that.
I kind of want to see it still. I mean, my question is, the
Triple
crew haven't played
warrior.
a traditional comp yet. They haven't put a guardian in the. Sorry, am I going crazy? I don't think the crew put a guardian in the duo lane
They
yet.
did.
They did?
They did. Game 1, they had Bacchus.
Oh yeah. And that
It was
What's up?
PGD in Game 1 that
Yeah,
played
it was,
it
yeah.
non-traditional. They had a traditional.
I'm sorry, I
lineup that played it.
I see a Bacchus and I forget he's a character. Because I let's not do Bacchus again. That was kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. That Bacchus was like 1-6-3, and they won the game. I don't know what happened there. PGD do manage to grab Kazimbo though. I do like Kazimbo. Pairing him up with an X-Ball's probably really good actually, because X-Ball doesn't care about as much having to line up those skill shots. Kazimbo with a lot of displacement alongside Kukale, and PGD have some very good frontliners, but Shot is a menace. And so is Hunbot.
Hunbots. Oh, talk about one of my favorite junglers. You put an assassin with really high CC in front of me, I will fall in love with the fact that you're playing it. Hunbots, the Fear No Evil, one of the best, if not the best, ultimate in the entirety of Smite, has always been known for that ultimate for good reason, as Tiamat and Thoth are going to be taken off the board as bans. I cannot express my love for good Hunbots play enough.
Hunbots and your guys could do. We did see a Wheelish ban. Crazy Cat Lady out of here. All right, so
And the elephant is not in the room, so
yeah, the elephant is not in the room. Tiamat also being banned out. Okay, I like these bans. Thoth also. Ooh, I like all these picks and bans. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is. I like this. Now, who does this favor so far? PG picking up a very strong mid laner in Agni. So just seeing that makes me want to swing PGD. Crew still have a lot of good options. We haven't seen a Cuckoo yet. Even banned and a Cleo as the jungler. Very
I have
high
to point
skill
out-
ceiling jungler, I'd say. But I like these
I
picks.
I have to point out, Geb into Kuz is one of the biggest counter matchups you can get. Actually, Geb, the moment Kuz picks somebody up, just throw your shield on him.
Oops. Yeah, good point.
Oops, you have Butterfingers.
Butterfingers. Yeah. And
Not
Medusa.
you and your
Ooh, that
hungry?
does give Medusa a little bit of flexibility because Medusa has a dash into a. I believe it's a root. Might be a. Is it a root?
It's a root cripple, I believe.
Oh, I mean, like. Okay, so basically a stun. Medusa has a dash into discount stun. So we take
Discount stun.
discount stun.
Okay, look, no. Silence
Oh.
is discount stun.
So this is dollar store stun. Sorry.
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
All right, there we go. So dollar store stun, and then not punished because get Butterfingers. There's the cuckoo I was talking about. All right, so this should be a mid matchup to remember. It will certainly not be mid. Kuz into Geb, like you were talking about, a little bit of counterplay there. When we start see if that Geb can land those shields, I really like their chances. I do worry a little bit about
okay.
Medusa.
Hold on. If we're saying if Geb can land those shields, then I think
Yeah,
we're giving
you
a
gotta- you
little
gotta
bit of
put that
disrespect
too.
to this Geb. That's kind of an auto track ability.
I don't know, man. He missed the Bacchus leap. That was the first thing we saw. Is they missed the Bacchus leap. That's basically auto tracking. So a little disrespect is earned.
Look, the Bacchus leap in and of itself is not auto tracking. The fucking shield, you can't place it without it you can't place it if it's not over the ally.
All right. There's not a lot else
Sorry,
to talk
Bo.
about.
Sorry,
So
Bo.
hey, this is the first time we see one of every role in every on both teams. Mostly because of that Horus support attempt, but we got 2 Guardians, 2 carries. We got a little bit of everyone. Alright, so talk about the Hunbots Cleo. Talk about basically everyone. Don't know if there's anyone you want to nail on in particular or talk about how these teams scale, because I'm looking at the crew. My worry is that Medusa. I feel like Medusa might be. Because you don't have an Athena to set it up.
If we're talking about scaling, you have to look at 2 gods in particular on the crew and 1 on PGD. If we're talking, of course, the thing that scales off
thing
of
with
power
scales.
a little more directly. The thing you usually talk about when it comes to scaling is how do these abilities get better throughout the game, right?
Mhm.
And for the crew, you've got 2 of those. You've got Kukulkan and you've got Medusa. Obviously, Hunbot's ult is Hunbot's ult is Hunbot's ult is Hunbot's ult. Geb is Geb is Geb is Geb. Shock is Shock is Shock is Shock. They kind of do whatever they do throughout the game. Kukulkan and Medusa directly translate to the amount of damage they're dealing through their abilities. Medusa, even if you build her for AAs, still does good ability damage because she scales so well. Whereas on the other side, Xbalanque, reliant on his left clicks. Agni, yes, you're looking at scaling there, and I would say you're looking at scaling for Cleogna as well, but it's because of how well Kukulkan and Medusa scale and the fact they're together in the backline that can spell doom for this Cleo if she doesn't play it well. I am really looking toward this Geb. I think this Geb is going to make or break the game this time around because how well can he keep this Kukulkan, this Medusa, this double backline core of the crew, all of their damage? How can he keep it safe?
That makes me think of when is this Geb Cataclysm coming out? Is it being used more passively or actively? Because Geb Cataclysm, if that can be lined up with the Cuckoo, that's some numbers right there. And I don't think Geb needs to be too aggressive with it because we do have Hun bots. You do have that, big sweeping ult, gives a lot of CC. I believe it's See No Evil, right? Or is it Fear No Evil on the ult? I always forget.
It is Fear No Evil.
Fear No Evil on the ult. Alright. Yeah, so the Hunbots' Fear No Evil is going to be insane, right? Hunbots and Hunbots, you already said it. So, I think the Geb needs to play a little bit more passive with that Cataclysm. Once we get in the game, it's going to be a matter of how that Geb is playing off those, because Geb can set up kills just as well as heal. but you already have someone for that. So the crew need to not get too aggressive and use their abilities correctly, just at the right times. Timing is everything.
That's why that's another reason why, as we are ready to get in the game here, by the way, and see how these teams decide they want to line it up. That is another reason why I feel like Geb is going to be kind of the linchpin of this game. Can he allow himself, especially after playing Horus and Bacchus, two very incredibly aggressive gods, can he let himself play back a little bit and stay safer on that back line and allow this back line through him to be a lot safer for it? That's the biggest question in my mind.
Yeah, Zimbo already kind of looking to get something going. Goes for the grab. Something we didn't think about is if you grab the Geb can't exactly shield themselves. So ponder
but the
this,
Geb
if you will.
Every time that I've played Geb and that I've seen people play Geb, it always ends up being, I would rather you grab me than grab them.
That is very true, but there is something to be said about taking away that peel and maybe letting the ADC kind of box, especially because once Medusa uses an ability or two to maybe clear wave, that could open it up. That being said, opening fight here is going to be in middle lane for now. They're going to be pushed back inside of PGD to their tower, and the crew are going to rotate for that right side XP camp. So they're going to be doing very well for themselves there. Meanwhile, PGD with a tempo in left lane, but not a lot of way to leverage that for now.
There's not really going to be a way to leverage that super early on, unless crew decides to step a little too far up. Then maybe you're able to turn that into a kill somewhere, somehow. Krogerman going to make a rotation over this Naga. And Fuego not going to be able to stop that. As Majin going to be the first to fall, and Glock 17 Binary will pick up first blood for the crew in this game. We don't get to see how that one happened.
You blink and you miss it. You saw no evil. I mean, all right. Murder aside, there is some friendly poking happening in this left lane, and once again grabbing the level 2 Geb, but Geb not even feeling anything. Something that should be said is that this Cleo should be not as fast, but they should be better in the
Glock
mid-game.
17 gonna find Krogerman after Krogerman finds Cafe Cat, and now Glock 17 Binary trying to pick up the kill, trying everything he can.
There's no way he gets away.
Mana. But no mana is going to be the crux of the problem for the Glock, and won't be able to find that. Fuego body blocked into all the minions. Probably going to die here. Very, very likely going to die here. Just trying to buy as much time as he can for his ADC. But eventually, Big Black Banan going to pick up the kill there. And now Apple Toast and Banan at half health. But there's not really a rotation incoming anytime soon.
Well, no rotation. There's a blue camp still going on. Brit or not managed to secure that close minnow cigar. Majin getting a little bit of revenge in that regard. That being said, Lyman stepping up to the plate here to try and steal Apple Toast. Body blocks him away. And what is there to be said about the game state so far? Everything seems to be pretty stable. We've traded a few kills. We'll say this Cuckoo is oh, never mind. Majin, you're so low, and Brador decides not to try and secure that. Doesn't think they have the secure online or available to them. Majin will be able to get away with that one. They're gonna have to take a quick trip back to Fountain and refill their drinks.
For sure, and not exactly where you want to be if you're Majin right now. You're playing a very high pressure solo laner into, while yes, a high pressure solo laner, someone that you have less pressure late then. You want to get through the early game with a lead on Shock, because once Shock gets online, your game actually falls apart. And Krogerman going to be gone on, and that Fear No Evil is going to be what picks up the kill. Krogerman in a very bad spot. 3-0 is the Sun Bots, even though the Bots is actually behind in both gold and XP. Doesn't matter when the fear is
3
that
kills
good.
is insane. Oh man. Already 3 kills, not even at the 5. Yeah, this Hunbots is making the round.
Looking like he might die.
for
Majin
Horde.
looking like he might die. Oh my goodness, the damage coming through from that
Fuego?
duo of the solo and the jungler. As now, Apple Toast able to find Lyman Nelson. Bede's going to be burned by the Medusa here. Medusa, no beads for 180 seconds. As Fuego is doing everything he can to just stay alive.
Kroger.
And now Kroger, he's looking for something. Might be able to find two.
He's in your walls. He's in your walls.
Fuego picks up a kill there. Fuego dies, and Lineman able to hold the line. Fuego picks up a kill from the grave, and Apple Toast will have himself a double, but they lose 2 for it. And Apple Toast, he might be the third. Binary trying to run him down. Apple Toast, not enough mana to keep running. And at this rate, Glock should have a kill. 1 more ability, possibly teleport over to Apple Toast. Does he have it?
one more auto!
One in the tower, and the elite going to be enough. The up, down, the smack with the bread, and Pina. Oh my God! Cafe, have a ball, won't you? Oh my! The Serpent of the 9 Winds going to find a kill with the ult. Kroger gonna try and ult. Cafe Cat will not have the range needed to do it safely and will back away.
I was gonna say earlier, Glock jammed when they couldn't get that kill, so that'd be funny. But nah, Glock's packing hollow points, man. Jesus. Okay, so right, so PGD miscalculated that fight. They took you don't like that ratio. That being said, the Bastions are low, gonna be secured here. You did do a decent enough job at that. I do not know for the life of me how the carry died. It must have been a tower shot that managed to hit them, but
It
didn't
was
the towers aggroed on them?
Banan did take a tower shot. It was aggroed on them actually. He put one auto. Yeah, he put one auto onto lineman, and the tower aggroed onto Banan, and tower killed Banan, and that's why Apple Toast had to run in to grab lineman, was because
Well, PGD here, or sorry, PDK. I'm gonna Pittsburgh Gold Diggers, the Bull Gold Diggers, Pittsburgh Demon King. One of those might be real. I'll let you figure out which.
PDK, let's go.
Hey, I said PK earlier because I was thinking of Pittsburgh Knights. They used to have a Smite team. Good times, good times.
They did. Pittsburgh Knights used to be a thing.
All right, so
Pittsburgh Knights, in fact, won back-to-back Worlds, I want to say. No, it won back-to-back for the Knights because they became a different team. But still, they won back-to-back, and both times it was a reverse sweep. So, have that one.
wait, so what you're saying is that that's all foreshadowing for PGD in the Puddles division to reverse sweep. I knew this was scripted.
Wait, when did we hire Hindeman?
Alright, well, Apple Toast is getting cooked here. About half health dropped.
Oh.
Spirit of the 9 Winds to try and snipe, but Apple Toast managed to get away from
range. Not enough range on that one. He's going to be able to get out. Crew going to go ahead and use that as a disengage call. Take some more farm on the map. Except the Hunbots tries to take Kroger off the map. Fear no evil going to get dropped, and Kroger gets into the wall. And the long dash out of the wall. Wow.
Can't take him off the map if he's inside the map. Got him.
I didn't know that Cleo could jump that far out of the wall.
Cleo got some... Did you not see Cleo jump out the wall to behind tower? Like, all the way across the range? And the Medusa dash... Yeah, no, that's what I shouted about. The Medusa, like, countered the dash with their own dash. The Cleo also just cleared the tower. It was... Cleo go far.
That is crazy.
Alright, well... hey, we haven't talked much about solo lane. Martian and Birdo are kind of just having a stare-off thing?
A little
I don't
bit,
know.
but production would like to point out that the dash of Cleo, he believes, goes about 1.5 times as far as if it exits a wall.
That sounds about right.
Apple Toast looking for some damage onto the Cuckoo thanks to the tornadoes and for return damage. But not gonna do more than a little bit of chip.
Kind of surprised the Cuckoo was throwing autos into that meteor, simply because they aren't really in a position to pick up these little droplets here. In fact, they choose not to, even when they do get the chance, because Pineapple might be in range to drop some artillery, and that's gonna give it to Pineapple. Glock scopes out this fight and doesn't like what he sees. Birdort, though, does like what he sees. He's gonna throw a couple of jabs one way or the other, and it's gonna be a Bull Demon King pull. Glock looking to steal.
Lock and Fuego in area looking to steal Cataclysm. Going to get used. Apple Toast going to have to go into the watery grave. And now Fuego looking for a steal. I don't know if he found it or not. Kroger looked like he took it. But Cafe Cat put some damage in there. Majin in the area. Tornadoes down. And oh my! What a dash by Majin. But Cafe Cat picks up the kill anyway. Majin can't do enough to get that done. Fuego gonna live with a sliver of health. Big Black Banana trading autos and just eating lineman Nelson alive.
At half now, and Lyman will be thinking twice about stepping up to the plate. Worth pointing out, the crew have accumulated a 1.5k lead. A band and a half for them. Very well done. But we do know what happens to teams with early advantage, and when you have 9 kills, you expect a little bit more gold coming your way than PGDs. That being said, that makes me think the Bullion King was taken to Pittsburgh. Right now, the crew should scale better. I will say, like you were talking about with that Medusa, with that Cuckoo, they should scale better. But there are options for PGD to shut down those two high damage carry. And I'm mainly looking at this Cleo to hit the back line. We've seen them get in the wall, scope things out, decide whether or not to jump. There's a lot of pressure on Kroger, and he hasn't been delivering yet. But I hope that once he gets a few more items online, he can at least start to just 100 to 0 some of these characters.
Cataclysm, Kroger's low. Going in is the Monkey. Monkey will find the kill. Pineapple is lazy, going to go down as well. Double kill for the jungler of the crew. Chaos, the crew here, going to capture the beacon. Over the wall goes Glock. And he's going to go ahead and holster his weapon for now. As lineman Nelson picked up a 2-level lead on Big Black Banana. Probably more like a level and a half, though.
Ooh, okay. Oh, and this is a quick pause. So
one of the things I've
now,
really go ahead.
I was gonna say PGD lost that fight, and that was really good from the Hunt Bats to be able to hit the back line, see the retreat, all that massive damage. The double kill with one ability, very nice to see. Not quite final form, but you get 2 for 1, you're gonna be taking that all day long. And getting the beacon does increase that pressure on the objective game, those towers being dropped low. So PGD have a really good position to be pushing their lead. I still think the script is not in their favor though.
So first off, it's the crew that have.
Oh, sorry, Cruz. Yeah, sorry.
However, while Hinduman's script may not be in their favor, I think the game state and the god selection both are. I feel like because you have both of the well-scaling gods of the crew in the back line, and you have the well-scaling gods of PGD split between, of course, the Cleo that we've been mentioning quite a bit, and the Agni, that's going to be a little bit tough. On top of that, I feel like Kukulkan scales better than Agni, and Medusa scales better than Cleota. Might be a bit of a hot take, but I feel like both of those statements are true.
I mean, I definitely would say Kukulkan scales better. The Medusa and the Cleo, I struggle to, compare the two. They are in different roles, obviously. Um, I do worry about the Clio because we haven't seen a lot of good things from the Clio. I don't know if that's unfamiliarity with the good aspects of their kit, or if that's just trying to use the kit to its fullest and not finding those opportunities. Because at the end of the day, while you do able to set those traps, being able to do good things with those ults, sometimes just throwing it in their face and dealing that damage, just helping to clear whatever you need to do. Try and snag maybe some of those jungle camps since you are a fairly safe jungler. Hunbots does have some pretty good chase, but if you can steal some of that jungle farm, maybe from the blue, swiping the blue would be nice. Maybe the void, but I wouldn't go that far. You want to leverage what you can. That ability to have such long range, so much damage. Maybe it's time to just try to get cheap with it.
Without a doubt, but one of the things about Cleodna is she does have a relatively weak early game. And that's one of the things that, I mean, Glock 17 on the Hunbots, we know that Hunbots shares that issue. Weak early game until about level 5. That's a very big problem for Hunbots. Well, Krogerman on the Cleodna has the same problem, but exacerbated. The early game for Cleodna is even weaker than Hunbots until the same point. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these two junglers continue to fare in this game. Though one of the things to note is this Geb has a 2-level advantage, but looks to be almost an item behind. And I really attribute that to the Cannoneer's Curious that we keep seeing out of this Kuzenbo.
Yeah,
Wanna...
just bring it. Yeah, this is a cut. This was an item that I was really excited for, and then it underdelivered.
I gotta point this out because he is getting a lot of bonus gold.
That's true.
If he's getting it alone, he's providing extra gold to allies.
Oh,
That's what it says he's doing. Lineman Nelson alongside the Geb, though, gonna pick up a kill. Cataclysm used to get a stun. Major knockup from the Cuckoo, and a beautiful chain out of the crew is gonna find a kill onto the support. Apple Toast and Banan down in the gray screen for another quarter minute.
Ulting for the CC there off the Cuckoo. That's a new one. I mean, that was some massive Cuckoo, but the knockback into the Medusa sealed the deal there. To get knocked back another way, might have been able to get out of there.
Fear no evil, Pineapple with the bees.
Oh. Glock kneecaps Pineapple, but limps away does the Pineapple and lives to see another day.
I've never seen a pineapple lip, so I wouldn't know what that looks like. Cafe gonna Aegis his way through the Cleo ultimate, tornado down, so that Cleo, oh my god, that tornado melts.
Kroger?
He wanted the Jimmy, man. He really wanted the Jimmy. He wanted the Jimmy.
Man, this catch. You need a nice breeze. It is hot out there. Stay hydrated, game. Do not stand in Cuckoo ults. Or not, sorry. Do not stand in Cuckoo tornadoes to catch a breeze and try to cool down. Go get some water.
Oh my goodness.
There goes T1. The first of the many is Crew. The black team has some pretty nice towers right now.
Hold on. So you're telling me that the first tower of the game went down 16 minutes in? When did we jump up to deep sea?
I don't know. These two teams are like pretty. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. What in the world is going on over there? Apple Toast.
Fuego.
On the Fuego.
A bit low. Able to roll away. Block 17 binary. Majin wants to chase down that team, but not gonna look to do that. Cafe Cat in the area with that zone denial. Britwork also showing his face, saying, hey, you can't go after my team, not while I'm around.
Medusa.
Lineman Nelson in the far back and denying some major gold right now. Pyro, however, being looked at while that gold was being denied. They got gold in a different area. Pittsburgh Gold Diggers living up to their name right now.
Well, they really need to dig in, start holding off at some of these fights. Kuzembo, who is a support who can leverage their level quite a bit, is down 4 levels on the Geb. And that's just the biggest one that I've seen. There's some serious level differential going on here. It is pretty nasty.
It's namely the gap. Let's be fair here. Like,
It's
yeah,
namely the gap,
there's another one in mid, but it's namely the gap.
But that one's also as important. I mean, when your Cuckoo's 2 levels up, and also just looking at the KDs of both gods, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Cuckoo, if you let this Cuckoo get ahead, we've already talked about how well they scale. Well, they're doing that so much faster, we're going to see them hit full power at some point, and it's going to be at a point where Agni's not going to be able to stop it. I already worry about this matchup, and it's exacerbated by the fact that Cuckoo also got the early level lead.
Without a doubt. And I mean, Cafe Cat is under a lot of pressure right now. Apple Toast trying to put some good poke in, trying to keep this Agni in a spot where they can farm. In exchange, the crew have rotated. They are 4 strong over here in the duo lane. And it's a 4-on-2 right now. Lineman Nelson with a major ultimate. Banan is decimated. And there's nothing he can do. He's just gone. The crew should be able to pick up this tower over in the left. Pittsburgh trying to rally and respond to this Pineapple, going to put some ults up the wall. Not quite enough damage. Lineman Nelson going to be able to get away. Fuego not in range anymore of those ults. Fuego going to be able to roll away. And that dual lane somehow safe for the crew. Less than 100 health was the Geb.
So that level difference. That level difference really pulling through for the Geb there. Fuego took the heat, but Primal Fury getting pulled here. Glock looking for the potential steal. Decides to go for Oracles with the Scare of the 9 wins. Disengage just in time.
The disengage comes through and is able to stop it. Kroger getting low off those tornadoes. Glock chasing down Pineapple's lazy, but gets caught out by the Kuzumbo. And Banan gonna get the shutdown on that one. A major swing for the Shablanque when he needed it the most. Still about a level down on this Medusa, but not as bad as it once was with that shutdown bounty going the way of the Shablanque.
Just some everyday bounty hunters. There's still another one on the board, bounty-wise, if I'm not mistaken. That gold
Oh, the
difference.
Kukulkan. The Kukulkan.
All right. Is the Kukulkan that has the bounty up right now?
I guarantee
oh,
you
the
it's Kukulkan.
Sorry. You said Kukulkan, and I was for something Kukulkan. I'm like, when the heck did Majin Buu get a bunch of kills? That blink. But that being said, Primal Fury getting pulled once more by PGA, but here comes the Medusa!
Lineman not able to get it, was a little bit too early, and now going to be caught out and absolutely murdered over it. Not looking good for the Medusa, who has in one spill that they couldn't control and a spill of their own, lost all of their advantage.
Yeah, going for the steal there, that's always the issue. Is you talk about, hey, trying to show presence or trying to make steals happen, especially when you're behind, which the crew isn't, so they don't need to be going for steals necessarily. But you also possibly forfeit that pick, and that is a big pick to forfeit. Because the Medusa, all of a sudden, like you were saying, is back on that level advantage, but also they've lost a lot of pressure in their lane. They still have that T1 down. Kroger, looking through the wall here, through the glass, they see the Pyromancer getting pulled. Team pulls up to try and join them. The crew managed to get the Pyro, but the fight starts in real earnest.
Crew able to get the Pyro, but Majin chasing down Cafe Cat. Cafe Cat's Tornado putting some good damage on Apple Toast, but not quite enough. The stun out from Medusa, who gets back just in time. And Majin will fall on the back end. Block 17 able to get away, but Brit Orc and Lyman Nelson are trapped in the middle of 3 of 4. Really, Brit Orc able to get away. Good knock up from Fuego for the disengage. And slow, not going to be enough, especially when Fuego can just roll away.
So, crew, not taking any substantial losses, at all in this engagement. And they did manage to get Pyromancer, if I'm not mistaken. So, We take
They
those.
got-
That being
They
said,
got Pyro, and then lineman Nelson got back up in the nick of time to save his mid laner and kill Majin.
I mean, yeah, they were deep in tower. Cafe Cat being low, you start seeing a red, sure. At level 19 looks, or sorry, not level 19, no, level 19. I was looking at the shock for a moment there. At level 19, you know, Snake with a potential bounty on their head. I don't think they do currently. But,
20 now.
oh man, this Kook is about to put in so much work. You want to put over under for 35k on the damage total for player damage?
Well, in a moment, Kuzumbo going through, putting in some serious work with the Watery Grave, displacing the entirety of the fight. Appletoast unable to get anybody with that dash. Britwork able to take the Stygian Beacon in the meantime, as Block 17 trying to put the monkey out there, see who he can teleport to, and is going to back, or at least try and bait something here, as nothing seems to be there at the moment.
I thought that was going to try to make something happen. Take this power shot.
I don't
Glock
think that was a
steps
great
up.
idea, but Glock able to get away somehow. Britwork with the TP back in, and Majin in the tower line in the middle of everybody. Glock 17! Appletoast gonna find the kill there. Cafe Cart will find Majin. But can they find anything else? Krogerman in the back with the Cafe Cat. And now the Geb is too far up, cannot help the back line. And Fuego maybe pushed a little too far up here, but Krogerman now the target. No knock up for him. So looks like the crew going to go ahead and back off here. Every time I say that, a gold digger walks up and gets looked at.
Do you have money?
I don't know anymore. Apple Toast with some good damage thanks to contagion, but nothing really going on there. As far as the over-under for 35k damage from this Kukulkan, I would say the money line on that is probably minus 150. I would actually favor it.
Me and production are both
For those who don't know what that means it is favorable. That means I'm saying it's more likely that the Kukulkan gets to 3,500 damage in this game.
3,500.
And not.
Yeah, no, that's
35,000.
He's been past that because
35,000. My bad. 35,000. I
all
missed.
right, yeah. It's 22k to go, but I mean, like we said,
He'll get
scaling.
there.
We're gonna hit these
He'll
team
get
fights.
there.
Okay, here's the better question. Right? It's not so much as can the Kukulkan do it. It's more of a, hey, how long is this game gonna last? Because if this game goes like 45 minutes, then that's a good question. And if this game goes any longer than that, it's uncertainty. But the crew have a sizable lead. They're just having trouble pressing it.
I think they're going to continue
More
to have
damage.
some trouble pressing it, but I don't think it'll.
All right.
One tornado. So tornadoes right now are doing about 2k damage. He'll get there.
So, what I will say is that Spirit of the Nine Winds missing out on everything is gonna hurt them. They're PGD extremely healthy for this Fire Giant pull the crew are sizing up for. A little early for EFG, and possibly not the most smart plan. One pick goes the favor of PGD. This could be very good for them.
The crew are looking to take it, and now an interesting Cleo ult has them oddly zoned out.
Okay.
Is now Krogerman hiding in that one little wall between everybody. Good Cataclysm
nice.
catches out the Jablonke, but back in come the Gold Diggers looking for the monkey who jumps over the wall into the waiting arms of Krogerman. And unable to pick anything up is the Medusa. Stun not good. And now on the back foot is the crew. Multiple players on PGD low here. The old able to find Apple Toast deletes his health bar. Pineapple gone, and now all of PGD has to run. But now an entirely healthy Kukulkan in the middle of everything. Lineman Nelson putting in some good damage. Majin dropped to 1 HP yet again. And now we get the same issue. Kroger Man trying to rotate in, unable to find anybody there. Fuego rolling out, knows that someone's around, and decides, I don't want to be here.
The worrying thing from that fight to me is that the Cleo proving they can box with the Hun bots. May not be the easiest thing in the world, but Kroger looking to get a little bit more aggressive and does manage to steal that blue camp like we were talking about earlier. Gonna be able to get out of dodge. Meanwhile, this right tower is so low, Medusa, no safety.
Even tricking the Fire Giant onto Britork with the help of Contagion.
That's just, I mean, yeah. Like, what is that? One damage? It's a shock.
It's 18. It's 18 damage.
18. Okay. Okay.
And
can drive.
Majin,
At least the damage can drive. Got that built for us. And it can vote. Oh man,
Crew able to take both oracles here, and they're looking at the beacon, able to take that as well. 17-8, your current slash line for the teams in this game. Crew ahead in kills and in towers taken. And so far, maintaining a 4K gold lead over the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers as we make our way into the later stages of Game 3 in this now best of 1 between these two teams. The things I'm looking for here is, what does PGD want to do? They're spread out, spaced out, but so is the Crew. I feel like the Crew are about to make a call for Fire Giant, but it looks so.
Yeah, this is hey guys, go get camps. Get the easy farm, and we'll figure out what to do. Give me a moment to think, figure things out. I will say, for a 9-kill 4-tower difference, they're only ahead by quote unquote ahead by 3.5k, which, I mean, yeah, that means the Gold Diggers. I'm telling you, man, there's got to be some money laundering back of some. One of these teams is committing illicit activity, and it might just be murder on this Oni Fury, as the Crew, none the wiser, squaring up for potentially a Pyromancer fight.
Dirty deeds done dirt tape.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'll get that.
Way,
all right, so
I would hope more people
trade Fury for Pyro, possibly. All right, Murderer taking damage and silenced.
And now it looks like the Crew were able to get a hold of that Pyromancer. Fight turns against them, however. Apple Toast stoking that tower damage, able to get into the Watery Grave, pulls Fuego Maego out.
What a pull!
Body blocking the support, but it doesn't matter. Support's able to roll away. No one even looked at the gap.
Focused on the tower, not the wrong choice by any means. Just making sure that gap was spaced out.
Oh my, heroism yet again, by the way.
Oh man. So, Pittsburgh need to disengage here or never mind.
God,
oh my god.
Cat
So much
just
damage.
deleted.
Oh,
Cafe
that's
Cat
rough. Cafe
straight up,
gone.
Straight up Cat, Cafe Cat straight up.
Straight up
Cafe Cat. Oh my. A lot of damage done to that mid laner. And now you have a battered and bruised Crew team looking at what could be... Oh my. Majin might be able to steal that away. It looks like he does there, as Apple Toast pumps some damage through to Britork on Contagion, I think? I'm not entirely sure. Majin tries to steal away the blue buff, unable to do so. Kuzumbo back to Fountain. So we have a moment of 5-on-4 play as the Kuzumbo goes to defend the left bird, which is at about half health. I kind of want to see Medusa go sneak off and take the bird again. I kind of want to see this. That'd be so funny, especially if they died to Majin again.
I mean, We could try to repeat history, but a lot of things are different right now. If we're talking about scaling this and that, I will say PGD have 3 Pyromancer bombs in pocket. If they get a good push going, there are no objectives in one lane or another. So
So they have three
really the thing
bombs,
they need to
but
do that is win a fight, which is the thing they've been struggling with the most, but I feel like this Cleo has been activated. This Cleo's been doing a lot of damage. They've been doing very good work. They just need the right opportunity,
the
and trying
dash
to
on the
engage the
Brit
shot
works,
is
but
not
the
it.
damage has been returned. Damage has been returned on the Kroger and then some. That is a lot of damage done to Kroger Man. And Britwork just does not care. They big push in the middle of everybody. Finally taking some damage, it seems. And Britwork going to teleport back over to Big Banana. 215 on a crit. Fuego going in. Fear no evil gets 2! Big Black Banana, not so big anymore. And now, Lot 17 Binary down as well. Both junglers missing for these teams. Trying to give some ults. Pineapple trying to put some damage out there. Lyman Nelson in the area as well. The ult. Majin takes the brunt of it. And Cafe Cat will find a kill. Rolling in his Fuego. The damage. Oh my. And a shield just in time to save his own life. If he took those ticks, he was dead. Living with 54 HP at the destruction of that shield.
So this Geb level difference, huh? If I had a nickel, anyway,
For every time that's mattered, you would have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot. So, I will say, PGD are not up. But we've proven once again that they're struggling with team fights. They do manage to return some violence, but they did lose out on a kill. The crew just getting that kill lead a little bit bigger and bigger. And eventually, it's going to be an issue. Mostly because kills give gold. Gold makes items. And items is a good thing. So, what we really need to focus on right now.
Items are good.
I usually build them.
So every time I've not built items in my games, it's bad.
That's not what I said. You gotta get that Fafnir, Billy, right? You playing Fafnir, not mine item. Guys, I'm getting power. That's why I haven't built the items.
Yeah,
this
it's
doesn't have a
Smite
cap
items
rate.
run, right?
Alright, so Fire Giant being looked at again. Squaring up as these 2 big old tanky boys, Fuego and Majin. Respect each other enough to not just trade abilities, gonna keep those abilities up for the enemy. They're friends. They're not enemy. War's going down, sizing up. But right now, the crew are not nearby. If there's an engagement, this favors PGD, they just need to see that.
I don't think they have the ward coverage to see that, though.
True.
They might have an idea, but they don't have wards.
They're gonna go in anyway, though.
They do go in anyway. Apple Toast goes in, but he is all alone. Kroger with an ult through the back, but not in the right spot. Brit or
Kroger missed the dash.
The damage, and Kroger narrowly avoids getting ulted by Cafe Cat. Big Black Banana trying to get away, pumping some autos back through, trying to see if he can get anything done. Lyman Nelson
the back line
with Kroger Man, and Kroger will be the one to fall here. And now the disengage call has been given. Fuego looking for the knockup. Will find a stun. Pineapple will find a kill on his way out. Fuego diving a little too deep.
Perfectly done, and Big Black Banana managed to escape Glock there. Meanwhile, the Kukulane still looking for trouble, and Glock is going to be on the receiving end of it. Majin does take quite a bit of damage, but not enough there to threaten him. Cafe Cat is still ult down for now. Majin manages to back Apple Toast. Is alone here with the Shiba at Fire Giant. They are not kissing under the mistletoe. They are simply trying to take up space, hopefully dropping some wards, maybe getting better advised on the next fight, as both teams really want the CFG to close out the game one way or another.
Without a doubt. And I mean, if you look, there may be 3 bombs on the side of the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers, but they haven't been able. They're still down. You know, they've got 4 towers to go grab. They got 4K gold to make up and 4 towers to go grab before they can touch a Phoenix. Well, 1 before they can touch a Phoenix, 4 before they open up all 3.
Counterpoint, if I may. Towers give gold, and that's going to really catch them up. They just need to push it. Now, that being said, like, it's easier said than done. They really need to show up around this EFG, but they're showing up in this fight here and a good Cataclysm, but no follow-up.
Cataclysm, no follow-up, but Kroger Man trying to put some damage through. Kroger Man already down to half. The teleport is there. Glock able to chase, able to kill. And now the crew, they have a 5-on-4 advantage. But PGD, they're running away. And Lineman Nelson, we just talked about this earlier, but Lineman Nelson sneaking around looking for that left side. Pineapple trying to stop them. Has been seen. Fear No Evil dropped and beads have to get expended by this Agni. A lot of damage coming through on Majin Busha. Hunter's very, very good at deleting tanks. Stunned is Big Black Banana. Dashing out is Agni. No more DPS available for the Gold Diggers for a moment or two. Apple Toast is in. Takes a lot of damage. That ult is massive from the Kukulkan. And now the tornado on him as well. A double tornado from Apple Toast. As he steps back into it, I guess just does not care. And now the crew are going to take their true prize of that fight. Only 3.
Not an EFG, noticeably. So it's not going to be that big of an engagement, quote unquote, but still important. Crew, again, that kill lead grows to 11. I mean, at this point, we're going to hit unlucky number 13, and that's going to spell the doom. But this gold difference. So this gold difference. I mean, they do blackjack. All right. Well, Majin going to try and punch the dealer in the face. Says, "Hit me," and is going to hit Glock for most of their HP.
Majin looking for it as well, and Big Black Banana will take the kill before the ultimate from the Cleodna can land. Pineapple is lazy, is holding out in mid, just camping out a little bit. Fuego had to retreat, get his health back. Glock still in the gray screen for another 50 seconds. And now the Pittsburgh Gold Diggers, they have their 5-on-4 power play. If this were ice hockey, it'd be a little bit longer, but this is Smite. We don't care about that.
They do have a potential of grabbing Fire Giant here, but
Lineman
are actually
Nelson.
instead going to try to get another pick to try and secure this. Britwork to engage, deals a lot of damage, and this could be a great play for the crew on the
Oh
re-engage.
my god! Beautiful Cataclysm and just as beautiful a Watery Grave. Damage being pumped through, but into Britwork, a crit for 93 damage, by the way. That was a crit that dealt 93 damage. Apple Toast having to back here. Majin Busha and Pineapple is lazy. Going to go ahead and take their blue buff. Majin going to stick around. No, he's going to stick around.
Oh, cuckoo.
And the crew, they're going to put some damage into the Fire Giant, but not much more than that. Krogerman in the area, seen by Brit, who throws an axe down, but there's nothing for him there. Fuego, still at half health, hadn't backed yet, is backing, just now backed. Brit Orc throws the axe down, puts some good damage out there, and another fight has started. Majin turns away from Lineman Nelson in time. Watery Grave does some really good damage, but beautiful ult, and that should spell the end of Apple Toast, and it does. Glock back into the fight, gets the kill there. Majin putting that down, and Glock will find Big Black Banana. Krogerman found as well. Monkey going to miss its mark.
This is where Kroger gets away here, right?
Kroger gets away here. What do you mean?
Oh,
Too many things missed.
so many things missed is the story of all my Smite games. That's why.
The story of my life.
Alright, so you're still looking for EFG. Neither of these teams will do too much without it. Despite the crew probably being able to force
Crew
something
can just
else.
look at it. Crew can look at it outright. Kroger man taking too much damage here to really stay forward, being looked at by multiple players. However, only lineman Nelson and Fuego are on the Fire Giant. Majin might even be able to steal it if that's all that's on it. However, Britwork now in the area, slapping Majin around a little bit. Glock going to find Pineapple, and that just makes the situation worse. They don't have any steal potential as Kroger man is pushed too far back to do that job as well. And Glock now even threatening Majin here as he just pumps damage onto the poor solo laner. And
The poor solo laner though.
Glock now turned away by the combination of course, Kappa and Majin Busha. A lot of damage coming out. And that Phoenix is going to go ahead and go down. Black Banan. A lot of damage pumped into Britwork. A lot of damage pumped into Cat, who will fall. Majin will finally pick up that kill, but Cafe Cat will find 2 from the grave with the tornadoes. And now the crew still looking to get in.
No shot.
The Cab will find a kill with a fountain kill on Fuego.
This is wild. Not only do we see the Medusa solo lick the Kazembo, but fountain kill, 2 kills from beyond the grave. It might not matter at all though. The crew
Evil. Not gonna be enough. Majin is a one-man army right now, keeping them out from the Titan room. Maybe not able to save the Phoenixes, but able to provide just enough bite back. He takes Glock, Cafe Cat, Fuego, and lineman to gray screen. Not in rapid succession. Maybe not in rapid succession, but gets all 4 of them.
So that was rough, mostly because you lost 2 Phoenixes. Pittsburgh did manage to stop the push. Didn't manage to get anything off of it though, because now they have to play defense, even in the lane that they really don't want to be playing defense in. So here's my 2 cents, right? Is that this Jiba is not killing the Shock. I mean, y'all could see that, right? I mean, the Shock has no deaths. No one's killed the Shock. And the Shock is in your back line, causing so many problems. Maybe not getting the kills, but certainly causing issues. They have a 15 kill participation. They're participating in a lot of the engagements, opening up a lot of it. And if they're not directly in a fight, they're holding off an entire army on the other side of the jungle. This Shock is doing a lot of work. The carry is not able to shred through either fast enough or isn't being peeled enough for them to shred because the HUD bots comes in, sweeps the big black banana. Maybe the Shock can get enough damage for the Geb to snipe it or the Cuckoo. But either way, needs to be big black man taking care of either this Geb or this Shock. Easier said than done. Easy Primal Fury secure here for the crew despite the attempted steal. And now with that, the crew have everything they need to make a push happen for a game win.
Without a doubt. One of the things that's really interesting, you say he's unable to shred Brit. I think that's actually the right way to put it. He's just unable to. Earlier, we saw Brit take a crit to the face that did 92 damage. Not 920, no. 92. You can't make it up.
Yummy autos. Yummy autos. That's the best way of putting it.
That was just before Spectral. That was with just tier 2 of Spectral. To answer Production's question of whether or not he had Spectral yet, I believe that was with tier 2 of Spectral Armor.
Chuck a big boy, he eat, bro. He's just eating autos. Gotta stay healthy. He stays hydrated. He can get some more.
I don't see a world in which this Jablonke tears through the shock. And yeah, even the crits he's hitting on minions are doing like 300.
Yeah, that's like... What's wrong with blood over here? Huh. Kroger, scoping things out to the wall, knows there's 3 people just on the other side. The Phoenix does come up. The crew, though, just waiting. Gonna have all 5 members strong when they try to make this push. This could be the game ender. EFG has come and gone. But this push right here means a lot, especially with Phoenix low. It won't provide much safety should they engage.
That is true. However, the Fire Giant responds in 15, so this should be bait a fight and then go to fire.
Possibly. But it's the main defense.
Fact.
Especially if they defend mid.
Crew is disengaging. They're going toward Fire Giant. They know what's up. PGD know what's going on because this is one of the most obvious calls in Smite. Disengage after forcing them back, go to fire. They started. Are they going to be able to burn it fast enough? Not if lineman Nelson gets knocked up by the Fire Giant. That will not help your cause. Kroger Man putting some damage in as well, but way too early. Watery Grave to force people away. Cafe Cat shelled by the Geb.
What happened to Brittle?
Kroger's going to find a kill on Brit. Meanwhile, Majin chasing down Glock and Kroger Man trying to get another kill as well. But Kroger Man a little bit too low to play aggressively. Appletoe's going to find lineman Nelson. And now it's the crew on the back foot. Majin chasing Glock all the way back to Fountain. And Fuego being chased all the way back to the doors, but he will not survive the ult from the Kukulkan. Never. I swear, Fuego survives this. If Fuego survives that.
He keeps on rolling!
How? How is this Geb still alive?
I can't even say get level difference anymore, man.
There's no level dip. He's just alive. They can't kill him. I'm convinced he's died 4 times and they still can't kill him.
Namely, the issue for that fight is crew loss. Britwork, for the first time this match, the shock is felled. Fire Giant finally taken by Pittsburgh Gold Diggers. The tempo swings, and PGD, despite being down 5k gold steal, still has an in to this game. 50 minutes in, PGD have struggled, played from the back, and they're still here. $4.
To answer production as Fuego puts some damage on Kroger. Oh my god! And he hits it! Cafe hits Kroger! Black Banana going to find Glock on the back end. But Cafe Cat was able to find Kroger. That is a huge pull away from the Fire Giant advantage.
What?
Cat will fall. Big Black Banana will find that. And now Big Black Banana in trouble. Brit Orc and Fuego both there, but peeled off beautifully by both the solo. Lineman though picks up Banana. Majin will find Fuego, and now it's a 2-on-2. But one team is fired, the other does not. Lineman needs to get away, but Brit Orc does not have anything for that. The rain, it's not gonna be enough. Majin will find a double. The last one standing is Brit. He's under the tower. He's being chased by 3. The tower being looked at instead by the Agni, but Brit should die here. Brit has made an escape, and Brit lives at 10% HP. The Phoenix, however, mid lane Phoenix should fall here. Pittsburgh Gold Diggers may even call for the end. In fact, they do. They are walking toward the Titan right now. End call has been made. And Brit, it is Brit versus 3. Brit against the world. Brit looking for the Agni. Agni dashing away. Brit trying to stay in front of everything. But I don't know if he can do it. Pineapple looking for the Phoenix, for the Titan. Can't get it. Brit with the defense. Fear no evil. Keeps the game alive. And Apple has to run. Only one remaining on the team with Fire Giant is going to be Apple Toast. Glock 17 cannot pick up the kill. Not able to get through that much defense, that much sustain. But the crew able to keep this game alive at a 30-21 kill lead. 52 minutes into this game.
Oh, deep breaths, everyone. We're in for the long haul. It's not going to part the storm anytime soon. Bridort keeps the Tempest alive. And now, finally, there's a Phoenix fall on the side of the crew. PGD slog back. The goal difference, gone. Not that it's mattered for a solid 20 minutes anyway. But, at the same time, all of these players at full power. We talked about the scaling being in favor of the crew with that cuckoo. Seems to not be the case. By the way, Oni Fury dropped. The minion presence should help them stabilize the middle lane. It should allow them to put some pressure on both lanes. But no, this is a walk
looking
down
for an
mid.
end call. Krogerman hiding in a wall here. Good damage on lineman Nelson, who steps a little bit too far forward. Enters the ult of the Kyogna. Glock going to jump over Apple Toast, but Fuego trying to create a re-engage situation for that team. However, Big Black Banana makes his face known. And now the crew, they decide to back off here. Nothing really to fight for, not just yet. Fire Giant still down. Gold Fury taken down. And now the Pyromancer down. So nothing left to fight for. The only thing these teams can do is wait. But as we all know, waiting in the puddle division, that doesn't happen.
This is the weirdest player. This is not where I saw the player be. This Cuckoo is still under 35k, by the way. There is still potential. You're probably right. There's a potential the shot hits 35k before the Cuckoo. Oh man. Okay. This Medusa's gonna hit 50k though. Oh man. This is a game to remember. The crew would like you to forget. They have just lost the gold league. If you've been paying attention, we've been 10k down at one point for PGD, and they are digging themselves out of that
running away from Majin. Fuego with a big ult trying to keep himself alive. Unable to really get anyone off him. The slow not going to connect either. Fuego with a lot of damage being dealt to him right now. But
Glock might be caught out
here. Get out of danger. Glock looking for a pick. Finds Pineapple in the back line. Pineapple doesn't see him. Blinking! Fear no evil! But beats out from Pineapple. And now Glock has to run away. Glock should be picked off, and Majin will find Glock. So now it's Krogerman versus Fuego. One of the matchups we're looking at right now. As well as Britt going to go ahead and use his ult there. Trying to get the silence. Unable to get that. Bridwin providing a sizable shield. Apple Toast and Big Black Banana Apple Toast, both of them chasing it down this crew squad, as now the knockback going to be very good, but the stun out of Lyman Nelson doing a lot of damage. The Phoenix, a massive help to this team, as now Fuego just trying to roll away, able to get out of dodge once again, as now Majin just trying to create space for his team to get in and around. And now Phoenix, the mid-bird, going to go down yet again. Britwork going to fall here. Big Black Banana able to pick up that kill. Crew down 2 members and a bird. Have to try and find a way to defend this Titan against all 5. However, this team is not going to engage just yet. There they go. Deciding it's a good idea to step out. Double knock up, trying to keep people here. Krogerman putting in some good damage. Not able to take the speed buff, but looks like we'll be able to take the blue totem camp here. Hiding in the walls is Krogerman, looking for the opportunity to strike. Doesn't want to spend too long in there. Walls do damage to Cleodna, even if she can hide in them.
Fire Giant pull possible here.
Fire Giant pull is very possible here. Britwork down for another 30 seconds.
If there was wars, this would be the perfect opportunity. It's still the best opportunity you're likely to get. Banan should be able to shred this. Apple Toast starts it. Majin playing that spacing game alongside.
You talk about shredding at 734 per crit. 834. Oh my. Dear Lord, and that Fire Giant is gone. Fuego walking back to tower like, no thank you. I don't need any of that in my life. And he's about to get it anyway. Whether he likes it or not, he's about to get some of that.
don't want none. I don't want none. That's 482 to the tower. You can't even crit the tower. Jeez. All right. Well, here comes the push.
57
There's no
minutes
minion
into
waves.
this
They just go
game.
in.
They just went in 532 damage per auto to the Phoenix, and that's down. Lyman Nelson with a lot of damage dealt to him, but the crew are able to push them at least back out and force them to go around. A tornado is going to eat into Majin, and finally, Cuckoo is almost at 40,000 damage. Majin looking toward this left bird. However, they do have to get through that tower first. Not that it's difficult, just that they have to. Pittsburgh looking toward this bird yet again, now with the ability to actually take it down, as Krogerman is handling a wave in mid. Krogerman might even be looking toward the Titan here. Hunbot's going to be sent back to deal with the minions flowing in, and now the bird on that left side going down quickly, but not quite quick enough. As on the back end, Majin taking a lot of damage, but Apple Toast soaking up Phoenix damage. Kroger tries to split and take the Titan. Not able to get that, but Fear No Evil going to be expended by Glock 17. So now Pittsburgh, they walk back out, back away. And Apple Toast looking to back, at least for a moment, Fuego with the knockback. And Kroger not going to find the silence there. Fuego going to use the Cataclysm defensively, keeping, being CC immune there in order to keep access to his abilities.
Oh, it's so low. It's so tantalizing close for PGD. They're trying to keep the pressure up. They don't want to let off the throat, but they might just have to. But that being
Titan
said,
at 1/3 health. They enter the Titan room. They go into the throne room, and the bombs will be enough at 59:01 before this could be an hour-long affair. The Pittsburgh Gold Diggers they'll stab straight to the heart of the crew, taking the set 2-1.
Stabbing through the heart is right. This was a heartbreaker for the crew. Everything was going right. Everything. You were ahead on every capacity. Theoretically, you won the pick and ban phase even. It was all there. What happened? I can tell you what happened. Gibalanke flipped a switch, and then there was damage. That's just what happened. I don't know where the switch was. I don't know how he found it. I don't know why it was off in the first place. But it got flipped, and all of a sudden, there was no one safe. Big Black Banana had Peel on his side from his teammates and was just laying down fire. And even though he only had 6, 6, and 8, that's still a monster scoreline from where he was at something along the lines of 1 and 4 or something like that. And you just have to respect how much damage that Jiba was doing because no one could step up to it.
No one at all could step up his way. Geb couldn't step up. Britork eventually started melting. There was just no one that could actually step up to him. I mean, you can see it. Where is it? 139K mitigated by Britork and 113,000 mitigated by Fuego. There was just no one that could step up to this Jablanque and actually stay alive. It didn't matter how much they were mitigating. They were going down.
I lost the 35K over under, and not by much. For a 59-minute game, you expect the Cuckoo to have a bit more damage. I don't even know if it was Cafe Cat's fault, to be honest. They're playing pretty passive, but they were letting down some huge abilities. I think at some point, it was just a matter of they caught wise and started to realize if we stand in the tornadoes, we take damage. Not cool summer breeze. Very not cool indeed. Started to wise up to it, and they really made sure that Cuckoo felt the pressure. It was forced back every time.
Without a doubt. And one of the other things I'd like to highlight, the sheer number of wards placed by the crew. You had 3 members over 20 with 1 over 30.
Yeah.
That is a lot of gold spent on wards, especially because I don't remember seeing any ward chalices. So when you're spending that much on wards, it's hard to stay ahead on items. Production points out that Lyman Nelson did have a ward chalice. he was one of the players who had over 20 wards. So
Gotta get that
I'm-
vision, man. Gotta get glasses.
vision is important, but if you're gonna ward that much, you really should be spending 400 gold on a chalice.
Yeah.
That being said, Terry, do you have any last remarks before we go on ahead and get us out of here for at least
GG's.
Saturday?
That is the only thing that I can say is GG's.
Well, you heard it here first. Good games and good night. Thank you, everyone, for watching QSL.